Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. Good morning, good morning. I hope y'all are doing well this morning. Are you ready for another day of court this morning? I am. Got my earrings, y'all. Welcome to the Ada K Show. Good morning. It is a Monday morning, and that is all I'm going to say. But y'all, welcome and blessings to the Ada K Show. Today, we are in trial with the baby Evelyn Monica Boswell trial, and she is being sorry about that. She is being tried for unaliving her daughter. This is day 5. The state will continue their side of things. I do have my camera lights are a little dim today. Well, because it's a Monday. I will just leave it at that. We's at a Monday, y'all. So welcome, Penny. Thank you for liking the live. Appreciate it. I've got my cup of coffee. I don't have any breakfast yet, but we're going to get ready to go into trial. Let me get the screen share up. Window share. Oh, don't be a Monday. Come on now. It's a Monday. It's a Monday. It's a Monday. I don't know what's going on, y'all. I can't hear you, but my computer is totally frozen and I'm live. If it's completely frozen, you have to completely restart it. It won't let me.
that pulled up.
Okay. Now, what do you need me to do?
Minimize that.
Okay, guys, I'm going to minimize this for a second. We had a little issue.
Control, hit mute.
Sorry, guys, my computer froze. My son was helping me. I don't know what happened. It froze. It is what it is. So I'm going to have to get the thing back up again. I apologize. It's a Monday. Like I said, it's a Monday or another. It's gonna find you. It's gonna get you, get you, get you. It's a Monday. So that deleted everything I had going. That was really great. Okay. We're up and going. Court is not in session yet. Thank you, dear Jesus. Court is waiting to begin. We are on day 5. I'm going to get us back to where we need to be. Okay, we'll get her up. Yay, we're done. We did it. Yahoo. Okay. On on day 4 of the Boswell trial, the jury reviewed a lot of evidence. Okay, so that was on Saturday and Friday and Saturday. Oh, excuse my yawn. On Friday, multiple people were called to the stand from Sullivan County Police Department. Friends and family were called. Hunter Wood and Ethan Perry were called. Those were the 2 biggies. We did find out from Ethan that he is not the father. I did see an interview with the attorney for Megan after trial on day 4, I believe, where he was asked who was the father, and he said that will come out in trial. He is not going to share that information at this time. So it was interesting. So they also played a lot of the recorded interviews into her trial. That to me was kind of interesting. I've never seen anybody backpedal so much in my life. I have never seen so many. Sorry, I have never seen so many lies in my entire life. Lie after lie after lie after lie. I don't understand really how she could try to keep it straight. You can't. They did show the clothing and the uh, blanket that she was wrapped up in the trial. They showed a lot of information that they showed the Amber Alert photos. Beautiful little girl. They showed photos of the foil that was used in the process of unaliving this beautiful girl. They showed where the mother and boyfriend, after the death of the baby, went to the aquarium in not Gatlinburg, but Pigeon Forge, And they showed, pictures of the trailer where she lived. They actually pulled out the stroller and some of the contents of the storage unit. Um, the thing for me was Perry. Um, and what really bothers me is how she continued to blame Perry when Perry wasn't even the father. She, being Megan, said that she had dropped Evelyn off at Ethan Perry's grandparents' house. Why would they? I mean, she even was pulling them into it. Perry was at Evelyn's father supposedly at the time, but is not. She stated that the last time she saw Evelyn was Christmas Day in 2019 when she dropped off some gifts for Evelyn, including a baby shark item. She said it was hard for her to get in touch with Perry after that. I think her trip out to East Texas to El Paso was, to try to create the alibi. I think this was premeditated. I really do. The way I'm seeing it so far. Um, Boswell said that I supported her, Evelyn, for over a year, so if he wants her for a little bit, that's fine by me. So she, being Megan, was basically saying, "I've been a mom for a year. Now it's time for him to be dad. I'm fine with her being with him for a while." Um, when she was asked where she would suggest law enforcement to even begin to look for her, she said, "I do not know." After the recording ended, defense attorney Gene Scott questioned Williams as to why Boswell was not given an attorney, to which Williams replied, "She did not ask for one." See, they questioned Officer Williams, who and Joseph Strickler as to the investigation, but also as to when her rights were read and why did they not give her one. At one point at the in the interview, she said, "Well, I guess I better be getting an attorney." And they didn't respond to that. They asked, "Do you want to answer questions and talk to them?" And she said, "Yes." Boswell was crying, during the interview and said she thought giving Evelyn to Perry would have been okay. She said the last day she saw Evelyn and Perry did not want Boswell to stay. And I understand they kept asking why in the interview. Excuse me, why would you even give your daughter to somebody you barely know? And that's a good point. Hello, Penny Williams. Hello, Haley Mouse. Hello, June. Hello, Jesse. Thank you guys so much for joining. I rushed to be here and to be on time, and they're not even on time. Court has not even started yet. Dang it. Dang it. Yes, it's simple makeup today. It's a Monday. I hope everybody enjoyed watching the Super Bowl. I know a lot of people were upset with the results, but all I have to say to that is Eagles ran right over them. You know, somebody has to lose. That's always the way it is, and it's always heartbroken no matter who you are. But to get a butt whooping like that, at least they came back and got some points on the scoreboard during the second half. Y'all, I am drinking Shooter Shack coffee. Oh my gosh, it is so good. And let's hear a word from our sponsor. Hey, y'all, please help me welcome the Hitchman Homestead Coffee. They are fabulous. They have many different blends of freshly roasted, freshly ground coffee. They have a monthly club where you get 4 bags for $40 or a Keurig option. Also, they just came out with a half and half. Oh my gosh, I absolutely love it. So do me a favor. Go down to the link below at hitchmanhomestead.com. Order you some coffee and show them some love. Yes, please go show them some love. They're saying that the Black Hawk in the DC crash had its safety systems off, the investigators found. I really feel bad for the families of all involved. I get it. Those poor families had nothing to do with it, and they're getting a lot of hate right now. Excuse me. And once again, at the Super Bowl, the interpreters that they paid a lot of money for were on the screen in a window at the stadium. But during the actual broadcasting of the Super Bowl pre game activities were not broadcasted on the TV for the deaf people or hard of hearing people. So I was not a happy woman. I'm so tired of being left out of those activities because I'm not physically there. And I don't know, maybe I'll try and do something about it next year if I can. I just it's so frustrating. We feel very left out. So anyway, I hope you all had a good time yesterday and everybody stayed safe. We are waiting for the Megan Boswell trial to begin. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. We have a special guest that's going to be joining us on Tuesday night. This person is somebody I recently met, but he is an amazing man. He's walked through some very difficult times. Uh, my computer's not cooperating. This is from Addict to Athlete with Alan Dean Jr. He's going to be here. We're going to be talking about his experiences from being arrested and all the way through going into a jail, then transferring into prison. We're going to be talking about his experiences inside prison. And we're also going to be talking about his journey as he got out of prison. I will tell you that he is a born again Christian. So we will have some of the testimony that he will give as to how God has worked his life for good now, how he has made changes in his life and became a better person. But it is also going to be about life on the inside. And a lot of the stuff that he went through will parallel into the female prisons as well as the male prisons. I'm going to talk to him a little bit about Wade Wilson and the prison tattoos. I want to talk about that. And so it'll be an interesting evening. I hope all of you will join me. Oh, I'm not finding live court yet. They've not gone live. Let me see what they have to say. Okay, so they were told to be there and ready to go. Court was going to start at 8:30 in the morning, and it is now 8 or just 7:49 or 8:49 their time. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me and watching with me today. Nope, not what I want. It is a Monday morning. Needless to say, I'm wishing I had more sleep, but that is life. Okay. There we go. Sorry, I had to get my other screen up and going. Um, I was thinking about this poor little baby yesterday, and I think there's a special place in hell for people who kill children. Now, I know she's innocent until proven guilty, but in this case, I don't see much innocent until proven guilty. I'll be honest. I see nothing right now that shows me innocent until proven guilty. But the prosecutor, I mean, the defense attorney did say there was some evidence that's going to come out that's supposed to change things for them. We'll see. He kind of alluded to that being the aluminum foil. I think that they're going to try and change, they're going to try and put all this on Ethan to say he's schizophrenic, that he is the one that had lied to her and put a foil hat on her. Now, if I was in her shoes and knew that the father had a mental illness, I would set it up to where he looked guilty. I mean, it wouldn't be hard. She knows the man, so she could have put the hat on it. Oh, foil hat on the baby, and people go, "Why can't they lift fingerprints from foil?" Because the surface is too textured at that point, and you can never get it back to perfectly flat, even though it looks flat. It goes from a flat to textured to flat, so it's gonna distort the fingerprints. And hello, Jesse. Haley Mouse, thank you so very much. Da, da, da. We have not gotten to the ME. I think the ME will be towards the very end of the testimony. Be forewarned, there is gonna be graphic content, and if it is too much for you, and you may step away. I have no problem with that. You need to self-care, so please do so. Where is the state? Let me see if I can find that interview with the dad. How about that? Let me see if I can find the dad's interview. I mean, not the dad's interview, the interview with the lawyer. I just watched it. Yeah, I may have to pull it up on my phone and send it. And let me get it out because I watched it on the phone. Yeah, that's the one I want. Okay, let me get it. I wanted y'all to see it if we can. Mm.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel is live in Sullivan County where court is being held. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, court actually just wrapped up about 25 minutes ago for the day, but I'm standing by with Megan Boswell's defense attorney, Gene Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this afternoon. Well, first off, you fought hard to have the video that was played this morning, first off played and admitted as evidence. So what did you want the jury to see in that?
I just wanted to see the jury to understand the full context of Megan's interview with Agent Fraley and the fact that she had explained what happened to Evelyn and that there was more to it. And that kind of, for the first time, maybe put her side of the story out there to the jury.
So what are you trying to convince the jury of, that Evelyn's death was accidental or that Megan didn't do it?
Well, honestly, we don't know. I mean, when I say I don't know, obviously we think Megan didn't kill this child. Was the child rolled over in bed, or could something else happen medically? So those are issues that are still there before the jury. But obviously, I'm adamant that Megan did not kill the child.
There are a lot of questions about whether Megan will take the stand herself. What can we expect out of her?
That decision hasn't been made yet. We will make it closer to time.
And I know it's only day 2, but what can we expect tomorrow?
I think more witnesses like we saw this afternoon, just setting the stage for the state's case.
And what is your strategy, and what are you hoping to, again, convey to
Like
these
he's going to
jurors
share that?
Well, I think what I'm trying to convey to the jury is Megan's was a young girl. Her reactions, while they may seem unreasonable, were reactions that she had because she was a scared young mother, not because she killed her child.
Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client as we head into day 3?
I wish people would not rush to judgment about her. She loved that little girl, and we think that'll show through the course of the trial.
All right, Jean, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. And again, court will resume tomorrow morning, and we do expect to hear from the witness that was on the stand last today, as well as several others. Sarah, Casey.
And we will continue to live stream the Megan Boswell murder trial daily on our website, WJHL.com.
Well,
Trust.
The 4th day of Megan Boswell's murder trial got underway today in Sullivan County. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Casey Marlar. Boswell faces numerous charges in the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn.
I am looking for today's because she did give an interview. He did give an interview day 3. I think that's the one I'm looking for. Yeah, we
Was
do.
live in Sullivan County, where court is being held. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, court actually just wrapped up about 25 minutes ago for the day, but I'm standing by with Megan Boswell's defense attorney, Jean Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us this
Glad
afternoon.
to.
Well, first off, you fought hard to have the video that was played this morning, first off played and admitted as evidence. So what did you want the jury to see in that?
I just wanted to see the jury to understand the full context of Megan's interview with Agent Fraley and the fact that she had explained what happened to Evelyn and that there was more to it. And that kind of, for the first time, maybe put her side of the story out there to the jury.
So what are you trying to convince the jury of? That Evelyn's death was accidental or that Megan didn't do it?
Well, honestly, we don't know. I mean, when I say I don't know, obviously we think Megan didn't kill this child. Was the child
Convey to these jurors throughout this trial?
Did I just replay the same
I'm trying
thing?
to convey to the jury is Megan's
Yeah,
she
I did.
loved that
Sorry.
little girl.
Sorry, I replayed the same day. My apologies. This is another day. Thank you.
And was later found. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel has been in Blountville at the courthouse since the trial began.
Yeah, Terry, court actually just wrapped up a few moments ago, but I'm standing here with Megan Boswell's attorney, Jean Scott. Thank you so much for joining us again today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Well, first off, let's talk about the mistrial issue. Earlier, you made a motion for a mistrial. Do you think that there could be an issue with evidence that could come up again?
I think we sorted that out after we talked about the motion. My investigator and investigator for the DA's office went through the evidence in question. I think everything is sorted out at this point.
Now, earlier we heard from Ethan Perry. He took the stand today, who we now know is not Evelyn's father. Who is her dad?
I think that information is in the record and will come out, but I think I'd rather wait till it's said in open court.
And let's also talk about how everyone that testified today said Megan stopped bringing Evelyn around at one point and then she changed. What exactly happened there?
I suspect it's going to show that, in fact, she does stop bringing Evelyn around the time she passed away. And I think a lot of people expect you to react in a certain way when someone dies, and no one acts the same. There's not an appropriate way to grieve. People grieve in different ways. I think one of the most telling things today was when Stacy said that Megan seemed numb. She initially said she was emotionless, but then she later said she seemed numb.
And let's also talk about when you were cross-examining Randy Wood. That was another witness that came in today. You asked him if his son Hunter had mentioned that someone could read his mind or take his thoughts. And then you said something about tinfoil. Where were you going with that?
I was just exploring what his mental state was at the time that he was around Megan, and I'll bring that back around later in the trial.
And I know that we are in day
I
3, and
bet
it
you
appears
will.
that Megan is, conversing with you and active in this. Is that, kind of what your strategy is? Is she active with you in this defense?
She's taking an active role in her own defense. She's looking at evidence. She's making suggestions. So yeah, she's very active.
And, we also know that day 1, she was pretty emotional and things have kind of seemed to level out with the evidence there. But what are her emotions like right now?
I'm sure she's scared. I don't know how it would feel to have a child die and then to be blamed for it. So I can't say exactly what her emotions are.
And, I always, want to ask you, day 3, exactly, what do you want folks to know as we're, into today and after hearing the testimony that came out today?
I think what I want folks to know is this is a long process and the evidence is just finally starting to come out after 5 years. And I think people's opinions will change of Megan.
All right. Is there anything else you want folks to know about your client?
No.
All right, Jean, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And, court is actually going to resume.
Well, court is trying to resume. We do have the symbol, the proverbial seal on the wall, which means they are getting ready to go live, which is a good thing because we're ready. I got my coffee. I got my dirty glasses on. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Haley Mouse. Good morning, June. Go sunny day. Good morning. Good morning, Jesse. Thank you so much for joining us. Penny, all of y'all. I hope I didn't miss anybody. All of you who have not commented, thank you for joining. Please don't forget, if you like the live and you comment ILIKED, you will be in for the drawing at the end of the day to be entered for the $50 gift card for the end of the month. We've got only about 2.5 weeks before that happens. So get your name in the pot now. Get your name in the pot now. I find it interesting. I'm sitting here and the court clerk hair has been impeccable, but Saturday it wasn't so impeccable. But she, poor thing, she's always in camera view because of where she's sitting. This judge, like my friend Herbie, loves orange. His ties are orange. His MacBook is orange. Everything was he UT orange? What orange? What Tennessee orange? I can't see what the design on his tie is. Oh, he was orange. That girl needs a hair wash and a brushing. She looks dirty. Some lawyers are really big on appearances, some are not. Poor baby. I wonder what gets people to that point. I couldn't get baby Evelyn out of my head all weekend. That's what I hate about doing trials on a Saturday. Oh. How'd y'all like them football commercials? Y'all tell me which was your favorite commercial or least favorite commercial. What was your favorite football commercial? All right.
They bring the jury.
I think that's why they're standing. This lady right here in the blue where my mouse is. Oh, he is back on the stand. This lady right here, beautiful woman. But her hair has been impeccable. Oh, I wonder what that spray on her desk is. Is it cleaner for her screen or is it a can of whoop-ass? The sound is off on their end. I've got it on my end. So I don't know what's going on. Let me go to another feed just to be sure. Just to be sure.
Through
There we go.
the trash can and the contents of the trash can.
Yes, we did.
And did you also go through the trash bags and those contents?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And without telling me what it is, did you find items that were considered relevant?
Yes, we did.
Okay. What do you do? What does law enforcement do when they find items that they consider relevant to an investigation?
We go through them systematically. We photograph them, number them, identify them by name, place them into, depending on what the item is, some type of evidentiary container, whether it's a bag, box, something of that sort, seal it up, and then determine what are we going to do with that piece? Are we going to place it in evidence? Are we going to send it to the lab? What are we going to do next?
Okay. And was that done with items in this case?
Yes.
One second. And before we get into the actual evidence itself, was a determination made to send some of those items to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation lab for analysis?
Yes, we determined to send some things to the lab.
Okay. If I could have item number, 88. Gonna ask that you again put gloves on.
Put yourself between this and put on that side.
So somebody was told to put themselves between the and the
You ready?
jury.
I'm ready.
Okay, if you could just carefully open that item that's been passed to you.
Would you like me to take it out of the bag?
No, at this point, can you tell me what it is? Do you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize it.
What is it?
It is the trash can that was recovered at Muddy Creek.
Okay, and I'm asking you to speak a little bit closer into that microphone so we can catch it for the court reporter.
Want me to answer again?
Yeah, if you can answer again.
This is the trash can we found that night at Muddy Creek.
Okay, and is that the actual trash can that was found that night?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 196.
Any objections? No. Before exhibit 196.
Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. Agent Gratz, I'm gonna
That's fair.
let you now take it out and show the jury.
Oh my gosh. You see where they dusted it for fingerprints?
And if you can try to, while you're displaying that to the jury, continue to display it, but try to also speak into the microphone so we can hear. There appears to be black residue on that trash can. Can you tell the jury what that's from?
Thank you. Yes, this trash can has gone under what I would say a significant analysis at this point. This black residue is going to be from the lab in Nashville placing dust on it in order to identify.
I
any
know. I was
fingerprints.
just thinking the same thing,
Further,
y'all.
I can set it down.
How heartbreaking to know that
If you can
that
take a
was the
look
baby's
around the
coffin.
rim and see how it looks irregular, that's not the way it looked that night.
When you say irregular, you're talking about the notches that are cut out?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, and you can see, there's tool marks where the lid of the trash can has been removed.
Okay. And so that is not how it looked when you took it into evidence that night?
Correct.
Okay. Are you aware of who took that off?
Yes.
Who took that off?
David Hoover at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Lab in Nashville. He's a forensic scientist.
So we'll be hearing
Okay,
from
thank
him
you.
soon.
Okay, we're done with that exhibit, and I'm going to pass you.
The lid's down.
Pass to the next exhibit. Same thing, if you could just open it and see if you recognize it. Okay, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay, and what is it?
This was a piece of gum that was removed from the inside of the trash can that I just showed you.
Okay. And was that also taken into evidence?
Ew.
Yes, this was processed into evidence that night.
Okay, we asked that be made exhibit number 197,
DNA.
please.
197.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I please see exhibit number 18?
This morning is show and tell.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been admitted into evidence as exhibit 18. I'm going to try to zoom in for you.
I have a hard time
Okay.
showing this, guys, because the baby is actually in that bag.
Just zooming in.
But since the body is
Can you
not
show the
visible,
jury
I will show it.
what you were just referencing?
So for those of you who are new here, I will not show anything that shows the remains, physical remains of this child. However, there's no physical remains showing, but the child is in that black bag in that trash can as this photo was taken. Just forewarning.
For the exhibit we just entered.
This is the trash can that was inside the playhouse.
Okay.
And this is the piece of gum that we removed.
Okay.
Not very smart to leave gum behind. Yep.
Pass
Yeah.
you next.
I find it interesting the sheriff doesn't have his gloves on when he's handing it. Neither does the lawyer. They are only handling the remains of the bag. They're not handling the actual object. How much you want to bet this is a tin foil? He reminds me of somebody I used to know.
Okay, you have that one open?
Yes, I have it
Okay.
open.
And are you able to recognize what that is?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What is it?
This is a black trash bag that was
Oh.
recovered from the trash can that night.
Okay. And was that also taken into custody and sent to the TBI lab for analysis?
Yes, this was.
Okay. If we could ask that be made exhibit number 198, please. Can I have number 18 one more time? Sorry. Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor. You could just take it out and you may want to stand up and show it to the jury so everyone can see it.
While he does this, I want to thank everybody for joining us. I am a little quiet today because this is a important part of trial. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of commentating during this phase.
And can you explain to the jury why parts have been removed from the bag that you're holding? I believe you're holding up part of that.
Yes, I am. Again, similar to the trash can, this has gone or undergone significant forensic testing. You can see the powder of the residue that would have been done at the Nashville lab. There is insect debris that we found in or on this trash bag.
I'm going to open my door. I'll be right back.
And this is a cutout that was done at the Nashville lab.
Okay. And where was that trash bag found?
Inside of the trash can at Muddy Creek.
You can go ahead and try to put it back in, and then I'm going to show you the same exhibit number 18. Okay. Okay. Are you okay? Your Honor, the defense wants us to make, and we are not opposed to this, making the insect debris its own exhibit. 199, okay. So back to exhibit number, what's been previously marked as exhibit 18. Can you tell us, is that the black trash bag that you were just referencing?
Yes, that's correct. That's the bag.
Sorry, I don't think I'll do that again.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for that little break. Man, it was cold. I had to turn the heat on.
Okay, sorry. Do you have that open?
Yes, it's open.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a Dasani water bottle.
Okay. Where was that located?
It was with the trash that we located that night at Muddy Creek.
Okay. And did you also take that into evidence?
Yes.
And was that item sent to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation crime lab for analysis?
Yes, it was.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 200.
Sidebar.
Okay, why would that be a sidebar on a water bottle? Thank you guys for joining me. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. Good morning. Good happy
Okay, to
Monday
clarify,
morning.
where was that water bottle found?
I don't remember if this was found in the trash can or in the bags that were with the trash can.
Okay. Just 1 minute. All right, Your Honor, at this time, I think we're going to ask that be made exhibit 200 for ID only.
So because he could not identify exactly where that item was,
Okay.
it can't be brought in
If you could pass that
like
to
the
the
other
clerk,
stuff.
please.
It can't be shown to the jury.
1 minute.
For those who don't know and are new to this channel, I'm Maida Kay. I'm also deaf without my hearing aids. I have special ears on right now, and amazingly, I don't know why, but I heard them say they put a sheriff or a sheriff deputy between the jury and the prosecution table. I don't know why they did that, other than not the man that you see getting up and down and doing that's the head bailiff. But I think he put somebody because they've been very concerned about the camera getting shots of the jury box. Day one, a flash went off, and that judge went ballistic. He made it very clear if the flash goes off again, there would be 10 days in jail for contempt of court. That's pretty stiff.
Okay, you have that open?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to identify what it is?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what is it?
In this bag here, it has sheets of aluminum foil. It
Okay,
has some
There's the foil.
sheets that are by themselves, and there's a box where I had placed some sheets inside this box at a later time.
okay. And where was that aluminum foil recovered?
It was inside the trash can around the victim's head.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that, well, and was that taken into custody by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and was that sent to the TBI crime lab for analysis?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 201.
Yeah, the full exhibit, so now, there's a bag and box.
Mhm.
Are you separating them?
Agent Gratz, can you specify why the foil is in a bag and a box?
So there's the brown paper bag. It's inside this. There are sheets of foil.
In the bag?
Yes.
Is there anything else inside the box?
As far as I know, it's not been opened. I can open it up and look. Would you like me to do that now?
Yes.
Yes, there is something inside this box.
Okay, so that bag, let me clarify, that bag was not inside the box? The bag of aluminum foil? I passed you a box.
Yes,
Okay, you opened it. What was inside the box?
there are sheets of aluminum foil in here
Okay.
in addition to this box.
Oh, that's a separate box. I see.
Yes.
Okay. So for now, we just ask that the aluminum foil be made exhibit number 201 that was inside the bigger box. Oh, I'm sorry. The aluminum foil. That.
Yeah, the rustling that he's doing there, I'm not as flustered with. But on Saturday at the lawyers' tables, their mics were hot. And every click of a pen, every turn of a paper, every tap
Okay,
of a
before we
keyboard, you
get
could
to
hear it.
the small white box, could we have permission to publish exhibit number 201? Thank you. So you may need to stand. I'd just like the jury to see, for you to show them exhibit number 201, please.
Would you like me to unfold these pieces?
I would not.
Yes, please.
Oh my gosh, there's several pieces, y'all.
Agent Gratz, was it flat and folded like that when you removed the item from the victim?
No, if you can remember from the photographs,
Oh,
part
we
of
did not
this
see him.
was formed around Evelyn's head, and part of this was sort of still stretched out. At a later day, we pulled it all out to do the measurements and the photographs that you also saw on Saturday. And then I folded it back up for evidentiary processing purposes.
Okay.
For those of you who are just now joining and may not have been following us through the beginning, these foil pieces that
It would be
he
like
is
the record
pulling,
reflect, he's showing a second
was
piece of foil.
the head was wrapped in the foil, and apparently part of it was under the chin,
Mhm.
from what I understand.
Yes.
And unfortunately, for the baby, but the importance of the foil is the defense is trying
We'd
to
ask the record
tie.
reflect, he's showing a third piece of foil.
The defense is going to try and tie this foil into Ethan Perry, who was thought to be the father of the child, which is not the father of the child. No, Ethan's not. Is it Ethan or is it Hunter?
These are various
Which one of
pieces
them is in the psych?
case.
I guess it was Hunter. Who is it that's in the psych ward?
We'd ask the record
Anyway.
reflect, he's showing the jury smaller pieces of foil.
Hunter is in the psych ward, I think. Anyway, the reason why, yeah, Hunter, because people were accusing him of being the baby killer. He does have some schizophrenia.
You'll have to speak up for the microphone. Sorry.
He
This
does
is
have
another piece that's wadded up that has some material on it.
Material, what do you mean?
blood.
This
Body
is going to
fluid.
be a combination of human decomposition as well as trash that was in the trash can.
Okay, so Hunter's the one I believe that's in the hospital. One of the boys. It was not the Ethan. Ethan came and testified. He is recently out of the military, and he's the one that was accused of being the father, and the one that the defendant accused of having the baby after she had unalived the baby.
We'd ask the record to reflect
Created
he
a
was holding
nightmare
up
for
another
him in the military.
smaller
I
wadded
guarantee
up
that.
piece of foil.
Welcome, Don. But the gentleman in the psych ward whose father came and
This is
testified,
another small piece of foil.
the defense asked a question: did he know that his son used to put foil on his head to keep his thoughts from being read, or I don't know. They're trying to.
These are boxes that contain hair that was found on the floor.
So the defense's theory is going to be the person who, and they're going to make it more clear, the person who unalived the baby was psychotic and used to put foil on their head. So they're going to say that person unalived the baby and put foil on the baby's head to protect the baby. That is where I see them going. I could be wrong, but after the interviews and the things I've seen, I don't think I'm far off. In all honesty.
Agent Gratz, what you just showed the jury, you said that was taken from with the foil.
Yes.
Okay, and that was taken into evidence.
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 202.
That's the issue.
What is it?
You asking me?
Yes.
These are
Don't
Two.
show it to the jury yet, please.
evidentiary containers that have been sealed up. Each individually is labeled hair from full.
Okay.
Before exhibit 202, what's the letter? Will be collected.
Okay. If I could have exhibit 201 passed back to the clerk.
I think the biggest piece of evidence that the defense thinks it has is going to be this foil. If I was the attorney, I would go on, I'd be all over that foil.
Are you able to grab that white box?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask that you open it and see if you're, without showing it to the jury, and see if you can identify what is inside.
Yes, I can identify this.
Okay. What is it?
Is another piece of aluminum foil.
Okay. How many pieces of aluminum foil?
This is one piece.
Okay.
If I open it up, it may break apart.
Right.
Because it was sort of fragile or not a solid sheet by the
Okay.
way we recovered it.
Okay.
But it is one sheet.
Okay. And where was that recovered from?
This was around the head of the victim, Evelyn, inside of the trash can recovered at Muddy Creek.
Okay. And are there markings on that foil that were not performed by law enforcement?
There are markings on here that would have been done at the lab.
Okay. So that was sent to the TBI lab for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 203.
No objection.
No objection, because you want that evidence in.
The full exhibit 202.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
I hope it doesn't tear. Oh,
All right. Thank you.
this makes me sick, physically ill. I wish Canton would take note of how well they have these boxes taped and labeled and marked appropriately. And for those of those who don't know, Canton PD is for the Karen Reed trial, and they do not know how to collect evidence.
Have you, if you could open that next box that's been passed to you.
The people in the Canton PD literally used a red Solo cup to collect blood in, not Q-tips and the little vials. So yes, Canton PD needs to take note on how they store evidence, collect, sample, and store evidence.
Okay.
Okay, I have it open.
Okay. Are you able to identify that?
I'll have to look further inside this bag.
Okay.
Yes, I can
Okay.
identify this.
Okay. You said, yes, you can.
Yes,
Okay. What is it?
this is the outfit that the victim was wearing that night
Okay.
Oh,
when she was recovered.
Okay. And is there anything else other than the outfit?
Made one fold over and there's some insect debris inside the bag.
Okay.
meaning dried agates. Yeah, and a garbage bag. I mean, and a grocery store bag to collect
That
evidence
appears
in.
to be everything.
Okay. One moment.
Yeah, that was pretty pathetic evidence collecting, and they used a leaf blower to blow the snow off of the body, I guess,
May I approach the witness briefly?
off of the ground to find taillight pieces.
Is it in a plastic bag? Okay. May we approach?
And the red Solo cups came from another house that had the police chief lived in, and I'm like, a police chief is giving of another department is giving red Solo cups for them to collect evidence in. I was like floored. I was beyond floored. So the Karen Reed trial is marked to start April 1st. However, they're having evidentiary issues. The defense is saying that the new special prosecutor is dumping so much paper evidence on him that he cannot meet some of the date requests by the judge as far as evidentiary findings and ask for an extension. I'm starting to not have as much hope that the trial will actually start on April 1st. I think we're going to get an April Fool's, in my humble opinion. Sad but true. I don't know if y'all have noticed the judge obviously likes the Explorer with an orange rocket on it. Fuel tank on it, I'm sorry. This judge loves the color orange. We do have the cemetery trial that will be starting like at 11 o'clock, 11:30 my time. We will watch that at another time. We're going to go ahead and keep our focus on this trial. But during breaks, we'll go to the other trial. That way we can watch it on 1.5 speed or 1.25 speed and get through it quicker. Okay, I think they're whispering, and my live captioning is capturing it. Parts of it. They're talking about the blanket. The blanket should be coming up
I
soon.
don't remember what all I've asked you on that yet. Did you state where that was found?
Yes, this was found inside the trash can that night at Muddy Creek.
Okay, and did I ask you what it was?
I'm not sure at this
Okay,
point.
what is it?
This is like a fleece onesie.
Okay, and where was it found inside the trash can?
It was on the body of the victim.
Okay, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 204.
If you can't handle seeing that, please look away. But if there is red residue on it, I may or may not keep it on the screen. Sorry, I'm getting comfortable.
Well, I'm sorry, we're going to ask for permission to publish it. Be very careful. Try to leave it maybe on the butcher paper if you can.
Huh? It's a onesie. It's folded up. He's going to have to really finagle himself. Oh, yeah, they don't want anything to fall off of it. So he's opening it up on the ground so he can keep butcher paper underneath it. Oh, y'all, I don't know if y'all want to see.
Thank
All right,
you.
Bruce, warning. Graphic content warning.
Do you want me to fold it back up?
Yes, please. And try to maybe seal it back up into the box if you can, the best that you can after we fold it back up.
Oh. I don't think we'll be seeing any red solo cups. And What was the name of that? What was the name of the gas station that the bag it had on the bag from the Karen Reed trial? This is not a very easy platform behind that box. I'm surprised the lawyers are letting her look this disheveled. They could at least brush her
Okay.
hair and put it in a ponytail.
Are you able to identify what is in that box?
There are several bags. Would you like me to go individually through each bag and open them?
Yes.
1 minute. Do you see the bag that may contain a blanket?
Yes.
Okay. Could you look at that bag, please?
Oh, by the way, I found the screaming goat.
I'm going to go ahead and
Yes, open it and see if you can identify what it is.
Not very loud, is it? There we go. I got to put new batteries in it. It's losing its locked its ear.
I have it partially open and I can identify it.
Okay. What is it?
It is a fleece blanket.
Okay. Any other descriptive things that you can reference about that blanket? What does it look like?
So it's gray and white and has a like a running pattern through it.
Okay. And do you know where that was located?
Yes, this was inside the trash can.
Okay. And where was it located inside the trash can?
It was around the victim.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 205.
Objection. Full exhibit 205.
Am I taking this out or putting it back in?
Just one minute. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, if you could just show that to the jury, again, with the same thoughts to try to be as careful as you can.
I'm at loss for words. My hearing aids can't handle that. I'm going to mute during that part. That is just too much. I'm at loss for words. I don't know how anyone can have their, even if she didn't unalive the baby, the way the baby was disposed of like trash is just beyond me. I mean, I'm, oh,
Take about 15. One stand, please.
the judge is really interesting when he wants to take a break. It is hot. It is on. That break is happening. I kid you not. And he takes frequent breaks. So I'm going over to see if I can find. Well, he's talking, but no one's. Oh, The baby chicks are getting huge. Y'all look, the baby chicks are growing up. Look at it. It's getting big. Is there one? There used to be two. I only see one in the picture. It's getting its breakfast. For those of you who don't know, I watch this live cam every once in a while on the baby eagle. We're on the proverbial wall, so I put it over here, and we have the little baby eagle eating. It's getting to be so big. It's gonna start getting its other feathers here soon. But I am looking for the Cimatili. I keep wanting to call her Cimatili. Cimatili trial. We're gonna go to this testimony here.
To early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Yes.
Okay, so that photograph would have been taken, you said you babysat her last of November to early December.
Yes.
So this would have been taken around that time.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. And does Evelyn to you appear healthy here?
Pardon?
Was she healthy?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was she walking?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the last day that you babysat Evelyn?
Pretty much.
Okay. Do you remember what time Megan picked Evelyn up that day?
It was late that night, say maybe 10:30.
Okay. And you may not recall, but do you recall the date?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
For those just joining, the courtroom is in a break for about 10-15 minutes. We are reviewing some of the testimony from the other day.
Did Megan indicate that she needed you to babysit again after that day?
No, she said that she wouldn't need me no more.
Okay. And did she tell you that when she picked Evelyn up, or did she tell you that later?
She told me later.
Okay. So when she picked her up, did you think you were going to be babysitting again?
Yes.
Okay. When did you learn you wouldn't be?
Maybe a couple days later, she got to where she wasn't bringing her.
She just wasn't bringing her?
No.
Okay.
Good morning, Steve Morales. Good morning. Good morning, Dawn. Hello,
During the
everybody.
days that you watched Evelyn, did you have any concerns?
Yes.
Okay. What concerns did you have?
She had a terrible diaper rash.
Okay. When you
That's
say
terrible.
terrible, can you describe it, please?
It was just really like sore looking, had marks through it, maybe scratches. It was just really bad looking.
Okay. Have you kept other children Evelyn's age before?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you feel like you've got pretty good experience
Yes.
with babies and toddlers?
Yes.
Okay. Did that seem more than the average diaper rash?
Yes.
And how?
It was just, I'd never seen a diaper rash look that bad.
Okay.
I have.
Did you tell anyone about this?
Yes, I called Casey Kite.
Okay.
Or Casey Schultz.
Okay. And you won't be able to tell us what Casey said, but what made you tell Casey in particular?
She worked in a doctor's office.
Okay. Okay. For the days that you babysat Evelyn, was she clean and when Megan would drop her off?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us what Evelyn was like when she would be dropped off by Megan?
She was dirty. She smelled like urine. I would give her a bath and clean her up.
Okay. And was that every time that you babysat was like
Yes.
that? Okay. What about her clothing? Was her clothing clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay. What about her face? Was her face clean?
No, it was dirty.
Okay.
I think she struggled as a mom. I think that, as with a lot of young parents who are 17, 18, the there's a point to where after the baby's born, um, the fun wears off and reality sets in. Instead of playing mom, you now realize you are mom. And I think that it became much harder and harder for her to care for the baby. Emotionally, she wanted to be out running around with Hunter. I think that she got to the point where she just said, "I'm done with this." Now, I have to say, I have my daughter, who's now getting ready to turn 21. When she was very young, and I took her to a Mother's Day Out type program. I want to say young. She was probably about the same age as this little one. Had the worst diaper rashes. Oh my gosh, she used to walk around. When she'd at home, I'd take the diaper off and let her walk around without the diaper on because it was so bad. And I had her in the doctor's like every other day, trying different ointments, trying all this. And he finally said, take her off of all fruit, no fruit whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. And instantly it began to get better over the weekend. So I took her in on a Thursday. Friday, I kept her home with me. By Sunday morning, I could see a big difference. So Monday, when I took her into the Mommy's Day Out program, um, my husband and I told them no fruit. The doctor wrote a note in any way, shape, or form. Well, latter part of that week, her diaper rash got worse than it ever been before. And it looked like blisters. You know how you get a sunburn so bad that you get the blisters? And I took her into the ER. It got so bad. And so the next thing I knew, I get a Child Protective Services, and the daycare / Mother's Day Out had called CPS on me because the diaper rash was so bad. And I was floored. I was so mad. And, but looking back, I understood why. But when they did the investigation, they discovered that I didn't know it, but that morning, Tuesday morning when I dropped off my baby, a CPS worker was there. And as soon as I left, they did a diaper change and could see the condition of my daughter. But they noticed that while they were getting ready to change the diaper, they handed her a fruit roll up. And so they were giving her fruit roll ups, and they got in trouble, not me. And we removed her from the program, and she got better, never had a problem. She can eat fruit now, but some fruit, like strawberries, are really tough on her system. But she outgrew most of it. But so the thing though is we don't know if this is from an intolerance. Wasn't really an allergy; it's an intolerance that caused this because it changes the acidity of the urine. And so we'll see what comes up when they bring in all the other medical stuff. But she did know that there was a problem and she did not do anything about it. We do know that. So we'll see what happens with the courts, with the medical examiner and the medical witnesses that come forward. But I would say it was probably urine, but I'm just going to say I always keep into account that there may have been a intolerance that nobody had caught on to yet. If I hadn't been in my shoes, I wouldn't be thinking this way, but we're going to leave a little leeway there. Not much. Well, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I'm just saying,
Pass the document to you.
when my daughter urinated, that smell was so strong, it was so pungent.
Take a moment to look at it, see if you recognize it.
I mean, she'd pee and you
Yes.
can,
Okay,
you
what
can
is it?
smell the diaper as soon as she
Text
started
between
peeing.
me
It
and
was
Megan.
so
And what's the date
pungent.
of that?
December the 21st.
2019?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the conversation between you and Megan on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 90.
Closer. Full exhibit 90.
Okay.
My logic
Original
agrees with
published
you,
on-
Haley Mouse. I just always keep a
Before I
little
put
bit
this
of that
up, do you
percentage just in
remember
case.
discussing with Megan about payment
Yes.
for babysitting? Had Megan paid you prior to this date?
No.
Okay. Why not? Did she say why she wasn't paying you?
She was supposed to be in a custody battle with, I guess, the baby's daddy.
Okay. Did she eventually pay you?
Yes, she
And
did.
how did she pay you?
She put it in a mailbox and sped out.
Okay. You said sped out?
Yeah, sped her tars.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you this conversation.
So she didn't want to hand it to you directly. She put it in the mailbox and left. Okay.
Yes.
It's okay. Okay. So it wasn't me. That's okay.
By the way,
Okay.
y'all need to know these are recreated texts. This is not a screenshot. This is something that they recreated to make it easy for everyone to follow. So when you see these texts, this is a recreation of the text feed that they had, but without all of the other stuff. So just FYI, this is a recreation of the conversation.
Can you see that okay? A little bit bigger. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So we've got the date of December 21st, 2019, and you're saying to her, I don't know why you don't want to pay me. I could sure use the money. I'm broke out of gas. Please pay me. I hope I didn't do something to make you mad. And what does Megan say to you?
She said, I'm sorry. My baby's daddy is taking me to court. I guess that's supposed to be a lot of problems lately. I'm on my way. I'll put it in your mailbox.
And then what does she say after that?
Sorry, I've been crying, or I would have stopped and talked. I'm sorry. It took me so long. It just been a process, and he has temporary custody of her. I've not gotten to see her in days.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So please answer any questions that the defense might have for you, okay?
The other babysitter, I believe, she's had 3 boyfriends, 3 men. The baby daddy, Hunter, and one other person. That other person's mother babysat the baby, I think, if I'm not wrong.
Good morning. My name's Gene Scott. How are you? How well did you know Megan?
Not well at all.
Okay. Did you ever interact with her when she was at your sister's home and part
And
of
that
foster care?
is the
So how
sister
many
to
times
that
did you meet her?
Maybe 3.
ex-boyfriend's mother, and that
the
ex-boyfriend's
picture you
mother
said was the last time you kept Evelyn.
Yes.
When
made
was that?
baby clothes and the blanket for the baby.
I realize you may not have the exact
that
date,
she
but
was
you know the month.
December, I think.
Okay.
the clothes and the blanket. Well, the clothes And then the blanket that was blue with the animals on it are the two items that that woman had given for the first birthday of that precious baby that she ended up passing away in. That tore that woman up, tore her up.
Fair to say it was after
We do have some motion going on in the courtroom, so this will stop in a minute.
Thanksgiving.
Yes.
And you remember the day of the week it was?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And there was some talk, testimony you said, Megan, later after that had told you that she wouldn't need you anymore. Is that right?
Yes.
You know, was that a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks?
I'm saying maybe 2 weeks.
Was it up around the time she paid you?
Yes.
She ultimately paid you, I think, for that babysitting in December.
Yes.
So around the 22nd, maybe. Does that ring a bell?
I'm thinking it was maybe the last week.
But post Christmas.
First week of December.
That's when you said that. Okay.
Oh, that's what I'm supposed to. Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
I'm not trying to confuse you, but your testimony was that you last watched her sometime in December.
Yes.
Okay. And then we've seen your text messages here. I think they were. Can I withdraw the last exhibit, please?
I'm still here.
December the 21st is when you texted her asking her about the money.
Okay.
So would it have been after that she told you she wouldn't need you any further?
It could have been.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, can we have just a moment?
Yes.
All right, so this is a very helpful witness for the prosecution, as we've seen, because she witnessed what seems to be neglect of baby Evelyn, right? But the defense trying to get anything out of her that they could, right? Talking about December babysitting. That's good for them, because the longer they can show that baby Evelyn was alive, the longer they can inch into the state's timeline of events. And this may be challenging for the state to pinpoint when exactly Evelyn was killed. Let's talk about it. I want to bring back in our legal analyst guest, attorney Matt Roberts. Matt, how tough is that when you have an incident that may not have been witnessed by anybody, and so you're speaking with all of these people close to the suspect to try to get an idea of when the homicide occurred?
Well, it certainly can be tricky. And obviously, as you've noted here, the uphill battle for the prosecution is establishing that this was not just simply a neglect situation. I mean, there are charges here that relate obviously to neglect and some abuse that may almost be conceded by the defense to some extent here. But obviously the goal here is to avoid conviction for the top count, for a first-degree murder count. So what the prosecution is trying to do is to use that evidence of the neglect surrounding the time that the child dies as a way to prove that this was an intentional act. It's tricky because the evidence really does cut both ways. There's an easy argument to be made for the defense here that yes, she was young, she didn't know what she was doing, she was just needed help here, and people couldn't help her, and she got frustrated, and that this was not an intentional act. So very tricky case for the prosecution to prove here. But again, you deal the card, you play with the cards you're dealt here, and that's what the prosecution has. So that's what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Right, Matt. Tell me, are you at all surprised that this case went to trial and wasn't worked out with a plea agreement?
A little bit. It'd be interesting to see exactly what the discussions were here. If the prosecution was absolutely focused completely on nothing other than a first-degree murder conviction, then obviously there's really no negotiation to be had. It'd be a surprise if they didn't offer some type of theory of second degree under a willful neglect type situation, or creating a dangerous situation, or even a manslaughter combined with some of those other charges here. So again, I'd be curious to see what the negotiations were, but I would think the prosecution at some point at least broached the idea of a plea in this case.
Right, Matt. I know we would love to know. We talk about it often, as we should, because that's a reality in courtrooms all across the country, as you know. As we're talking about this case at trial, lawyers are in the hallways negotiating plea agreements. And so here you have to wonder what was offered. And sometimes we do find out, depending on the circumstances. We'll find out later after a verdict whether there was a deal on the table. Tell me, what do you think would be a fair offer? If you were the prosecutor on this case, what might be fair in order to resolve this with justice for Evelyn, also fairness to the defendant, and help for the victims, all the people who love the baby, who now are being put through the trauma of reliving all the details as testifying witnesses?
I certainly would look at a second-degree murder here. Again, proving that this was
I agree.
intentional and they're even arguing premeditation here is going to be awfully tough. I don't see anything necessarily in some of the neglect of the child here. She's still making efforts to have babysitters and things like that. So you can't say that she was just completely ignoring the child as if the child did not exist and wanted the child gone. So something along the lines of a between a manslaughter and a second degree, probably with obviously a prison sentence here and some of those other charges I would think would address those things. But again, we have to wait and see what all the evidence is. Maybe there's additional evidence that the prosecution has that will sort of tip the scales and prove that this was an intentional act. But that would probably be my thought given these circumstances.
Yeah, I love the point you're making. Attorney Matt Roberts, thank you kindly for that.
Okay, we are back over at the look of the court. No, I'm sorry. My picture. My bad. Sorry, y'all. Oh, here are the baby eagles again. Now this is another nest. They're a little older. Aww. Look at yes, we do sometimes. I know for those of you who are new, sometimes we do go over and watch the eagles. I love the fact that they have these cameras on these nests. There are two different nests. This is a second nest that I watch, but these are a little bit older. They're sitting there waiting for their food to arrive. It's like, Mommy, feed us, we're hungry. The evidence up to now make it seem like she was well cared for until she was taken. This shows she wasn't, and making it more likely she was responsible, not the new boyfriend. Yeah, the new boyfriend, I really feel bad for him because he did have emotional, mental illness, and he is now in a mental hospital because everybody called him a baby unaliver, and that is really horrible for him, especially if he didn't do it. What the babysitter said about the state of where Evelyn lines up with the state of the yeah. The trailer was horrible. It was. But his father came and testified that he was not in any way, shape, or form capable of testifying in this case. And the defense asked him, well, did you know your son liked to make foil helmets to keep the voices away? Hence why the foil became such an important part of this case, because the defense is going to spin it that the boyfriend, the psychotic boyfriend, who's now mentally unstable enough to be hospitalized because he unalived the baby, is what they're going to claim. But at any point, even if that was true, why didn't she call for help? Why did she went along with it? I don't know for sure who actually did the act of unaliving, whether it was boyfriend or her. We're going to get more testimony. But I will say it doesn't matter. She's ultimately responsible. I mean, it does matter in the sense of if the boyfriend did do the physical act of unaliving, he needs to pay for that. But she herself is also responsible. So I don't see how they're going to get out of this with that theory. Now, whether or not she'll testify, the lawyer says he doesn't know yet. That's up in the air. Depends, I guess, on how the evidence plays out. I think for her, it would be one of the worst things she can do right now, because all of the video that we've watched so far of her interviews, she has lied and changed the story so much. I don't think there's anything the jury can hang on their hat on that would help her by her testifying. I think that if she gets up there and admits, yeah, I lied about all this, well, that condemns her. If she gets up there and said, I'm not lying, I didn't do this, well, guess what? That condemns her. Oh, look at the eagle sitting there nearby. Beautiful eagle. Isn't that gorgeous? What a beautiful bird. By the way, it is illegal even for most natives to own any bird of prey feathers, especially eagles. In order to own one, you must have, number one, inherited it with documentation, or you must get it from the government. They have a program where you can, if you're native, request the remains from a sanctuary of one that's died of natural causes, and they will validate that you are a card-carrying native and that you are of a recognized tribe and that you will be using it for religious and ceremonial purposes. So, if you have feathers of hawks, um, buzzards, eagles, that is illegal. You're not allowed to have them, and do come with a very hefty couple $1,000 fine per feather. Yeah. Not I knew somebody who had a lot of, hawk feathers and, have fought the courts and eagle feathers and fought the courts and won, but it cost him about $12,000 to do so, even though he is a full-blooded reservation, Native American. Um, but even hawk feathers, do not pick up feathers when you're walking, hiking, whatever, if you do not know what bird they come from, because if you are wearing it in your cowboy hat in public and you just so happen to be around a police officer or game warden that knows what that feather bird it came from, i.e., hawk or eagle, you will be in trouble. I guarantee it. Guarantee it. It is interesting. All birds of prey, their feathers are protective. And the reason why is because they can't guarantee where these feathers came from. They can't guarantee how you obtained said feathers. I'm just letting you know that court is still on the proverbial seal on the wall, um, because they cannot sit there and um, prove you can't prove you didn't unalive the bird to obtain the feathers yourself. That is why. And so it's just a blanket rule across the entire nation. All states are kitty litter. Oh, yeah. Well, just your raven, not your ravens, your little blue birds, red birds, whatever, all your little birds. Those feathers are not illegal to have, but any bird of prey, those are illegal to have. For those of you who don't know, I am Irish, hence the white skin, but Cherokee Creek, more Cree than Cherokee. I just put them in that order. I do native regalia and beadwork, and you will see me sewing at some point today, I'm sure. I got a big project I'm trying to get done. Okay, we're going to go back to the seal. I've seen some heads passing underneath it, which to me indicates that they are getting ready to start the court back up again. And I hear sound. The eagle is pruning itself. And that's when a lot of times they lose some of their feathers. They prune and get rid of feathers that are coming off. We do have where I live a nest of a mated pair. Good morning, Toxic. How are you, beloved? I was just going to go over and ask how you were over in Discord. Speaking of Discord, for those of you who do not know, as the Gavel Drops in Discord is a partner of ours. That's where we get all of our legal documents from. You too can get your legal copies of legal documents and read and enjoy them as at your leisure. You go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops, register, and then you must verify your account. Once verification is done, you may read to your heart's content. If you do lives and you want to use these documents, you are free to do so. However, you must give credit where credit is due. Other than that, y'all just go over there and enjoy As the Gavel Drops. We adore them so much. Owls are considered bird of prey too. I'm miserable. Oh, yeah, I would too. For those of you who don't know, I don't know exactly what kind of surgery you had, something about feet, but Toxic had a procedure and she's not feeling that great. Give her a bunch of hugs and loving. Um, Coming out of anesthesia takes me about 3 days. I hate coming out. I'm a puke bucket. There you go for your court documents. Join as a gavel drops at Discord. There's the link. Be sure to verify your account when you join, or you will not be able to search for the trial you're interested in. Yes, there is also a link there that you can. I don't have it with me now, but I'm sure a mod can find it real quick where you can buy them a cup of coffee. Basically, it's buy a doc. You can donate money to help pay for these documents. A lot of these documents do have to have are paid for by the mods or by Discord themselves. So please consider buying them a cup of coffee to so help them support us, because I got to be honest, a lot of the stuff we would not have if it was not for As the Gavel Drops. I want to say thank you guys so much for not being too how do I put it? For handling the losers of the Super Bowl well. No. I watched the Super Bowl. I will tell you, yesterday was a very difficult day for me, but I did watch the Super Bowl, and it was not the outcome I expected, but it was a good game. It was almost a slaughter, but thank God they got some points on the board. I always hate it when that happens. There it is. Y'all go over there and click on it. Give them some love and give them some support. They are amazing. Any trial that you're following right now, they have court documents for. We are still waiting for them to return. Here's that beautiful eagle view again. Amazes me to watch them, especially when they were really young and they were the babies were super super young and they were all over them. Now they're getting older, they're getting ready to get their feathers. Excuse my yawn. It's that time of morning. As those who know me, I can stay up all night. I can literally stay up all night and be unalive and not be yawning. But I go to bed and have to get up at the crack of dawn. I yawn for the first couple of hours. It's so hard. Oh my gosh, more than a dozen migrants caught trying to illegally cross into Canada in below freezing zero temperatures. Wow, it is cold up there. We've had another little snap of cold here. It was in the I don't know what it was this morning. I think it was in the 40s this morning. For us, that's getting nippy. Yeah, no, it was in the 30s. Right now it's 42, feels like 35. The high today is going to be 40, 50 degrees at 1 a.m. So high today is 49. But at 1 a.m. it's going to be 50 degrees, but it's going to be thunderstorms. So today and tomorrow we're going to have a high of 70, 69, 70. In Central Texas is where I'm from. How's the weather for where you guys are? I know we have another cold front that's come down. Also in that horrible air crash with the commercial airliner and the military helicopter, they have discovered that unfortunately and sadly, the military helicopter did not have its safety warnings turned on Thus, they did not hear the warnings that they were coming too close to another aircraft. So there was some issues with the warning. Sad to say. Very sad to say. NorCal has freezing warnings. Wow. Oh, looky. Is there 3 of them in this? Oh, that's one right there sleeping. Looks like there's part of a fish laying there. Could be a limb. Could be part of a fish. Look how clean that nest is. You know, someone said bird nests are really dirty. Look how clean that is. Those babies will be flying before we know it. They don't. Uh-oh, we lost signal. Uh-oh. See, we lost signal. Something's going on. The other day they lost signal in another trial. So my apologies. I'm sure they'll be up and running in just a minute. Sorry. Oh, sunny day. Your phone says it's 45 right now. Oh, good. So, mods, are there new documents for the Karen Reed trial? I'm seeing some people doing some lives with new motions and new documents. I would love to see them. I'm in the process of trying to find them. Oh, this is another. Oh, this is the other nest that I watched. Oh, she's got a piece of fish there. She's trying to feed the babies. I can't hear them, but I feel it on my eardrums. It is always amazing to me how gentle these big bird of prey are and how delicate they can be when at the same time they can be so vicious. You know, they're very. One bird is sleeping happily and the other bird is screaming like crazy. Oh, that one's a little piglet. Oh, you're awake. Mama's feeding. Oh, I guess, are you gonna go get you some? Ah, there you go. Okay, Toxic, please take care of yourself, love. Our hearts and prayers go out to you for speedy recovery. Oh, what? Do you hear that, Sensei? My dog can hear that pitch through my ears because my ears are so loud. Oh, baby bee, get up there. It's okay, Sensei, I know. Well, you gotta get up there, darling. I'm like, "Mama, feed the other one." Just to let y'all know, we are still waiting for this to go. But, oh, we were speaking about feathers. How many of y'all been to a powwow? If you go to a powwow, don't ever touch anybody's regalia because you never know if those are real or fake feathers. We have a lot of good fakes, but they've learned how to take white feathers and stain them and dye them and paint them to make them look like real eagle's feathers or any other bird of prey. There's some artists out there that are freaking amazing at that. All right, we're coming back into court. I'm going to leave these little babies and let them eat.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. A few more questions. Prior to the time that Evelyn's body was recovered by law enforcement, had Tommy Boswell's property been searched?
Yes, there had been law enforcement on the property.
Okay. Was the playhouse searched prior to Evelyn's body being found?
No.
And can you tell us why?
We never had any reason to believe that would come into play. And I was aware that other law enforcement officers had been at the scene.
Okay. Anything that led you, and now I'm asking about the investigation in full, before and after Evelyn's body was found. Anything that led you to believe that her body had been moved to Tommy's property after the defendant had been moved to Tommy's property after law enforcement had already been there?
Oh, no.
Okay. 1 minute. Anything that led law enforcement to believe that Tommy Boswell was somehow involved in Evelyn's body being placed in that playhouse?
Objection. Cause for speculation.
I can
Cause
ask it in
for
a different way.
speculation.
Okay. Based upon your full investigation, did anything pursuant to your investigation lead you to believe that Tommy Boswell was involved?
No.
Did anything in your investigation lead you to believe that Tommy Boswell knew that Evelyn's body was in that playhouse?
No.
Okay. Ethan Perry. Did he fully cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes, Mr. Perry cooperated.
Was Ethan Perry fully investigated?
Yes, he was.
Was Ethan Perry eliminated as a suspect in this case?
Yes, Mr. Perry was eliminated.
Was law enforcement able to determine that the story Megan Boswell told law enforcement about Ethan having Evelyn was a lie? That's a lot of words. I mean,
All mods, please go over to Discord, live communication. We're good. Just have a question for you.
Objection sustained in part, overruled in part.
I'm going to try to ask this in a different, less wordy way. Do you recall the story that the defendant gave you about Ethan Perry?
Yes, I recall that.
What did she tell you about Ethan Perry initially?
The defendant told us that Ethan Perry had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And again, when you're looking at your investigation as a whole from beginning until the end, were you able to determine whether or not what the defendant told you about Ethan was the truth?
Yes, we were able to determine whether that was true.
Okay. And what was your determination?
It was not true.
Okay. The defendant's boyfriend at the time, Hunter Wood, did he cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. Was Hunter Wood investigated?
Yes, he was investigated.
Was Hunter Wood eliminated as a suspect?
Yes, he was.
Anything at all that led you to believe that Hunter Wood was involved in Evelyn's death and or disappearance?
No.
Angela Boswell, the defendant's mom, and her boyfriend, Will McLeod, did they both cooperate with law enforcement?
Yes, both Angela Boswell and William McLeod cooperated.
Were they both investigated?
Yes, they were both investigated.
Were they eliminated as suspects?
Yes, both of them were eliminated.
Do you recall what Megan Boswell told you about Angela or Angel, her mom, at the beginning of the investigation?
At the very beginning, or?
What did she tell you about her mom?
Well, after a few days into the investigation, the defendant told us that Angela had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And based upon the entire investigation, were you able to determine whether or not that was the truth or not?
We were able to determine whether that was true. Yes.
Okay. And what was your determination?
That was not true.
Is there any individual that the investigation continued to point at?
There was one individual.
Okay. Who was that?
It was the defendant.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Morning, Mr. Gratz. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing fine. How are you?
Good.
Thank you.
I'm going to start kind of where Miss Massengill left off. Okay. She asked you if they're about clearing certain suspects.
Correct.
And she used words and asking you about Hunter Wood, if there's anything at all about him that caused you all to disbelieve him as not being a suspect. In other words, y'all conclusively concluded he's not a suspect.
We did after we investigated him.
Okay. As part of that investigation, I'm sure, did you collect his DNA?
No, I did not.
Matter of fact, he refused his DNA to law enforcement, didn't he?
I think at some point he did.
Okay. His DNA cannot be compared with any of the DNA where the body was found.
That would be a question better answered by the lab personnel. As
you were the case agent. You know if it was.
I'm sorry.
You were the case agent.
Yes, I was.
As the case agent, you're basically in charge of the case. You give directives about what to do and so forth.
Maybe not quite that far, but I am the lead investigator for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And do you know if his DNA was processed against anything? If you know.
No.
You don't know, or it wasn't?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was not.
Okay. Did you obtain fingerprints from him?
I'm almost certain I collected his standard of fingerprints. Yes.
Okay. And you say you're almost certain. Do you know for sure or not?
I think I collected them from the booking at the jail when someone's booked into jail.
Okay, so
their fingerprint.
He'd been arrested for something before, is what you're saying?
Yes.
At the time of the investigation, were you aware that Mr. Wood was schizophrenic?
No.
Did you look into that at any point? during this investigation, his mental health?
At a much later date.
And did you all investigate any connection between people with schizophrenia and people that tinfoil hats?
My feet getting cold, y'all. I want to take this moment to thank everybody for joining us on Ada K. Thank you so much for being here with us today. This is day 6, I believe, of this trial, and it is, to me, just now getting really interesting. Hold on. Yay, we got the defendant Karen Reed motion to production of release on January 29th. Thank you so much, Haley Mouse. You're amazing. I will read this in the next break. There's also another document that I saw, I don't know where it is, concerning the amount of evidence that has been dropped into the defense's lap and their ability to make the deadline. This is fabulous. Thank you so very much. My mods, you rock. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for this.
Mr. Gratz, we were talking about Hunter Wood.
Yes.
And you indicated that sometime later you become aware that he was schizophrenic.
I knew he was having some mental health issues. I'm not sure that I knew the actual diagnosis, but I am aware of issues.
Did you investigate
something from Toxic
his
too.
health issues in relation to this case? And for instance, what I'm asking is, the first time I asked you about schizophrenia, you seemed to indicate that you knew that.
I knew he had some type of mental health issues. Yes.
Did you investigate, give consideration to the possibility that the tinfoil could be related on the baby, could have been placed there by someone with mental health issues?
We did a significant investigation into the tinfoil. Yes. And it underwent what I would call significant forensic analysis to determine whether there is any type of DNA or fingerprints on that on the tinfoil.
Okay, but short of forensic analysis, did you all investigate?
Thank you, Toxic.
Is there something that might make someone place tinfoil on a child? Like, for instance, people with schizophrenia are known to wear tinfoil hats.
Oh, where's the objection?
I think we covered it.
Sidebar.
We are going to sidebar on that one. Oh my gosh, y'all. Yeah, that's I'm not surprised by this. Hello, Kale. Hello, love. I am not surprised in any way, shape, or form of them hopping up on this situation with the hat. After we watched the interview with the defense attorney and they were questioned by the news media about that, he did said he was going to try and tie it in. But I think what's happening is that the way it's being tied in is not being received very kindly. For those of you who don't know me, welcome to this channel. I am Ada K. I am a deaf court commentator, I guess. I grew up hearing, but the last 20 years I've lost my hearing. I am fully deaf without hearing aids or very special amplified ears and devices. And thus, every once in a while, you'll see an interpreter on when we have a deaf person watching. Also, if my interpreter can't be here, you will, while I get my mic screwed back on, you will see me scoot back and start interpreting. So don't be put off by that. Also, I am a college student. I am getting my degrees in criminal justice. I'm kind of looking at law school, or if I don't go to law school, I want to go all the way up to a PhD. So that's a little bit about me. I've got a lot of little different facets and interesting things that I like to do. But we are a very young channel. So any support you can give, we greatly appreciate that. We've been doing this officially since I think we were monetized in latter part of June, first part of August. So it's awesome. I've been so blessed by this. I fell into this accidentally. Does teach you how to think, that's for sure. Yeah, law school would be hard. I don't know how much of living I can do if I'm in law school. I'm not afraid of hard. What I'm afraid of is at my age being able to keep up. Hard's fine. Hard and fast may not be.
Agent Gratz, did you investigate?
But it's where I can be more
any connection
productive
between
in what I
mental
want to
health
do the rest of my
and
what's
whoever placed
left of my
tinfoil
life.
on this child?
I'm not aware of any theories of like mental health issues is concerned with tinfoil. So nothing specific like that was ever
Yes, this is
investigated.
the Emily D.
Does that
Baker
answer
Law
your
Lawyer
question?
Lip Gloss.
To your knowledge, did anyone in your prosecution team do that?
As far as mental health issues and tinfoil hats,
Yes.
not that I'm aware of.
Yeah.
So going back to Hunter Woods, you said he declined to give you his DNA.
Not me. I don't remember ever having many face-to-face interactions with Mr. Wood, and I don't recall that it was me that asked for
But
it.
he did decline to give it to law enforcement.
I believe so at some point.
So that wouldn't be 100% cooperative with the investigation, would it?
I guess it depends on how you look at it. I think that could be answered as a yes or no.
And for those of you who are new, this is my setup. Hi. So when you see me doing this, you know why.
Let's go back to the investigation at the Boswell property.
Okay.
And as a case agent, I assume you're aware of what searches were conducted when and the results thereof.
Generally speaking, there are a lot of moving parts, and in an investigation this large with this many agencies involved, I did my best to really maintain a clear chain of information and make sure everything that was happening was being documented on paper, memorialized in some type of form, and brought back to me or to someone who would later bring it to me to put it in a file.
And Tommy Boswell's property was searched on February 23rd. Is that correct?
With that specific date, I would have to go back and look.
Do you have something that would refresh your memories to that? Do you have notes?
In the case file, yes.
Is that something you could easily access?
Relatively, it might take a moment to look through.
Judge, I'd ask to refresh his memory with his notes.
You want me to?
Can he step down to get those?
Can you give me that date one more time, please?
February 23rd.
Thank you.
I guess he's not on the microphone, but I would ask for any other date it was searched.
How many buttons do I have? Well, it's like, all right, if the button does more than one thing, it's counted twice. Oh my gosh, I wouldn't begin to know. I've got 2 keypads, plus I've got the switcher, I got the Stream Deck, I got the Rodecaster. I don't know. How many does RA have? Does anybody know? I probably got close to hit. Well, Now that he's added additional switcher, I probably got 80% of what he has. I don't know how many buttons I have. I don't have the energy to count them. Plus count how many different uses they have. I'd count the button. I wouldn't count the different uses. It gets a little much. Then I'm probably about 800. Does that, well, that doesn't even include my iPad. I've got an iPad, iPhone, another iPad. I got the computer. I mean, computer, iPhone, iPad, monitor. I'm getting ready to get a TV on the wall. Then I have the Stream Deck here, right there. I have the switcher, which is this row here. I have the regular keypad back here, right in here. I have the Stream Deck, which the computer and Stream Deck are going to switch in a little bit. I didn't have the energy this weekend to get it all done. These things, blue lights here, are just enough to give me some ambient light on the back so I can see what's going on that way. So, yeah. And, of course, the mic and the camera. And then I have a fan about that big that I have going most of the time. Okay, back to me. I have a little candle burning. I have to be honest, yesterday was a very tough day. For those of you who don't know, go back and watch. I did a live on the dark side of the Super Bowl.
If you had a chance to
and
refresh your memory,
kind of my
Yes, yes, I
testimony.
did.
was a search conducted of
So
Tommy
I didn't
Boswell's
sleep well,
property
so I
on
kind of got a
February
headache.
23rd.
Yes, it appeared that after looking at my notes that Mr. Boswell Sr. had given written consent and permission for law enforcement to search his property.
And you recall who searched the property?
Yes, that there were a team, or was a team there. There were members of the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office present, as well as at least one member, or I suppose two, of the Union County Sheriff's Office. And that would be Union County, Tennessee.
And a cadaver dog searched the property that day and provided no hits. Is that correct?
That, according to the report.
Would the report would be correct to the best of your knowledge?
I would have to defer to the officer that conducted that to those that were present.
Is your report, Ms. Gratz, IR 115, author is David Gratz.
Mhm.
You agree with me about that?
Yes, correct.
So you would have recorded the information you were provided by the team, whether or not the dog hit, correct?
My report essentially reflects that there was another report issued. So the other report was issued by the Union County Sheriff's Office.
On February 21st was a search done of the Boswell Trailer Park on, I believe it's Sugar Hollow Road.
Yes, I believe a team had gone out there.
And were cadaver dogs taken that day?
I know they were taken at some point. The specific day, I'm just not sure.
You don't remember?
No, I don't. I do know they were taken out there.
Would your report from that day refresh your memory?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Gratz, that report indicates that property was searched on February 21st. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
It also, does it indicate that 3 cadaver dogs were taken around the trailer of Megan Boswell?
And that's the property at
Sugar Hollow.
Sugar Hollow Road.
Sugar Hollow.
Yes.
And does it also indicate that there are no final responses from the cadaver dog search?
It does.
I want to go back to Hunter Wood's fingerprints that you obtained from the jail.
Okay.
Did you obtain palm prints or just fingerprints?
All of it. Should be finger, palm, side.
It would be the standard prints they take, which I think are what we would refer to as major case prints.
Yep.
Could you explain that?
Hello, it's print.
Sure. It's a
Oh
small,
my gosh, we've hit 90
standardized,
live viewers at one
document
time. This
that
is a
has
record for
box
us.
for
Thank you
each
guys
finger
for
of
viewing
each
this with us.
hand.
We greatly
Now, I think
appreciate
at the
you.
bottom, there is an area for some larger, like a box area for larger parts of the hand to be fingerprinted. And they are filled out, depending on the department, either in ink or electronically.
And do you know one way or the other if Hunter Wood's palm print was taken?
I would have to look at his major case or his prints to determine that.
Are you also aware there was a palm print on that trash can where Evelyn was found?
I would have to defer to forensic scientist David Hoover for that.
You're unaware of that?
Good for you.
I know there was prints found on the can. I am aware of that. To say palm print versus fingerprint, I'm not sure.
Okay.
That's out of my wheelhouse.
Can I approach the court reporter, please?
Y'all, our goal is to get to 3,000 subscriptions by the end of the month. Please subscribe. We would greatly appreciate it. If you sub, that gives you entries into the end of the month $50 gift card. It is, I say Starbucks, but it can be to any place you like. I do have a gift card to get to somebody, but I need to verify where they want to go.
Scratch, I want to show you what's been previously.
We are
marked
204
Exhibit 17.
away from 3,000. Come on, y'all. We can do this.
Flip. There you go.
Oh, that's
You recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Oh, hate that
As I
photo.
understand it, you were the photographer on scene.
Yes, that is correct.
So did you take this photo?
Yes.
Is that where the trash can was when you all entered the building?
Yes.
I see in the top of that trash can, it looks like there's a white trash bag and a black trash bag. Can you see that?
Yes.
The black trash bag, was it fully removed in there? Did you fully remove it from the can in there?
Oh, we removed everything.
Inside of the building? Inside or outside?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, I think we've seen pictures here that show stuff being removed from the trash can outside. What was removed from the trash can inside of the building?
The best I can remember, like, there were the part of those bags would have been moved back, which is when we initially saw that skin. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes. So part of that would have been disturbed, moved, however you want to characterize it. And when we saw what.
Hello, Gabby. Hello. Guys, let's see if we can get to 100 viewers.
That black trash bag, was it at some point taken out of the can inside of the building?
Was it taken out of that can while it was inside the playhouse? I want to say we removed all of that after we had set the trash can out on the porch.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 15. A black trash bag appears to have been moved.
Yes, we moved those bags.
Okay, is it your testimony that you could see around the trash bag in that condition to see the body?
When you're standing above it, you could see part of the body. Yes.
So that bag, it wasn't taken out and placed back, is what I'm asking. Was it taken out and placed back in the can?
Was it like totally removed from the trash can and then pushed back in there?
Or set back in there like that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Is it possible?
Yeah, sure.
What about the other bag, specifically the bag containing the body? Is it possible that it was moved somewhat in the can by your all's investigation?
Not until we were really out there processing that. As you could tell from their photographs, when it was first removed, it still really had that shape of the can.
Did it move at all?
I'm sorry.
The bag with the body, did it move at all in the can while you were going through it and moving it?
We were systematically pulling things out of there. So, at some point the bag certainly moved.
Okay. The bag with the baby.
Yes.
You went through some photographs with various items in the trash can here. I think Saturday we were going through it.
Yes.
Do you recall the contents? Let's ask you this way. There were no leaves in the trash can, were there?
Leaves?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
None at all?
No.
Just so you know, we have 9 watching on YouTube and 81 watching on X. Thank you guys so much for joining me. We greatly appreciate it. If you want to be in our drawing, hop on over to the YouTube, like, and then comment, I liked. In our comments, even if you are on X, go over to YouTube, hit the like button, comment, I liked. You can go back to the X if you want, but that will get you in for the $50 gift card drawing at the end of the month. I have to tell you, I feel bad for this man. He's been on this stand
Going back
Saturday.
to the fingerprints of Hunter Woods, you said you obtained those from a jail.
I'm fairly certain that I went to the booking area and obtained his prints. Yes.
Was that here from the Sullivan County Jail?
Yes.
And you know which arrest that was from?
I do not.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
This bailiff, man, he's the head bailiff. He keeps getting up and down, up and down. He ain't gonna need to go get
Interviews of
exercise.
What we call lay witnesses, do you think were conducted during this investigation?
More than I could sit here and count. I mean, there were a lot of people were interviewed. Several witnesses were interviewed multiple times.
Okay. More than 20?
Yes.
Okay. More than 30?
Probably.
Okay. And at the same time, you're conducting an investigation with law enforcement, is that right? law enforcement is conducting a full investigation.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And I think I asked you this on Saturday. Do you feel like you followed every credible lead that you could?
We followed everything that came in.
Out of every person that was interviewed, did any say that they ever saw Hunter Wood with Evelyn Boswell?
No, it is not.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sidebar.
For those of you who don't know, I recently started streaming some of these court hearings over on X. Thank you guys on X for joining me today. Welcome to my world. Welcome to this court series on baby Evelyn.
Objection sustained.
This is a real candle. Yeah, I'm doing a cozy thing today. I woke up with a headache this morning, hence why the big light isn't on. That's a real candle back there.
He is. We would ask that you stay under.
I have a bunch of battery operated candles that flicker too. I don't have them out. Thank you, Mary Golden, for following me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And it looks like sorry, I've got a lot of things up in the air on my monitors.
Matthew Price.
Solemnly swear from testimony about the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
Next witness.
You are Detective Matt Price, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And where are you employed?
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your position there at the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm Lieutenant over Criminal Investigations Division.
All right. How long have you been in that position?
I've been lieutenant for about 3 years, 3.5 years.
How long have you been in the Criminal Investigations Division?
Since 2009.
All right. And how long have you been in the Sheriff's Department?
May will be 23 years.
Lieutenant Price, were you working in the Criminal Investigations Division back on February the 18th of 2020?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And what was your assignment there?
I was sergeant in CID at that time.
Hayden Evans,
Were you
thank
called out
you.
at that
Evan,
time to
thanks for
assist in the
following me
investigation into a
on
missing
X.
child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
You guys,
If you would,
between
tell the jury a
X
little bit
and
about what
YouTube, we
your
are at 98
role
viewers.
was.
Thank you so very much.
Most of my time was spent in the office conducting interviews. Most of that time being with Agent David Gratz with the TBI, and myself interviewed Megan Boswell multiple times.
All right. I'm going to kind of walk you through things, maybe starting a little bit at the end and walking back forward. But on March the 6th, did you all eventually locate Evelyn's body and go to the property there where Tommy Boswell's out on Muddy Creek?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And in conjunction with, we've heard testimony about the body being recovered, was there also additional evidence that was recovered from there?
Haley Evans, thank you
Yes, there was.
for following me.
What was that?
There was multiple trash bags that was also located inside the playhouse. Those items were collected, and we went through those. We brought them to our headquarters at the sheriff's office and processed those here.
Okay. Did you take photographs of the process as you went through the items that were in those trash
Yes, I did.
bags? Okay.
I know. I wonder who gave me that sidebar. I have somebody who's really good at making those. I need them to make me some more. It's really going to come in handy with the Karen Reed trial because of the accent. We've reached 101 viewers between YouTube and X. Right now we got 11 on YouTube and the rest are on X. Thank you so much for joining. We greatly appreciate you. If you're over on X and you want to participate in the giveaway that's on YouTube, come on over to my YouTube live and hit the like button. When you do that, comment ILIKED in the comments and you'll be entered. You can still go back over to X and continue watching. In the comment in X is going to be the
Yes, I
link
do.
to the YouTube channel. That way y'all can be in
Items
as a
from
part of the
those
drawing.
trash bags
Please
that were
come on
recovered,
over. All
from
you
Muddy
have to
Creek
do is
in the
hit
playhouse.
the like button,
Are those photos of
subscribe,
some
you
of
get
the
entries.
items in the trash?
It is
that
a
you took tonight?
90,
Yes,
it's
that's
a
correct.
$50 gift card.
Judge,
That's the Starbucks, but it can be anywhere you want.
Are they true and accurate photographs?
Yes, they are.
We moved to make those. I think we're up to 206. Yes.
Any objections? Full exhibits, 206.
Ada, I don't know how to get the link there, but that's what it looks like on my end on X. Ada K juror, alternate jurors. That was before I knew there was an alternate juror on YouTube, so I can't change it, but it's okay. I'm all good. I'm all good.
Permission to publish that.
Everybody on YouTube, thank you so much for joining. Yeah, it's okay, Tash. Sorry.
Enterprise, I'm going to show you what's been introduced as Exhibit 206. If you would tell the jury what we're looking at here.
So it's one of the white trash bags that we've located inside the playhouse. Inside that white trash bag was another paper trash bag. And inside that was multiple items of trash, including
A cell
baby
phone.
bottles and
It looks like a cell phone.
baby
Whoa.
food containers. Just
Y'all look, there is a blue cell phone case. I wonder if that's a real cell phone.
Okay. And this is a photo taken before, I guess you had inventoried or removed any of those items.
correct. This was just as soon as we'd opened the bag.
Let me know if it is too low in the
Now, I'm gonna
volume.
show you
I
Exhibit
can
207.
increase it a little bit
And again, if you would tell the
because he's soft
tell the jury
spoken.
what we're looking at there.
It's another white trash bag that we removed from the playhouse, dollhouse on Muddy Creek. And again, inside of it was numerous other items of trash.
Now
Pull
show
up
you
a cup. I
Exhibit
liked my
208.
post. Thank you so much. Appreciate you and X.
Yes, that was an egg carton that was found in one of those trash bags with the expiration date.
I guess that's
Go
going to be
back
gnarly.
Real quick and show you 207 again.
Oh,
Is that the egg carton that we're
It
seeing
is.
there?
Yes,
October
it is.
6th of 19. Whoa.
Again, to 208. Is there an expiration or best buy date on that egg carton there?
Yes, October the 6th, 19.
Oh, that must have been real ripe.
Now I'm going to show you Exhibit
I like the
209.
name, June. I like
looking at
it.
there?
I'll have
Trash-
to watch your
Again, trash
podcast.
bag with trash inside of it, including a most prominent thing is a milk container.
Ugh.
And again, does that milk container have an expiration date on it?
It does.
I don't know if you can see it or not. I'll zoom in on it.
Oh,
The sell by date, sorry.
October 20th.
that's gnarly.
And I'm now showing you Exhibit 210.
Oh. My daughter's birthday's in June.
Out there.
There's a receipt, Northeast State Bookstore with Megan Boswell's information on it.
All right. And that was removed from the
Trash can, yes, sir.
Thank you.
This cold front's got me a little bit achy today. Not too happy about this cold front, to be honest with you. I'm not too happy about the cold front.
If we could hand Lieutenant, before we do that, Lieutenant Price, you indicated that you all went through the process of inventorying the items that were found in those trash bags we just showed the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you remove several items that you thought perhaps had potential evidentiary value?
Yes, we did.
Okay, what were some of those items?
Bottles, baby bottles, water bottles, like drinking water bottles. There was also a tissue that had some kind of reddish brown stain on it. There was a pair of latex gloves that were removed.
Okay. And did you all package those separately? And
yes, we did, and
put them in evidence bags so they could be sent to the TBI lab.
That's correct.
All right. Now, if we could hand Lieutenant Price what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 200.
You can put your gloves on, dude. We got to get the gloves on. Glove up time. Oh, I figured.
Yes,
Haley Mouse.
It's a Dasani
Thank
water
you.
bottle.
All right. And is that the Dasani water bottle that you recovered from the trash bags that were taken from the playhouse?
That's correct.
All right. And again, you've mentioned that it was packaged in one of your evidence bags to be sent to the lab.
Right. Yes.
All right. Judge, it's previously been moved as identification only. We would move to make it a full exhibit at this time.
Full exhibit, 200.
All right. And ask to publish it to the jury if we could.
Go ahead.
Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you another bag and ask if you can identify what has just been handed to you.
Oh.
Yes, I can.
All right. And what is it, sir?
It's a great value water bottle.
All right. And was that object removed
Walmart.
from the trash bags that
Walmart.
toward that evening?
Yes, it was.
All right. Again, was it secured in a separate evidence bag to be sent to the TBI crime lab?
Correct.
Judge, we move to make that full exhibit 211.
Objection. No, sir. Full exhibit, 200.
Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you another evidence bag and ask you if you can recognize what's been handed to you.
Yes.
And what is it?
It is another water bottle, a Misty Mountain water
All
bottle.
right. And again, that water bottle was recovered from those trash bags that you inventoried.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just so we're clear, these were the 2 trash bags that were separate from the trash can, correct?
That's right.
None
Yes,
of these items that you testified to were found with the victim's body.
correct.
All right, they were in the trash bags, I believe. I'll pull a photo up here in a minute, but they were separate.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 212.
Any objection? No, sir. Full exhibit 212.
Permission to publish that, Judge?
Yes.
If I could, I'm going to pass you another piece of evidence. Ask you if you can identify that.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Great Value or Food Club water bottle.
All right. And was that water bottle also recovered from those trash bags?
Yes, it was.
All right. And it was secured separately in an evidence bag to be sent to the lab?
Yes.
Judge, we can make that exhibit 213.
Any objection? No, sir. Full exhibit 213.
Ask that it be published to the jury. Lieutenant Price, I'm going to hand you another evidence bag and ask you if you can identify what's contained in that.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a white tissue with some kind of stain on it.
All right. And was that tissue recovered from inside the trash bags that you were inventorying that night?
Yes, it was.
And was it packaged in a separate evidence container bag to be sent to the TBI lab?
Correct.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit 214.
Any objection? No, sir. Full exhibit 214.
Ask permission to publish that to the jury.
Growth.
I'm going to hand you another item and ask if you can identify what's contained there.
I bet that bailiff's like, okay, I'm tired of playing the upsy and downsy. He's getting his exercise today.
Yes.
What is it?
It is a baby bottle.
All right. And was that baby bottle found in the trash bags that you inventoried?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
There's also the lab has. There's some of the liquid that was in the bottle. Looks like the lab has put it in a separate container.
Is that actually in a separate?
In a separate like plastic container. like a test tube kind of thing.
Okay. Can we make that the exhibit 216? Perhaps maybe,
Baby bottle would be 215. The container with the rest of it would be 215.
So now they're going to separate the two items for classifications for trial. When trial is over, they will put it back together as the original classification of evidence.
Need to mark
the
this,
baby bottle.
mark it first, or
Is it marked? 215.
it's not.
Okay. Okay. First.
There's another bag in there from the lab. It doesn't appear to have anything at all in it. It's just a clear plastic bag.
You want to inspect it?
Let's That's exhibit 216. Right. You said there's another bag in there.
Yes, and I believe this was the.
Where's the other bag?
Right here.
Okay. Okay. Lieutenant Price, I may have you identify there's a separate plastic bag that's in there.
Correct.
Does it appear to have TBI agents and evidence tape on it?
It does, yes.
Okay. It does. Not trying not to lead you, but does that appear to be the original bag where the bottle was processed at the lab?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I think we'll just leave that in the bag with it. If you would publish exhibit 215 at this point. Lieutenant Price is going to hand you another item and ask you people about that. You recognize them?
Yes.
What is it?
Blue latex glove.
Okay. And were those collected from the contents of the trash bags that you inventory?
Yes, they were.
And were they secured in a separate evidence bag to be sent to the TBI lab?
That is correct.
Judge, we move to make those exhibit 217.
No, sir. Before exhibit 217.
Judge, we'd ask permission to publish those to the jury.
They've been cut up.
Probably obvious to the jury at this point in time, but are those gloves all one piece or have they been broken apart?
Broken apart.
Okay. You all did not break them apart.
No, sir.
All right.
They were like that.
That's the condition they were in. when you
Correct.
collected them. I'm going to hand you another item and ask if you can identify that.
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a cold and cough nighttime medicine bottle.
And was that bottle collected from the trash bags that you all inventoried that evening?
Yes, it was.
And was it secured in a separate evidence bag to be sent to the TBI lab?
Yes.
Judge, we move to make that exhibit number 218. All right. Lieutenant Price, I want to go back now. You mentioned that your, I guess, primary role, primary duties that you had during this investigation was speaking with Megan Boswell along with Agent Gratz. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you talk with Ms. Boswell or interview her on multiple occasions during the course of this investigation?
Yes, I did.
Now, I know you did not do the initial first interviews with Ms. Boswell. Is that correct?
Correct. I did not.
Okay. Were you present or did you speak with the detectives and other individuals who had spoken with her initially?
Yes.
Okay. So you were aware of the initial information that she gave to them about the child being with Ethan Perry?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, on February 20th of 2020, did Ms. Boswell show back up at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Was that something that you all had planned or had you requested her to come to the Sheriff's Office?
No, we had not. She just showed up in the lobby and wanted to talk.
Okay. Did you ask her why she was there at the Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And what did she say?
She said she wanted to try to help us.
All right. And as a result of that, did you all, again, and when I say you all, I'm talking about you and Agent Gratz, did you all then interview her again on February the 20th?
We did.
Okay. And where did that interview take place?
At the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, just outside our CID. We have 2 interview rooms, and one of those interview rooms is where we talked to her.
Okay. And is that interview room fitted with audio and video recording equipment?
Yes, it is.
And was that particular interview recorded?
Yes, it was.
All right. And I know you said that the interview room is in the Sheriff's Office. That's here in Bluntville and Sullivan County.
Correct.
All right. Did you have an opportunity to watch the video of that interview prior to coming to court here today?
Yes, I did.
And was that what you watched, a true and accurate copy of your interview with Ms. Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I'm going to move to make that Exhibit 219.
Any objection? No. Be full exhibit 219.
Judge, I'm going to ask to show that to the jury.
All right.
Alrighty then. There are some things that the camera person cannot show, and that's why they're going over to that.
Are we ready, Judge?
I am.
Oh, interview.
The time's a little bit different now. So before we ask you any questions, you must understand your constitutional rights. You have the right to remain silent if you're not answering questions. If you do answer any questions, your answer can be used as evidence against you in court. You have the right to consult a lawyer before you have a question. If you cannot afford a lawyer, it won't be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now, no lawyer is present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions anytime until you talk to a lawyer. I have read or have read the manual constitutional rights. Understand what my rights are.
That color
Answer questions.
kills my head.
Good with that? You want to talk to us, right? I mean, you called us this morning. This over with. Tell you what, just sign your name right there again. How about that? Right next to your name. Your initial, however you want to. I'm going to sign next to Ms. Darby's. I have Matt be a witness. Okay.
She's just signed her rights away to an attorney for that conversation. She can revoke those rights at any time. She can revoke that at any time.
158. Okay.
So I'm on the computer. I said that it's my phone.
I wish you would have.
You and me both.
Oh, so what's been going on since last night? I talked to you when I know at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Okay.
Where'd you go?
To that place.
We transported her, right? Sullivan County. Okay.
Okay, I talked to Dad this morning, and he was going on that, like, sometimes my mom says words I don't understand what they mean. They're in another language. Yeah, Dad knew what I was talking about apparently. But he was going on that she was like, whenever, he told her the night before he called you all, and he was going to, and she was going on, oh, she's going to jail, like she can't be around here anymore, she'll have to leave and not come back and stuff like that.
Your mom told your dad that?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I don't know, but that's, a big thing.
Well, let me ask you this.
And then yesterday in the car, she tried to start towards like Mendota, Virginia, and I was like, hey, like, if you're not taking me out there, that's fine. Like, pull over, like, I'll call myself and come get me.
What's in Mendota, Virginia?
I don't know.
Mendota? How do you say it?
Yeah. Is that how you say that?
That's right. Mendota, you mean D-O-T-A, Virginia? That was a question for me. Yeah. So, does she know people out there?
Not that I know of.
Do you know people out there?
No.
So then what is that idiot?
Just that when she dropped Elijah off, that she was like freaking out and like crying, like she was never gonna see him again and stuff like that.
And this was
The 18th.
okay.
They met at Eagles.
Eagles in Colorado.
Mm-hmm. Dad thought that she was gonna like take off with him. This is what he told me. He thought that she was gonna take off with him. So he said that DCS was doing like a home visit. He hadn't had him by 12. Was a home visit.
For Elijah and
Charlotte, yeah. There was never a home visit, he just said that to give Washington.
So you think it does play in your mom against the system? Or like DCS, all that, trying to keep custody of it? Just that been difficult with your mom over those 2 kids?
Well, I mean, yeah, but, you know, she was.
Let's face it. I mean, I talked to you a lot, right? And you've had a pretty hard life. Would you agree with that, growing up? I mean, would you consider your relationship with your family, specifically your father, Tommy, and your mom, growing up, was it good?
No.
Not good?
No.
I don't think it's been good, from what I know about it. And I hate that for you. You know, it's hard to grow up in an environment like that. I know. Because, I mean, you were in foster care, right? What was the deal there?
Sure.
They put you in foster care for currency because you couldn't.
I ended up missing a lot of school until I got literally dehydrated point that I could not walk when I was pregnant with Evelyn because I just couldn't keep anything down at all.
And they put you in foster care. But did you have a strained relationship with your mother growing up? I mean, was it difficult?
I mean, I was more with my grandparents and then.
So your grandparents raised you?
Yeah.
Mama didn't care much about you, or Mama was strung out on dope?
So.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can't imagine having to live in a home with my mom, don't know where I'm at half the time, or how she can't function because she's so screwed up all the time. You know, jacked up on meth, or she on meth, is that her drug choice?
Her and my dad used to do both.
Cocaine?
Yeah.
I mean, that's tough for a kid growing up in an environment like that. I get it.
So I guess since I got older, me and Mom talk every day. We'll take spouts where we don't talk for a little bit, but since me and her started really talking again, I talk to her every day.
Except for yesterday.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
What's the deal there?
Yesterday she dropped me off and she was like, well, you didn't get to talk to these people, I don't want to be involved in it, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, okay, that's fine, I'm thinking up there. I was like, you just pull over and I'll have them get
She doesn't want to be involved in it.
That's what she said.
Why would she say that?
I mean,
why would she be involved in it in the first place? Explain that to me.
I really don't know. If I did, I would tell you. And I asked Dad if he talked to her at first. He's like, well, I'm not telling you if I have or haven't. He's like, why do you want to know? And I was like, we're trying to find her. He's like, well, no, I haven't.
Yeah, we're trying to find her. I mean, like I told you last night, we've got, I'd say there's 80 people right now, probably more than that, across the state of Tennessee that are doing nothing but look for this job. Nothing. That's it. Okay? There's probably 50 of them up here right now. And like I told you before, last night, you know, there's got to be more. I mean, you're not a dumbass. I know this.
Yeah.
And I'm not a dumbass. And I've been 100% honest with you. So, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not, like I told you, yell, scream, jump up and down, beat the table. But there's got to be more to this story.
Well, Mom used to tell me that she was talking to Ethan about it.
When?
Whenever her and I first started talking again, so it was kind of like a little bit after January.
Your mother told you that she was talking to Ethan about Evelyn.
She did.
And how is she doing that?
On the phone. She never specified.
Okay. Do you think she was calling him, talking to him like we are, or texting him Facebook message for?
She said on the phone.
Okay.
I don't know if that means text.
You assume it to be phone calls?
Yeah. But that's just my assumption.
All right. Could be other ways.
She doesn't have a Facebook, but we'll have a Facebook.
Well, what changed?
What do you mean what changed?
I mean, what changed? Something has changed in the past 24 to 48 hours, maybe just a little bit more, with you and your mother. Something has changed.
She just kept getting mad at me and said she was like,
Well,
she was like, don't involve me in it.
And you told me that and told me that. I know. You told me that 100 times.
Well, that's all she told me.
There's got to be more.
That's all she
There's got to be more. Your mom that you just told me 10 minutes ago that you had this great relationship
she told
with.
Dad that she was going to jail.
I'm talking about what she told you. And you had this great relationship. Just come air out. Me and Mom, we got back together since I grew up. We got a good relationship and this and that. And you talking every day. And then you ever not told you ever not something
I had tried to
happened.
talk to her.
Something happened.
I had tried.
Something happened. Something happened between the two of you all.
She got mad and I made her drop me back up here. When she dropped me down in the animal shelter.
There's more. The conversation that happened. There's more.
Well, she just kept trying to go to Virginia, and I was like, why are we going up there? And she was like, we just need to go. And I was like, no, like, I can't do that. Like, I need to be up there. And she's like, we're going to Virginia. And I was like, no, we can't do that. And then just kind of went like back and forth. And she was like, well, we have to go up there. And she was like, I have to drop my wheel off somewhere.
It doesn't have to go through that. It doesn't have to do with going to Virginia. It has to do with why you're here and why we're trying to talk to her and Evelyn and the whole deal. That's what the conversation was about. There's no doubt in my mind. Y'all had a conversation.
She kept asking me what I told you all, or what you have told me that she said. I kept saying nothing. She was like, okay, keep it that way. And she was like,
So wait. Slow down. Your mom told you to not talk to us, and if we ask you anything, not to tell her anything?
Yeah, not
okay, why? Why?
I don't know, but she didn't want you to know
why.
about her. She didn't want you to know anything where she was or anything like that.
Why not?
If I knew, I would tell you.
Well, you got an idea.
Well, I really didn't think of it until Dad told me today.
Oh, you got an idea.
Maybe Ethan gave Evelyn.
Wait a minute. Listen. You know, maybe Ethan gave Evelyn to her. What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, she's kind of just taking off.
When do you think Ethan gave Evelyn to Angel?
Maybe before he left her back.
Let's
Me and my mom weren't really like on a talking day-to-day basis at that point, though.
Well, let's just assume for a minute that's true. Okay. Let's say Ethan has Evelyn on the 26th. We'll say the 27th. He says, Angel, here, I've got Evelyn, you come get her. Okay. Why didn't Angel, why didn't your mom tell you, hey, I've got Evelyn?
I don't know.
Did your mom tell you she has Evelyn?
No. I even asked her and she was kind of get mad at me.
When did you ask her? You told me yesterday that
she dropped me off up here. You know that.
I do.
Well, I asked her if she had her. I said, do you know where she is?
And what did she tell you?
She wouldn't answer me. She just kept going on. You don't need to go up there. You don't need to talk to them. You don't need to tell them anything.
Have you talked to anyone today that could help besides your mom?
No.
We know you've talked to Tommy, your dad.
Yeah.
Who else you talked to?
I don't know not to.
Did you talk to her? When did you talk to her?
A little bit before I came up here.
What did you talk about?
Well, he was going on about Facebook and apparently it's my fault and said that they were going to kill me and give out a chicken shack.
Dad's coming. Dad's been blowing me up. Dad cares about the baby. Listen, hear what you said just a minute ago. Maybe Ethan gave Evelyn to Angel. What you just said.
Maybe.
No. It's not how you, that's what you said, but it's how you said it. Okay?
I don't know for
Listen to
sure.
me. Listen.
I'm going to be honest with you, okay?
Let me talk.
Okay.
I've been doing this a long time. I've talked to a lot of people. They're sitting right there in the same position you are. I know when you're not being 100% honest. Just like I knew yesterday when I told you that you didn't run out of gas and walk down the road. Mom dropped you off. I knew that. I know you told me one thing, but I knew something else.
Okay, I'm going to be honest with you, okay? I don't know for sure, but I just my gut feeling at this one.
What if we reworded that statement a little bit?
Okay.
What if we reworded it to say, maybe Maggie gave Evelyn to Angel?
I did not. Me and Mom weren't talking at that point.
Well, at any point.
No. The only time that she's ever kept Evelyn is one time she kept her overnight for me because me and I were into it and she was at her parents'. I didn't really have anywhere to stay, so I slept in my car that night. But Evelyn was inside the house, and then she kept her for me for maybe like a couple hours a few times.
What if there was a time where you couldn't get in touch with Ethan and you needed a break?
No.
Maybe you went to your mom, said, here's Evelyn,
No.
and you trusted your mom.
No.
and she never brought Evelyn back. It's not possible.
Not possible.
Let's go back to Hunter. What did you and Hunter talk about? Facebook?
Yeah, he said that.
What about Facebook?
People were talking about him and that somebody called the chicken shack and threatened to kill me and him.
Okay. How'd that make you feel?
Well, I mean, he was just like, I'm upset and this and that. And then I was like, okay, I can get my stuff at some point. And he was like, yeah, we'll talk about it later.
Okay. Did you ask him where Evelyn was?
No.
Did you call anybody today to try to find Evelyn?
I tried to call my mom on every number that I have for her and she's not answering.
Okay.
I have 3 numbers for her.
Of all the people in the world, of all the things you could be doing to find Evelyn, you keep calling your mom. Why?
Because I think she knows something. I don't know for sure. I'm not going to lie to you. Because don't be like, you're not being 100% honest with me. I am.
It's the first time I've heard that. I've talked to you now for coming up on 5 hours. First time I've heard that. Maybe.
So I'm going to be in trouble for not saying that before.
Look, we are concerned about Evelyn. We want Evelyn.
What did I tell you last night? We will go to the end of the freaking earth and back. Like he told you, they've got 2 damn planes they'll put in the air.
But I have no idea where she's at. I've called her maybe like 100 times.
Maybe you don't, okay. Maybe you don't know where she's at right now.
I might have an idea though.
Okay, tell us. Tell us the idea.
She used to stay on Jenkins Hollow Road in Elizabeth.
All right, you told me that last night.
Okay.
What makes you think she's there right now?
These are the only places I know that she would go to.
The 3 we talked about last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then her and Willie used to camp a lot. I don't know where she got like exactly her like trespassing and assault charge in like Scott County, but I know it was close to that river.
Pretty close to be, excuse me, Stockton, Virginia, pretty cold to be camping.
Will has a camper.
Okay, okay.
Mendoza, Virginia, Scott County.
Yeah.
Is that where they're at?
I don't know exactly where they're at.
You got a good idea.
You know, yesterday when I had you taking me to places, those are like the only ideas that I had.
Answer my question.
Okay.
Whose profile picture is that?
Mine.
Alright, I'm gonna read something to you.
Okay.
How's Evelyn? Good, mean as fuck. She hates me. I don't have a child to inform you about, sadly. Not yet.
What? What do you mean I don't have a child to inform you about?
That's what somebody said to you.
Can I see that?
You can. How's Evelyn? Good, mean as fuck. January 26th.
Okay, what's your point?
Tell me about it.
I didn't want to tell anybody that I didn't know where she was at.
So instead of saying, I don't know where she is, you just say she's mean as fuck.
Excuse me.
Okay?
God, you know, that's
No,
That's
she does not.
Last night, she was the sweetest baby to ever grace
I
the
would
earth.
never say that about my
Now she's
child.
mad.
I might say they're being temperamental, but I
She was a
wouldn't
sweet
say that.
baby, she never cried, was never a problem.
You
Always
take
held
care
her.
of.
Now she's mean as fuck. And
That
you
is
just
cruel.
Tell us,
I wouldn't say that
Tell us
about my
about it.
child.
I just knew anybody know that I didn't have her.
okay.
So I'm making excuses why I didn't have her.
Why not?
Because I feel like it made me look like a bad mom, and I didn't want like.
Well, look, let me ask you this way. I don't think you've been in there to see how many people we've got. We're not exaggerating. The number of people in there pales in comparison to the number of people on the ground. We have an entire unit in Nashville, Tennessee working on this. We've got an entire unit in Washington, D.C. that's working on this, okay? Those people are stationed in offices.
I would
They're
be
controlling
scared
people
to
out on
death
the
if I
ground.
heard there was a
These
whole
people
unit
got
like
people
that
out on the
working
ground.
on this and I was
Bunch of
lying.
people, okay? You say you think it would make you look like a bad mom, okay, or a bad person or whatever. Why didn't you just tell somebody a month ago, 3 weeks ago? Hey,
The only
my baby's
person
missing?
I talked to about it is mom.
Okay,
And she told me that she talked to you.
okay. Why didn't you go to someone? Did you see the extent? We gotta tell me, have you passed the billboard that has the Amber Alert on it? They're all up and down the interstate. I bet I passed 3 coming in this morning. Passed probably 3 of them going home last night. You know how the Amber Alerts work?
sends out a text message to everyone. Okay?
Yeah.
People are willing to help. All right? Our first thought is not, hey, let's judge the mom and talk about how bad of a mom she is. Our first thought is, let's find this baby. Help us.
Like I said, I don't know for sure that my mom had a drink by it, but I would just tell you to get over with.
To get it over with.
But I have to
Because it's the right thing to do.
to find her.
But to get it over with or because it's the right thing to do?
But I don't know for sure.
Now listen. You know more than you're telling us. Please don't hold back. Honestly, we've got, this is no shit, we've got 10 billion people out here doing whatever we need to do working on this case, maybe. And we get that many more if we thought we needed. But right now, it all boils down, really, 90% of it in my mind boils down to what's happening right here, right now, in this room with you. Because you hold that key. Okay? I want to ask you one more time, maybe in a little different way.
Okay.
You, right here, right now, we've got internet, cell phones, everything. We can give you access to things. You've had access to a phone at some point this morning. Out of everything in the world you could have been doing, why did you only call your mom? We need to know that.
I think she has Evelyn.
You think she has Evelyn? You think she has Evelyn, or you know?
I don't know she does because she didn't tell me.
Well, okay. What makes you think she has Evelyn?
Just because the way she's been acting and stuff like that.
So you think she's okay? You think Evelyn's okay?
I hope she is.
That's not right.
I don't think mom would do anything to hurt her. I think she's okay, yes, but I just don't know where she's at. But every time I would try to ask mom anything about it, she'd just beat around the bush and be like, well, you don't need to talk to them.
Was that yesterday or the day before?
Whenever she dropped me off.
Days are running together, all right?
Oh,
But they offer me.
whenever she dropped me off.
I get it. Okay. Instead of your mom, I'm writing down Angel. It's easier for me. Thinks Angel knows something. That transforms into thinks Angel has Evelyn. You're not out here calling Ethan saying, where's my baby? Because last night that was the story. I think Ethan had it. Okay. You say Ethan had Evelyn on December 26th. Okay. It's time for us to lay it all out there. We know that's not true. Okay. Ethan didn't have her on Christmas. We know that's not true. Okay. Are you tracking me?
Okay, if I tell you what happened, am I getting in trouble for not telling you the first time?
For Jesus. What did I tell you last night? We want to know where Evelyn is. We are concerned about Evelyn's health. Okay, will be. But put that last night's 3.5 hours in the past. Okay? Right here, right now. Help us where Evelyn is.
Okay, mom came and got her from my trailer.
When?
I was working and mom came over to my trailer to babysit.
When?
I don't know exactly. It was
Today? Yesterday?
no, it
3
was
days
like
ago?
a week or so after I started work. Because I had nobody else to watch
When
it.
did you start work?
The 2nd.
Of December?
Yeah.
The 2nd of December. Yeah. Okay, 12/2. Angel got Evelyn.
No, it was a week after that.
Okay.
It was my second week of work, I'm sorry.
Around 12/7.
Yeah.
Okay. What happens next?
Well, she stayed at my trailer for a little bit. And
Who
she
stayed at your trailer?
Mom.
At the trailer on Buffalo Road.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know I told you this. I was at that trailer last night. Okay?
Yeah.
I looked in it. I looked around it. I looked everywhere for Evelyn. I looked in the shed. Okay? I know where that trailer is.
Okay.
Evelyn was in that trailer the first week of December.
Yes.
What happens next?
Okay. Mom got mad at me and she left. And she took Evelyn with her.
With your permission?
No.
Okay. When was this? Same day?
No, it's a couple days after. She stayed with me for maybe like 3-4 days.
So what day are we talking about? The 10th, 11th, 12th December? Something like that? 12. Okay, 10. And then what happened?
I didn't talk to her for over a month. And then she called the chicken shack and said that she needed to talk to me.
When did she call the chicken shack?
sometime in January, I don't remember that date.
Angel called.
It would have had to been after, like, I want to say it was maybe like, I went to court the day that she called me.
Why were you? For what?
Reckless driving,
Okay, where at?
Washington County.
Okay. Court, Washington County, the day she called you. Okay. What happens next?
She took me to her place to look at and Evelyn was not there. She would not answer any questions about her. All she was telling me that she was okay, and if I gave her time, she would give her back to me.
So Angel took Maggie to Elizabeth.
To that house on Lincoln Hollows Road.
Okay. Evelyn is not there.
No.
This is still in January.
Mhm.
About the first week, second week of January.
Yeah.
Angel says she's safe. Right? You believe her?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Then what? We're getting closer.
She kept saying that if I just gave her time, she'd give her back to me and stuff like that. And then yesterday when she was like, we're going to Virginia, I was like, is that where Evelyn is? Is that where Evelyn is? Are you taking her to me? And she wouldn't answer me.
Okay, let me ask you this. When is the last time you saw Evelyn alive?
Whenever Mom left with her.
When? Back in December? Okay. Who has seen Evelyn alive since then?
Just Mom.
So, what do you think happened?
I don't know if she's up in Virginia or somebody that Mom knows, because she used to like stay up there or something.
Why would she take her from you and not give her back?
I don't know.
Why in the hell did you not tell her to begin with?
I thought maybe she might do something and you don't like trying to get to her.
Thought your mom might do something? I can understand that.
Sorry.
Listen to me. We want to find this baby.
I thought she might be off there somewhere, and I just never find her again, so I thought I wasn't talking to you all about her or anything like that.
Okay. Maggie, how can we find Evelyn?
I don't know where she's at. I tried to call her yesterday. You know, I tried to call her all day yesterday. We went to exit 7, tried to find her, couldn't find her. I don't know.
What's the one thing you want most in this world right now?
Evelyn back.
Where do we go? Where do I leave from here right now? Where do I send 40 people? Where do I send 100 people? Where do I send a plane?
I don't know if she's in Bristol, Virginia or not. All I know is yesterday.
Who is she going to be with other than,
Will.
if she's not in that car, where else is she going to be with?
We'll have to try.
Okay? Will's the boyfriend. The cloud.
Yeah.
Anybody else in the world, and look, I'm not the dope police, I don't give a damn. Who on her dope hang? Who does she hang out with in the dope circle? Because we know she's a doper. Let's just be honest, we know it.
Her brother.
Who's that?
Travis, Joe.
Okay. Travis, where's he live?
Somewhere in Bristol. I don't talk to him.
How old is he?
A little bit older than she is.
Okay. Is that where she getting her dope from?
I mean, I don't know. Will's friend does stuff like that, dude.
Who can we call and send a message and get word to Angel and say, we don't care about your dope, we care about Evelyn?
The only numbers that I reach are the ones that I've given you all.
Okay.
Or that you all already have.
Did you have them memorized? Tell me one more time.
375
375
1128.
1128. It's 423.
Yeah.
Okay.
366
366
2004.
2004. 423.
Yeah.
Okay.
647
647
0939.
0939 423. And which one, you told me yesterday one of those.
I'm going to go get me some medicine. I'll be right back.
And you knew something specific about another one. Which one was it?
The 375 is a text now number, and the middle number is Will's dad's number.
Will's dad? Why did I tell you your mom's?
Because you called it all of it.
Have you seen, heard, FaceTime, tweeted, Instagram, anything since 12/10 to see Evelyn alive?
No.
Has your mom sent you any pictures? Nothing, text message? All right. One more thing we need to help us. Will you help us? I need your Google account login information. I need your Facebook account login information. Are you willing to give that to me?
Do I have to?
You're not forced to, but, okay, you're not under any obligation.
I'm gonna talk
but-
to the attorney first.
Okay, that's fine. You wanna talk to an attorney about the Google part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, can we leave that off in the distance and continue talking about Evelyn?
Yeah.
You're good with that?
Yeah.
But we're trying to make sure she's safe, okay?
Okay.
And with this Google, Instagram, iCloud, whatever, we don't care about those, okay? No, I don't know zero. Well, that's what's in your head. We don't care about those. We care about Evelyn. So since you have just told us this, things have changed. Gears are switching. People we're trying to find her on the move. We're trying to find her right now. I'm not saying, I'm not trying to be angry with you, but we've lost 3 days. Well, I'm just thinking about from last night, we've lost 12 hours, okay? From the first time I talked to you, we've lost 3 days. Almost 3 days. So, where can we go find Mom?
I had other stuff, I was going to think I know she'd be at.
All right. What you need? Clean? Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else I can get you to make you comfortable? Are you hungry? You want food? You want a Mountain Dew? Coffee? You need to go to the bathroom? Anything? Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought she'd leave it there if I told you all anything and you all were trying to talk.
Look, we're not worried, we're not asking for apologies.
No,
I'm past that.
I'm not, nobody's mad.
Okay. Okay. Whenever, well, we'll get to that in a minute. What else, look, we know you said you didn't have a phone in this time period. We've got some evidence that suggests otherwise, okay?
What's wrong here?
Past 2.5 months, yeah.
I'm not telling myself towards the end of the secret, I just haven't after that.
Where's that phone you had?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Was the story about you smashing it, is that true?
I sold it.
Okay. I'm not looking to get you in trouble for that. At this point, I don't care if you smashed it, sold it.
I'll be completely honest with you, I
Okay?
love it.
Who'd you sell it to?
A little kiosk at Kroger.
Kroger where?
Keeping store.
Like you dumped it in the machine?
Yeah.
Yeah, an echo thing, yeah. Okay. What can we do now? What we'll do. What we've been trying to do. Give us just a second. We're right back. You need anything? You sure? Thank you. You hang out and help a couple of fun, Evelyn. Can you do that for us? Okay. I'm gonna take all my notes so I can get everything straight here, okay? We're right back. I'm trying to, you need to make a phone call. You wanna call, you wanna talk to anybody, you wanna talk to your dad?
Can you call him?
I'll be glad to call him. He called me while we were sitting.
Can you not tell him what I told you though?
What do you want me to tell him?
Just so that you don't know what's going on.
Okay. I'll call him in. I'm not gonna call him right this second, but I will, okay?
Thank you.
If you need anything, knock, be on this door, put your head out the window. Something to drink.
Sorry, guys, I had to step out and take some medicine. I'm trying to fight off a migraine.
We'll take a break. We'll be back about 1:15 or so. Everyone stand, please.
All right. Oh, this judge cracks me up. Yeah. So was this the interview? I'm please forgive me, y'all. I'm struggling with the migraine. I think it's going away. Is this the interview after they found her? Okay, wait. She asked for an attorney. Here's the problem. You must say, I want my lawyer. I didn't. I was struggling to understand her. I know I've got my glasses on, guys. I'm trying not to. Trying not to get my glasses on, y'all. The Monica Cinematilli trial, Cinematilli trial will start in about 15 minutes or less. So there you go. Thank you guys so much on X for watching. I greatly appreciate you. In the comments, you'll see where I posted the YouTube link. If you would like to be in the drawing for a free Starbucks gift card or to whatever fast food restaurant or whatever I can get one for, it'll be a $50 giveaway gift card. Subscribe and comment. If you subscribe, put I sub for an entry, hit the like button, get 5 more entries, and then comment I liked. Become a member, receive additional 5 entries. For every super chat, you get 10 entries. If you donate a membership, you get 5 and they will get 5. So please participate in our giveaway. We would greatly appreciate it. For all of you on YouTube who are watching right now, thank you so much for joining us. I greatly appreciate you. I value your time that you spend with us. This is such a sad case and it breaks my heart. And I'm so struggling with this case. It is very clear that if she didn't unalive this baby, she knows who did. She knows what happened. Should she partake in it? I'm pretty sure she was partaking in it at some level. But what gets me is the fact that she has not tried or done anything at this point to help herself. I'm really struggling with this baby case. No, somebody commented, were you sleeping? No, I'm not sleeping. I don't have my main light on for a reason. I've had a headache since yesterday. Ooh, there's a new trial. The murder trial, the unaliving trial has begun for Robbie Robinson. Yeah, finally, the unaliving of his daughter's fiance. Y'all. Let me go say hi and support this young lady. I do like to support everybody, by the way. I like to support other channels. Yeah, we may have to do our, we got our, oh, what are we doing? I'm sending some love to another member. So I'm going to leave some DNA on her. I'm trying to remember the dates of the text her friends about seeing the boyfriend. I'm sure she hadn't even. Oh, well, let me see. We had this trial. Okay, well, they got, this is going to be closing today. We were going to try and follow this trial, but it just really wasn't, it didn't land in place for us to do so. By the way, I am going to hopefully in the near future, I'm trying to figure out how to do this, start showing pictures of missing children, like they do on the milk cartons. I'm going to start trying to show some of those on this live feed. Just got to figure out how and and I got to create thumbnails and do all that kind of stuff for them. But eventually, in the near future, we're going to start during breaks showing pictures of missing children because you never know, they may be in your area. Okay, so I'm going to exit that. I'm trying to remember the dates. Yeah, I can't remember the dates. I didn't take notes on this case. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I gave up. Oh, someone said, are you going to be continuing to type up your notes from the Karen Read? I gave up on that. I think what I'm going to do is when I take notes on the people who testify, I'll put them together and then I'll sit there and side comparison. And then I'll let you know when where the inconsistencies lie. There will be some, and sometimes it'll be innocent, sometimes it won't be. But we will do some side comparisons. Karen Read trial is going to be all hands on deck. That said, let's look at the motion to compel. We have a Karen Read motion that I'm going to share. And let me get it all kind of organized because it's a little cattywampus. Okay, I got to get my glasses on for this. I will be reading sideways. Y'all, please forgive me. I've got too much up. All right, defendant. Let me turn the music down on that. The defendant, Karen Read's motion to compel production of a forensically sound copy of the January 29, 22 video surveillance footage in law enforcement's custody. They're still asking for stuff. I'm like, really? Now comes the defendant, Karen Read. Miss Read is respectfully moves this honorable court pursuant to Brady versus Maryland, blah, 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 to compel the Commonwealth to produce a video surveillance footage from the Canton PD between January 29, 22, mid 12 a.m. to January 29, 22, 11:59 p.m. and all metadata logs associated therewithin in a forensically sound manner so the evidence can be turned over to the defense. Whoa, y'all, they're still fighting. On January 22nd, 25, the Commonwealth disclosed for the first time that an additional video surveillance footage taken from Canton PD may be in the possession of law enforcement on a retired detective's work computer. Unless the data is issued at the time. This unless data at issue is properly forensically imaged and preserved, the corresponding logs relating to the video surveillance footage, parentheses, which should be contained in an identified identity of the individual or individuals who access the surveillance system, the date of download, unquote. The underlying metadata associated with actual files will be destroyed. Commonwealth has indicated that it is objecting to properly forensically imaging the computer and or department video files, such as the defense can obtain a forensically sound copy of the requested information. The metadata underlying the video files at issue is not only central to the case, but also exculpatory. So if properly imaged, will potentially reveal significant exculpatory and relevant and material information about the underlying data, namely the date in which it was created and the information pertaining to whether, if any of these files were altered in any way. It is absolutely necessary that the information be obtained in a forensic sound manner. So it sounds like to me there's muckery afoot. Unless the Commonwealth images to the device, unless the Commonwealth images the device at issue and obtains a critical evidence in a forensically sound way, meaning do it right for a change, the Commonwealth will deny Ms. Reed's access to exculpatory information, which underpins some of the most highly contested and important evidence in this case. The Commonwealth's proposed process will destroy critical evidence, namely relevant and exculpatory metadata underlying these video files, in violation of Ms. Reed's constitutional right to an effective assistance of counsel and due process under law, as guaranteed by Article 12 of the Manassas, where I used to live, Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, and the 5th and 6th and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution, Article 12 of the Declaration of Rights of the Manassas Constitution, U.S. Constitution Amendment, blah, 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 blah. The defendants have an unquestioned right under the 6th Amendment, Article 12 of the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to obtain relevant evidence that bears on the question of his guilt or innocence, or which otherwise helps his defense. Rule 14, intended to ensure the realization of that right. In other words, give us the damn data in the appropriate and forensically sound manner so we can use it. If you don't and it's destroyed, then you've broken the Constitution. In addition to her constitutional rights, Ms. Reed also has statutory rights to obtain evidence in advance of trial and prepare for her defense. So they're saying, hurry up, trials are coming. We got to have it in a certain amount of time to be fair. I'm all like, y'all. In addition to her constitutional rights, Ms. Reed also has statutory rights to obtain evidence in advance of the trial to prepare for defense. Massachusetts State Rule and Criminal Procedure clearly state that the Commonwealth must, italicized, provide certain mandatory discovery evidence within the possession, custody, or control, parentheses, of the Commonwealth to the defense in order to meet the discovery burden. Mass R crime P 14, parenthesis A, parenthesis 1, ... Information subject to mandatory discovery includes all, M in brackets, all material and relevant police reports, photos, tangible objects, bold and underline, all intended exhibits, report of physical examination of any person or scientific test or experiments, and statements of persons a party intends to call for witnesses. Massachusetts R crime 14 ... as well as bold and underlines, parentheses, any facts of exculpatory nature. Man, they're all but screaming in this. The rule also indicates that the defendant may move for discovery or other material and relevant evidence not required by subdivision Manassas rule ... Massachusetts rule ... Ms. Reed respectfully requests the court to order the Commonwealth to provide the requested discovery, to which Ms. Reed is entitled to under Rule 14, the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, and the United States Constitution. Factual background. Okay, y'all. This is going to be fun. Ms. Reed is accused of the following crime assigned to arising out of the unaliving of Officer John O'Keefe. The wrongful intent of unaliving in the second degree is in violation of ... Man unaliving, I'll just say it, manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol in violation of ... count 2. And leaving the scene of a personal injury or death in violation of ... count 3. On October 5th of 2023, this court ordered the Commonwealth to provide all video evidence obtained in the connection with this case, along with all associated metadata. In other words, he's saying, dude, get off the dang pot. You've had all this time. October, November, December, January, February, March, April, March. No, sorry. Went too far. October, November, December, January, February. 4 months ago. We still ain't got it all. In spite of this standing order, the Commonwealth recently notified the defense that additional video surveillance footage from Canton PD recorded on January 29, 22, and the metadata associated with the footage may be in the constructive possession of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office through its agent at a Canton PD department. Why did you not turn that over when you sent the detective? So here's the thing. The defense sent an expert from Colorado, I think it was, halfway across this nation on a plane and the bill was in tunes of $12,000 to collect the video in which they are speaking on right now. And it came back empty-handed because the only place he was allowed to look was the on the computer that had the original surveillance video on it, and it was no longer there, rewritten over, nothing they said. So he came back empty-handed. So the defense put a motion in and requested that they be reimbursed because the PD lied to them, or the special district attorney lied to them, or gave them false hope of evidence being there, and they were denied that refund. Now you're coming back and saying right here that they were after the denial of being reimbursed. The Commonwealth notified the defense that an additional video surveillance footage from Canton PD recorded on January 29th of 22 and the metadata associated with that footage may be in the constructive possession of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office through its agent at the Canton PD department. Are you telling me that there was stuff to be had? I would be throwing a shit fit right here. Yes, I said shit fit. I've been on long enough. 4 hours already this morning. Really? It doesn't feel like that long. I guess it has been. I would be throwing everything at these people. I would be going crazy. Because now what's going to happen is you're going to have that, all that looked at again. Oh my gosh, this is a shite show. Procedural history relating to the Canton PD video surveillance footage. A brief summary of the procedural history relating to the video surveillance footage at issue is set forth with herein. The Commonwealth has provided the defense CPD video footage on 3 occasions. 1, April 4th of 2024, shortly before the first trial in this matter. Commonwealth proceedings produced footage from the CPD main driveway at CPD Sallyport front wall for a very first time. CNOD 101010V XXXB, so that's 35. The Sallyport front wall footage provided by the Commonwealth omitted a 42-minute interval during which the SUV arrived at the Canton PD Sallyport garage. Trial transcript, volume 28. I wonder how many volumes there were. 31.9 through 31.22. The missing footage should have been used to show the condition of the SUV right taillight upon arrival at the Sallyport, and to date would be the only footage that serves that purpose. Trial transcript, volume 28, 32 minutes, .10, 33 minutes, .4. The condition of the right rear taillight of the Lexus SUV at the time it's entered law enforcement's custody is perhaps one of the most critical and highly contested issue in this case. The number one notation, notability. When Mr. Erickson arrived at CPD to extract the video from the DVR system, the security camera system was set to override. What did I tell ya? Older video surveillance footage with new video surveillance footage, approximately 30 days. Notably, however, each of the 3 incidents in which Commonwealth produced CPD footage to the defense was far outside that 30-day window after the CPD DVR system was set to overwrite older video recordings. See, blah, blah, blah. Thus, the agent of the Commonwealth must have saved all of the aforementioned footage in playable format at some point before the end of the 30-day period, which ended February 22. The Commonwealth therefore had care, custody, and control over all the footage produced to date during the discovery phase of the initial trial and chose not to turn them over to the defense in a timely manner. Yeah, I would agree with that. They could not have all that information at all. They couldn't have had any of that information if it wasn't downloaded before the 30-day rewrite. Mid-trial in April 23, 24, via a shared link entitled Additional Sallyport Video Download Link, the Commonwealth produced additional footage from CPD Sallyport back wall. At trial, Trooper Bucknick or whatever testified on direct examination that the footage of Mrs. Reed's vehicle from the interior Sallyport camera was an accurate depiction of the Sallyport and the SUV, and that, as seen video in italics now, no law enforcement officer approached the right rear taillight. Trial transcript, ... On cross-examination, however, it became apparent that the video surveillance footage displayed in direct examination was inverted, and a mirror image of reality depicted neither the Commonwealth nor Trooper Butnick, having mentioned it on direct examination. Why is that important? Well, if you're showing a video of a vehicle and you're saying that this is correct and you see people walking around it, then what looks like to be the right tail light is the left tail light. What looks to be the left tail light is the right tail light. And if it's not told to anybody and it gets passed and through trial, then it gives an impression that the right tail light was not as it should have been, or the left. It is very deceitful. Therefore, when the video appeared to show a person standing near the left rear tail light of the vehicle, in actuality, the person was in fact standing at the right rear tail light. It remains unclear why the inverted video was withheld by the Commonwealth and produced to the defense in the middle of trial after the initial CPD surveillance video was turned over by the Commonwealth. Wow. Y'all. Most recently, post-trial October 10th of 2024, the Commonwealth again provided new video surveillance video, this time from CPD's church side exterior, first floor corridor, rear lot main side, and rear lot cruiser side angle. See ... This footage shows Brian Higgins arriving in the parking lot of the Canton PD at 1:26 a.m. And by the way, after a night of drinking and driving, entered Canton PD as seen in... So I got a long shirt on. I'm sitting on the tails of a very long shirt and I'm getting hung up. Surveillance in the PD's church side exterior. Oh, I already read that. This footage shows Brian Higgins arrived in the parking lot 120 Canton PD department and is in italicized and is seen speaking on the phone to some identified individual or individuals on the phone as he is leaving Canton PD at 1:34. Significantly, this material and relevant evidence which establishes Brian Higgins was on the phone with someone unidentified individual at 1:34 a.m. as he left Canton PD shortly after the O'Keefe's death, was withheld from the defense at trial. The video surveillance footage at issue, it was a major point of contention at trial, in no small part because the Commonwealth was utterly unable to establish any chain of custody for the various clips of video produced to the defense from the CPD. Chain of evidence is huge. If you don't have a good chain of evidence, that evidence becomes very questionable. The footage produced by the Commonwealth is rife with issues that call into question its accuracy and forensic viability. It does, including the presence of the inverted video and the large-scale gap missing from the feed at the precise time that Miss Reed's Lexus should have been shown entering the Sallyport at the CPD. In spite of the fact that the Commonwealth claims the video surveillance feed is motion activated. Okay, yes, it is, but it would have activated when the garage door came up to allow the vehicle to come in. And I bet you somebody's standing in that Sallyport when that garage is opened and it's coming in. The fact that Canton PD produced a video surveillance with an inverted video and gaps in footage at a critical moment, i.e. the precise time Miss Reed's SUV arrived at Canton PD, is not trivial. It goes to the heart of Miss Reed's defense. In preparation for trial, the defense requested access to Canton PD Department DVR system and drives to hold the recording of the CPD security camera system so that the defense expert, Mr. Erickson, could obtain a video file in their native format with all available metadata. All metadata from January 29 to 22 between 12 a.m. and 11:59 p.m., along with any other associated log or files. The way CPD technicians extracted the video data from the DVR system is insufficient for forensic purposes and has resulted in permanent loss of the original surveillance video data. The CPD DVR system, like most, stored videos in a proprietary format. The CPD used the DVR interface to pick and choose which videos to save, and then that data is converted by the system to a playable format, resulting in files almost always of lesser quality than the original, and because it exists in different formats, the resulting file will not hash verify to the original. As such, forensic experts can't properly test the authenticity and the integrity of the video footage. So I'm a professional photographer, not active, but had a studio, been doing it for years. When I was all film, let me tell you, I was all film. I did medium format, large format, and regular 35. But when digital came out, that was a difficult changeover. But now that we're so if I was to take a picture in a large or medium format, that means the medium format means this is 35 millimeter negative. A medium format would be that big. It's twice as big. And that negative is considered raw form, okay, in old school. Now, I could take that negative and I could make that into a 35 negative, which means I would take that negative, produce a picture, take a 35 millimeter and rephotograph that photograph to create a 35 millimeter negative. And it would be done in a very professional manner. But what happens? You lose some of the clarity. You lose some of the depth. You lose some of the you just lose a lot of the original formation of that picture. Digitally, in raw format, it may be 30,000 megapixels per inch. I don't know. I'm just giving random numbers just for the case. But when you go to download it like they did, it then compresses that and it may bring it down to like 150 megapixels per square inch. When that happens, you lose a lot of information. You lose a lot of clarity, you lose a lot of detail, and on top of that, when you blow it up, you see those little squares. Everybody's seen those pictures where it looks like it's just a bunch of little squares. So, it is very, very important that they collect the data in the raw form. And when you do that, you can get metadata off of it. But when you start altering and start downloading and start jacking around with it, then you no longer have that metadata connection, and it's not in the clearest and raw form. In response, that's the best way I can put it. In response to the defense request, Special Agent Detective Attorney Hank Brennan agreed to allow defense access to the critical information and to make arrangements necessary for Mr. Erickson to extract said video from the VCR system. Accordingly, Mr. Erickson traveled to Phoenix, which we know about because we've had this argument over the funds, from Arizona. Oh, Arizona. Traveled from Phoenix, Arizona to Boston, Massachusetts. What in the world? That was weird. Boston, Massachusetts on December the 11th, 2024. I have a ghost in here or something. After making the arrangements to visit Canton PD, returned to Phoenix on December 12th of 20. Oh, dog. However, he arrived. All relevant footage and corresponding logs have been erased from the DVR system. He came home empty-handed, y'all. And that ain't good. The facts related to the attempts to meet and confer. After Mrs. Reed expended significant resources, over 12 grand, to send the expert to Canton PD Department DVR on January 22nd of 25, the defense counsel received a call from Special Agent DA Hank Brennan indicating that he recently obtained information that a retired Canton PD officer downloaded the surveillance footage at issue on his work computer and cloud-based account. He informs this is going to piss me off. He informed the defense counsel that he was going to have his own expert download the surveillance footage, but would permit our expert to fly back to Canton to be present for that imaging. Bitch, please. Yeah, I said it. Bitch, please. Are you going to pay for him to fly back in his time? Or is that going to be another 12 grand added to the expense of Sarah Boone? Auntie Bev, you've been a shit of a judge so far. And I mean a witch shit of a judge so far. So now, are you going to demand that they reimburse them their money because they're going to have to come back because of this bullshit? Yeah, I'm cussing because I'm mad. I'm really mad. This is pissing me off. Way pissing me off. At the hearing, February 6th, the court invited both parties to meet and confer informally on the issue of the video download in order to obviate the need for further court intervention. The defense did this in good faith on February 6th of 25. Defense counsel met and conferred with the Commonwealth regarding obtaining the requested video surveillance footage and associated information from what has been flagrantly referred by the Commonwealth in a separate discussion as the retired detective work computer and the Canton PD detective file. Following that meeting, Attorney McLaughlin sent an email that the Commonwealth will attempt to download any videos to the my bad. Sensei, get. You knock off this computer, I'm gonna come unglued. I love my service dog with all my heart, but she is rattling. My feathers are ruffled, and she's making it worse. I got to get back to where I was. There it is. Related to your client's vehicle and the CPD is presently stored on the department video file system. The Commonwealth will video the process and produce a documentation of the retrieval process and any other videos. Attorney Little responded requesting that the Commonwealth expert conduct a full forensic image of the computer and or video file system at issue such that our expert can obtain a copy of all the available metadata relating to any of the videos at issue, including any log files associated with video and delete all deleted data that may be recovered from the computer. Exhibit 2. Special Assistant DA Hank Brennan then responded indicating Commonwealth would not be obtaining any forensic copy of the information at issue. What? In sign language? What? When Attorney Little requested that the Commonwealth ensure all metadata associated with the related files and any associated logs are copied onto a thumb drive, Attorney Brennan objected and indicated that the defense would need to file a motion with the court. You are so full of bullshit. On February 6th, the Attorney Little's responding, stating, if the Commonwealth is objecting to properly forensically image the computer and the department's video file system such that we can obtain information that we have been requesting, namely all video footage from the Canton PD Department, January 29, 22, from 12 a.m. to January 29, 22 to 11:59 p.m., and all metadata and logs associated therewithin, then I will file a motion with the court tomorrow. This information needs to be obtained in a forensically sound way. That is all we are asking to have happen. Y'all. How in the hell is this fair? You're right, Case One. I don't see it a fair trial at all. If this doesn't show that this is not a fair trial, I don't know what else would. Do you know what? And personally, if I was her attorney and I could legally do it, I would be freaking screaming for another judge at this point, because the judge, Bev, Butthole Bev, that's what I'm going to call her, Butthole Bev, has done everything she can to tie their hands. As of the filing of this motion, the defense has received no response from the Commonwealth, and the defense does not want to expend additional resources to send an expert to obtain this information. Rather, it is simply requesting the Commonwealth, which has retained not one, but 2 digital forensic experts, forensically image the device in question to ensure that the data is obtained in a forensically sound way. And on top of that, they have to do a video recording of everything they do to that drive to ensure that they don't tamper with it. So there's a lot that they have to do in order to produce this. Absent this court's intervention, the Commonwealth will be permitted to destroy critical metadata underpinning one of the most seminal pieces of physical evidence in this case, in violation of Brady. As such, the defense seeks immediate relief from this court. Or you can also refund the $12,000 something dollars and they can send their expert again. Argument. Pursuant to Brady, which mandates a prosecution to turn over all exculpatory evidence, the Commonwealth must comply with the aforementioned request to produce and preserve the Canton PD Department video surveillance footage from January 29, 22. See blah, 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 blah. In parentheses and quotes, and then brackets. So this is heavy. Prosecutors shall disclose information covered by mandatory discovery, provided it is in the possession, custody, or control of the prosecutor, persons under the prosecutor's direction or control, or persons who have perpetrated or participated in investigating and evaluating the case, and either regularly or report to prosecutor's office or have done so on this case. Meaning anybody whose name is breathed a signature or a comment is a part of this privy. Prosecutor's duty is a prosecutor's duty to disclose exculpatory evidence extends to evidence in the prosecution of police who participated in the investigation and presentation of the case. Meaning, I want all of y'all's asses on the line for this. In addition to her constitutional right, Ms. Reed also has had a statutory right to obtain evidence in advance of trial to prepare for her defense. I don't think we're going to make it to the April Fool's trial date. It's going to become an April Fool. Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure clearly states that the Commonwealth must provide a certain mandatory discovery of evidence within possession, custody, and control of the Commonwealth to the defense in order to meet its discovery burden. Mass blah, 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 blah. Information subject to such mandatory discovery includes all material and relevant police reports, photograph, tangible objects, all intended exhibits, reports, and physical examinations of any person or scientific tests or experiments, and the statements of persons the parties intended to call as witnesses, as well as any facts of exculpatory nature. The rule also indicates that the defense may move for a discovery of other material and relevant evidence not required by subdivision of A and 1 Massachusetts ... Furthermore, as articulated in Commonwealth versus Ruddock ... Court has recognized the importance of preserving metadata associated with any digital evidence, explaining that the forensic examination of the computer data by an expert retained by the defense is an essential component of effective assistance of counsel. In this case, is self-evident. As noted by the court in Boyd, forensic examination may provide valuable evidence as to how the images in question made their way onto laptop and when, how often, and by whom they were accessed. I'm going to comment on this. The thing is, if you don't have the metadata, you don't know if that evidence had been edited. You don't know if that evidence had been copied and edited. You don't know who downloaded it, who accessed it, at what time, and you don't even know the original date on which that video was created and on what device. To make it more understandable, when we take a picture with our phone records location, there's a timestamp, there is an orientation on it, whether it was vertical, whether it was horizontal, and all that information, everything is stored on the phone in raw form. So if I take that picture and I have taken it and I decide to download it onto my computer, I email it to myself or I plug a cord in, I can text it to myself. All of that data is attached to that photo. When I download it onto my computer, I can copy the photo and create a new image by copying and pasting it. A lot of that metadata is lost. So then if someone goes in now I go in on my computer to the second image that I created, I can't tell you whether it was an iPhone or Samsung. I can't tell you what time of day. There's no metadata. It's just the image and therefore untraceable. Whether the images were actually or stored in a manner consistent with an intent or disseminate. There we go. That's a dyslexia. I'm sorry. It's multiple letters. Whether actually disseminate, if it's right or wrong, let me know. Stored in a manner consistent with an intent to disseminate them is the crucial issue in this case. Indeed, absent consultation of an expert, defense counsel will be severely handicapped in this cross-examination of the Commonwealth expert citation omitted. Here, the requested video, surveillance footage, and the accompanying metadata constitutes tangible evidence that is clearly relevant material, exculpatory, and necessary for Ms. Reed's ability to defend herself in this trial. Bold, underline. I'm surprised they haven't gone all caps yet. That would be a little far. Moreover, on October 5th of 23, court ordered the Commonwealth to produce all video evidence obtained in the connection with this case, along with the associated metadata. See Exhibit 1. The defense is simply asking for the court to order the Commonwealth to obtain the log, this evidence in forensically sound manner so that no additional exculpatory information is destroyed. In other words, we've already done this once and the crap was destroyed. We have a second shot at this. Make sure they do it right, Your Honor. And of course, in collusion, signed, sealed, delivered. It's theirs. Signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. So, y'all, what do you think about that? That judge needs to be replaced. And I know some people are going to go, oh, yeah, but that would delay trial. Honey, if I was Karen Reed and can get a new judge with the delay of trial, I'd take it in a freaking heartbeat. Honestly, I do get anxious when I see the BS. Yeah. It is a witch hunt. That's why. Oh, by the way, I had people donate money for the witch for trial. The witch that I ordered is on back ordered, but I will have a witch one way or the other. We're going to have a witch that when you do something, it goes, we're going to have a witch for the witch. The witch is going to have a witch. The witch is going to have a witch. Normally I'm all about respecting the position of that this woman holds. And I am not about respecting this woman. This woman is freaking insane. I don't understand how. I can't believe somebody has not stepped in and dealt with this issue. I know it's like, whoa. I know I just made myself look uglier than I already am. I think that I like to think that I'm a quiet, calm person, but in this case, the Commonwealth in particular really winds me up. Me too. Most corrupt court I have ever seen. Same here. For those of you who are just hopping on, first of all, we have a strong presence today on X, and thank all of you guys for watching. I appreciate it. Today is a difficult day for me. I am struggling with the migraine, trying to get a grasp on my brain, but I think I got the medicine in time. Hence why I don't have a lot of light on today. And the candles in the background, it's got a nice smell. It doesn't bother me. And I am trying to avoid any additional light as it is. But thank you for your strong presence and on YouTube. Thank you so very much. Between the two of y'all, we're at 117 live viewers. So thank you so very, very much. It is one of the most corrupt courts I have ever seen. I have not, once again, oh, I need a strong hand on my. Sorry, my mic is getting loose. I love my arm, but I don't like the conjuncture between the mic and the arm. I need to change that in the future. But for me, Auntie Bev, I I watched her recently in another trial. And in that other additional trial, Auntie Bev seemed to be a totally different judge. Who watched that other trial? I'm sorry. My hip is starting to hurt because I've been sitting on one hip. There we go. Who watched that other trial that Auntie Bev had recently in her courtroom? I was utterly shocked at the difference. Hi, Queen. Hello. Welcome aboard. Welcome to my channel. I'm trying to get comfortable and I can't. Who else watched Auntie Bev in that trial? That trial was a totally different judge. Totally different judge. I don't understand it, but that's where it is. We I guess we drew back at 12:15 my time, so they should be back shortly. I don't know what we're gonna do for lunch. There's nothing here to eat, and I'm broke. My notification from HEB. What are they notifying me? Oh, bull hockey stuff. Um, so we're at the point right now that I don't understand how people can look at this trial and not think that this is a sham. It's a sham. It is utter sham. And I am appalled, absolutely appalled at how they had to spend $12,000 to send in their investigator, forensic person to Canton, Mass from Arizona and spend $12,000 for a bucket full of nothing. And then they say, oh, we have video. If I was a judge, I would say, okay, you pulled this stunt, then you pay to have their expert witness come in and observe and make sure that the evidence is saved in a manner that they can use. That's what I would do if I was a judge. I wouldn't wait for them to ask, I'd just do it. I would just do it. Because that royally angers me that you have this crap going on. It's horrible and I don't understand it. I'm really shocked. I'm shocked. I'm perplexed and I'm shocked. I don't understand it. I'm looking at lunch for us. We haven't had any lunch. So getting something for my son. Then I'm going to get something for me. And she was a complete different judge, wasn't she? I'm really surprised. Very much surprised. And then let me get this. I need to get our drinks, and then I'm done. And then I'll go get drinks from over there. Nope, don't want that. Give me a minute, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm ordering our meals. Okay, that was going to be expensive, but that's okay. It's one of those days today. But it is what it is. So, well, thank you. I did too. I didn't see the snark with her on that trial. I didn't see the attitude. I mean, it was a pleasant trial to watch her. I was really surprised. I was really surprised. So with that, but she has also been rotated out of that court and is now in the family courts, which is great. Yay for her, but why is she still holding on? I would think that because she is what? Oh boy. There's going to be an interesting line for Runkle of the Bailey. I saw the title and I went, "What?" Yeah, I can't show y'all on my live. But anyway, so yeah. I don't understand how she's still on the case in any way, shape, or form. I'm doing the best I can. There may be 3 different drivers is my point. I ordered him a taco salad and a taco shell, and he goes, "With what? I'm like, "Oh God, it's free, just eat it." And then I ordered me a grilled cheese from Starbucks because I've been craving it, and then I got us some Dr. Peppers. I've thought about doing Starbucks drink, but I'm just not there. I've already had the caffeine I need. I don't wanna over caffeinate and spin this into something worse. So, anyway, with her, what bothers me the most about Auntie Bev is if you're going to be prejudiced against a side, do it in a way that it's not so freaking obvious. Yeah, so I wish I had a way to scan all my notes and give it to somebody because they say they're a quick typer. But I don't know if anyone can read my particular notes with the dyslexia. We have the Cemetilli trial that's due to start in 1 minute. It went from 12 to 12:15, so they've had a little delay. We will not be going electrolyte magnesium may help with your headaches. I do have that. I took some magnesium tablets, but I also have the electrolytes in here. I was really stressed yesterday. Really stressed yesterday. It was better than it's been in a lot of years. Some years I'm okay on Super Bowl Sunday. Most years I'm not. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch the live where I talk about the dark side of Super Bowl. For you to understand, don't feel like talking about it today, but it is there if you want to go back and rewatch it. And again, thank you for all my ex people for watching this broadcast. This is the first time I've had this many viewers, so thank you so very much. We really appreciate you. If you want to participate in the contest that you see running along the bottom of the screen, go over to the YouTube, subscribe, hit the like button, and you'll be entered. You got to hit I liked and put I liked in the comments. It will catch it and put you into the drawing. I'd love to have as many of you as possible. How many are in? I only have 11 in the giveaway right now. Come on now, y'all. I only have 11 in the giveaway. We can do more. We need more. Come on. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate the ones who've done that. So it looks like they're getting ready to start. The wonderful seal on the wall is now showing. Let me go ahead and get that up and running. Sure. The judge is on the bench. Apparently he's just finishing eating because he's still chewing and now he's drinking. I don't blame the dude. Those glasses are so cool. For those of you who are love the court documents and love to read things like I just read for yourself, please go to As the Gavel Drops in Discord, but also please go to As the Gavel Drops on X. They're there now as well. They have information over there you can get. As the Gavel Drops is also now have a YouTube channel. Go and check them out for all of your court document needs. But remember, get your account verified so you can have access to all the court records and all the tea. Also, I'm going to throw this up for a minute. For the National Human Trafficking Hotline website, please call. And there's all that information. I'll let that run a couple of times. I like to run that at least a couple of times in each one of these lives. You never know. You never know. I am really, one thing I don't like about putting on the images of some of this evidence, especially with this baby and the clothing, is that you can see some of the stains, and that kind of bothers me. I've not been to a baby in a trash can thing before, thank God. But I have been to places where there's a lot of decomposing. It is so not fun. So not fun. Also, we have here's the Gavel Drops information. Yay! Our orders are on their way. Woohoo! I don't know if we're gonna have, we got 2 different, I got multiple DoorDashers coming to my house. Well, our shop, not my house. I am gonna try and adjust my chair in a way I've not sat before, so y'all please be patient with me. For those of you who don't know, I have rheumatoid arthritis, and I'm not saying this to get sympathy, but to educate. But in cold weather like this, sometimes we've had really nice warm weather. We got up to 90 degrees one day, and now we're going to stay in the 40s and 50s, it really affects our joints and it makes it hard. And today's one of those days. So I am happy. Yay. I don't know why those are on there. I don't want any of those on there. Remove item. Remove item. Remove item. All right. I'm ready for court and let's get the sound back on. Sorry about that. Let's
shift
in that interview.
Evelyn, you all
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. And again, I believe you said this before we watched the video, but she just showed up over at the sheriff's office on that day.
That's right.
All right. Was that the first time you all had heard anything about the fact that perhaps her mother had Evelyn?
The first time we heard that was just in that interview. Yes.
Okay. And it probably goes without saying, but did that cause a shift in your all's approach to the investigation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. What did you all do as a result of what she told you at that point?
We started trying to run that lead down with her mother.
All right. Did you all on later that day further interview Miss Boswell about what was going on?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And as part of that, did you also bring her dad, Tommy Boswell, in to speak with her?
We did.
Okay. Was that all part of the same interview?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in the room and present when, well, let me ask you this. Who was in the room initially when that second part of the interview began?
It was just Megan and her father.
Okay. Agent Gratz also
Yes.
around. Okay. Were you, those interview rooms, are you able to watch or monitor the interviews as they proceed live?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And did you watch and monitor the first part of that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And eventually during this interview, does her dad leave the interview room?
Yes, he does.
Okay. And do you enter the interview room?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you and Agent Gratz then proceed to interview Miss Boswell further about her involvement? And her
Correct.
mom's involvement?
We did. Yes.
Okay. And you've mentioned before, but this interview took place over at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that the same interview room that we just watched you interview her in?
Yes.
Before lunch?
Yes.
All right. So that's located here in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
All right. And has audio and video recording capabilities?
Correct, it does.
Prior to coming to court here today, did you have an opportunity to review that interview?
Yes, I did.
And is it what you saw a true and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted?
Yes.
Judge, I would move to introduce that. I believe we're exhibit 220.
220. No objection. Before exhibit 220.
And I would move to play that for the jury at this time.
Go ahead.
Are we ready, Judge?
Yeah, can I get something real quick? Yeah, give me those two phones. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, I'm not forcing you, I just thought you asked me to call him, you wanna talk to him? Yeah. Yeah. You do? Okay, you wanna talk to him in private, you want me to be in here, you want somebody else to be in here? Okay, you just wanna talk to him in private?
I just don't want him to like, you know what I think.
I've not told him anything. Okay, you want me to sit here while he talks to you, or? Okay. It's just rattling. Like you're going up. Anytime you want to have a private conversation, just let me know. I'll step out, talk something you don't feel good. Hey, Tom, I want to hear this. So the order makes it helpful. All right, sure. She said it was okay for me to sit in if y'all want to talk, but what I was telling her, if y'all want to talk in private, I'm more than happy to step out and let you, all the dollars sit there and talk,
I have told them they know what's going on there. I have told the truth.
Truth comes from it, if you tell lies, you leave it alone, you can't give yourself out.
That I literally told him. That's why he called you. Okay.
What's going on? What you doing?
They know you don't need to. Okay. That way, okay? They know what's going on.
Y'all know what's going on. We know what she told us. I'll say that. We know what she's told us. I've been sitting here, as Maggie can tell you, I've been sitting with her, so I've not been out on the ground running down the information, but we know what she's told us.
They're trying to get hold of who has it.
Yeah. So she's okay.
They're trying to get hold of who has it.
That's what we've been trying to do the whole time, I got you, and they're going to thank you for not going to school. So I go to the mom, I said, it's fine, I'll be back here, so I can you to school the next month. You didn't come back, because I told you, I said, come back, I'll be to school, I'll be good for 4 days, and I said, hey, if you don't show up for 4, they're going to thank you. You need to start listening to me. I love you. You're my
I did listen to you and I talked to you.
I'm not doing nothing against you. I'm not against you. Never been against you. And you tell them the truth, and Evelyn's all right, and the things.
I have, they're trying to find her.
You passed the lie detector test, I'll hop the bar for a lawyer for you.
They're trying to find her.
Was that your mother's voice?
What?
Wherever she's at or whatever?
Maybe.
I didn't hear what you asked. I asked her if that's your mom was the ones where the baby's at or whatever. Oh, I do it, yeah.
They're trying to find
I'm a
mom.
country boy, I speak.
They're
Yeah, I know.
trying to find mom. She's taking her off. I told them everywhere she could possibly be with Evelyn. I've given them every phone number I have for her. They're trying to find her.
Your mom's got Evelyn here, so. No, she don't.
She told me she does.
All right. Your mom don't have it. Where did she get it?
In the center.
No, your mom don't have it. No, she don't.
That's who took her down.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a story if you give you how to do it, right? The truth stands out. You tell the truth.
I have that.
I'm
They're trying to find
not
mom.
trying to argue with you. I'm hoping that you daddy, I love you.
Okay.
You tell this lie, that lie, that lie, before you know it. You don't know what you told you. And like I told you earlier, I'm a professional player. When we do grade or do a driveway or a park lot or whatever, I can drink water, I can do whatever. That's my job. The customer ain't gonna tell me how to do my job. Just like I ain't gonna stand there and tell this man how to do his job. He's a professional what he does. And he think I know whatever I told you and try to help. Absolutely. Because I know they're professionals. That's their job. And you're full of the best.
Yours will be here shortly. Thank you.
I'm not lying. Okay. Everywhere where they can find her. That if you're just gonna sit here and do that, I don't want to. That.
Did you tell about making bones walk across the road over there?
They have the best grilled cheese, y'all. The best.
Yesterday we even went Texas and to go hunt for her. Or not me and you, the other whoever.
She's a high and she's guilty, son. Because they got reported all this. That night she called. She said, look what you want to do, look what you got started. I said, I got nothing started. I said, I want to rent them there.
Well, yesterday when I met her, she was trying to take me up to Virginia, and I said, no, I'm not going. And she's like, you have to go with me. I'm about to go up there, stuff like that. And I was like, look, if you don't take me up there and talk to these people, I'll get out of the car and find the phone, and they'll come pick me up tomorrow night. So she dropped me off the Elmer shelter, and she was supposed to come back. Never came back, turned the phone off, can't get hold of her at all. Turned the wheels phone off. Not 647.
Are they still driving the thing?
I told him everything I know about the vehicle.
Like, just be honest.
The tail light is out on it, or not the tail light,
The tail light's out.
but part of the driver's side tail light's out on it. They know.
Not sponsored, but we love the Starbucks
Last time she was our.
grilled cheese sandwich.
Did you?
Not what I did, but something told me to. And then there she left.
Well, they can look it up.
It's on the black BMW.
It's on the dark
Oh,
road.
you got it.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, you're right. It is gray.
Is it gray? I didn't know if it's dark, gray or white or dark blue.
It's listed as gray.
So, like it's what it is. The truth and honesty.
Yeah, I told them I can't get hold
Okay,
of
well,
them. I've tried to call her
I know that.
thousands of
All right,
times. She
so
won't
just
call.
let me explain something.
Okay. I should have told them not to come in here. I don't want to hear
Yeah,
it.
no, there's nothing to do with me. You know, when she had brain waves up there and all that stuff happened. Well, yeah, I did bullshit, because I didn't want to run you down. I don't care a thing. And my lawyer sent me down one day, he said, "Call me, he said, I'll tell you something." He said, "The truth will set you free." He said, "You get in front of that judge with that attitude and
The
lie,
truth will set you free.
you'll go to prison."
I know that scripture.
I just told you the truth. I ended up on probation, which she set me up. If I walked in there, she said to kill me, not to fall me. Well, I know that, but I can't prove it. She didn't control everything because we had to put up against the business. I told the truth, exactly what happened. I got probation. And people talk about probation officers.
Look at what hat he's wearing. I'm shocked he's allowed to wear that hat
I
there.
can't say one thing bad about the people there. Not one thing. Because every time I went in there, I'd give them respect. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Easy as that.
And things are good. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I don't know wrong with us. I'm just trying to teach you something because your mom puts all this crazy stuff.
Okay, and after I talked to you, I told them. Okay?
That's what you need to do, is be honest. Did you take Bible conversation?
No.
Why not?
We just ended up not getting into that. Yeah, because she provided us with some information.
The truth will take you further in this world.
And I have told them.
Thank you.
And I've told them to go everywhere they can find
I
her.
respect you for that.
Yesterday, me and the other, whoever, the FBI agents were here, Jeff and
Yeah.
Todd, maybe.
Maybe Todd, Kevin, maybe.
No, not Kevin. It was just me and Jeff.
There's a handful of them here.
Yeah, okay, well, whoever I talked to, we literally went all directed them, and they took me like every hotel trying to find her. So I don't know if she was in exit 7 and she just left.
Well, why would she leave it?
I don't know.
I don't know. Said she's guilty, so where's she from? Hey, when's the last time you seen her with that?
Couple months ago, in December.
Was that when she was over in the trailer when she had the kids? Because I call Charlotte Wise every day and she babysitted me. I could hear her playing when I was talking.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It was never house working on the chicken shack.
Well, however it is.
Mom stayed a couple nights on the trailer with me and she took Evelyn.
I know she was there because Ashley told me that, she's guilty.
That's never, that's not here nor there at this point. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
We're worried about Evelyn.
I had to tell her, and I had to tell little 50 y'all that I didn't hear from Angel. I was going to get my son Elijah home.
Yeah.
Because I know she's grown, she thinks him. And I told her, I don't like the lie.
Yeah.
But when it comes, something I had to. I didn't have no choice.
Yeah.
I said, they call the social workers. I said, you gotta have Elijah back there at 12 o'clock, come down there at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
She said, well, who called? I said, I don't know. I said, y'all said, Ashley called. Y'all, or Megan said Ashley called. I said, I don't know. Megan didn't call. I said, I don't know who called. They ain't gonna tell me that. But anyway, make a long story short, she was to her mom's, and she started crying. She said, well, I'm just gonna have to leave from here. Now, are you happy with what you've done? And I thought about it. And then when I met her, usually, you know, every time I pick the kids up, she's customer telling me what I've done or ends up to the lobby. We went to Dingles.
Well, you know, I was in Dingles car tomorrow.
I didn't know you was in the car.
Not in her car.
I didn't know you was in Dingles.
When they met.
They, I recorded it. Whatever.
Alrighty, babe. Thank you. Enjoy. They gave us a slow straws.
In Eagles Park lot all night. She's supposed to be there at 12, the 17th.
Really, people?
She opened the truck door on my truck, and I told her, we were sitting her in Ashford, she pulls up, and I tried to get where the cameras could get us, because I don't want to be lied on. Yeah, yeah. And, I said, Ashley, I still deal with her, I saw her and everything. And Ashley got out. She got out, opened my truck door up. We was married 18, 19 years. I know it won't better than anybody else. She got out crying. Now, I've never seen her cry the way she was crying. And she opened the truck up, put Elijah. Did you see her crying the way she was crying? Put Elijah in the back seat, in his car seat, and buckled him in. And I mean, the tears, man, just like you take that bottle of water, was rolling down her cheeks. Right. She never opened her mouth up to me. She never said one word. And I told Ashley then, I said, something's going on. She knows something. She knows that's the last time she's going to lay eyes on that Elijah. So Elijah's her pick. Okay. And I thought about it after I left me and Ashley got, and I meant to tell y'all, and I've had so much to run through my mind and try to speculate what we're going to do. And I told Ashley, I said, I've never seen that woman cry like that. Yep. And then it dawned on me, I said, she knows that's the last time she's going to see Elijah. Right. So I don't know what she knows or what she's done, but something like it never did happen. Now, she'd come up and cry and try to get Elijah started so he wouldn't go to Elijah. And
Do you know anybody that she knows in Mendota, Virginia? That's where she was hell bent taking to, and she was in Mendota, Virginia.
Yeah, I just got some people,
In Mendota?
not Mendota,
Close to it?
no,
Damascus?
just listen to real fast. I don't know, I worked over so much, when you get to Slow Fight.
Like I said, she never specified her
Before you get to
name.
Nicholsville, before you get to Nicholsville, there's a place called Slow Fight back inside of it. Gladys's brother lived there on that farm, and there's some other people.
Gladys is my mom's mom. She passed away.
Yeah, that's right. Maybe they have some people around her.
Yeah.
She knows so many people where she's been in and out of jail and what she does that I don't know.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that, I don't know.
Well, she wasn't exit 7. I don't think she's there now after yesterday. Like I said, me and the two other guys. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Did y'all check it? The motels, was there any other register?
I've checked. I called every single one of them.
I think they checked every motel. Did it go see if it got somebody else?
It was college Jeff. Did you check under Michael McLeod?
I didn't go out there with.
Okay, well, it's Williams then. But it was college Jeff. We went everywhere. And exit 7, across Boston, nothing.
That's what I've been telling you from the get-go. You told so many lies, nobody ever believed it. Like when Ashley first got together, she lied to me about anything. I hear her on the phone line here later on. I said, Ashley, that's no reason to lie. She lied to her mama one day, because where her mama's driveway is, well, all these trucks clean, and they've been going down the road, my truck's dirty, man, it's unreal. He don't want to bring up the driveway. What are you talking about? My truck's dirty. I said, we lied to you, mama, she got the phone from. That's way back there, which I broke her for lying. I said, there's no reason why. Because if you tell this lie, you tell that.
Yeah, but I really didn't want to think they were looking in a hurry because she took off yesterday when she got that idea.
The point of trying to make my girl is shit don't trick me.
I know.
I'm telling you,
Who's talking to her? Is that her dad?
you know something. Just don't say the word, I'll get done. If accident happens, you need to tell it, because if something did happen to the baby, and they get it, you can go to prison for the rest of your life. Child molesters, and somebody hurts your babies, their life is living in prison.
I told them everything I know.
No, I'm telling you.
I told them,
Am I right or wrong? You're right.
I told them every single thing
I
I know.
think that's her dad.
Anywhere I think she can be. Do you have any other numbers for us besides the 3 that I might have gave them?
Thanks on last this phone call. I never call her off this.
Because of all the jewelry on him, I think that's her dad.
Okay, well, I have like Will 647 number and then a 375.
What she told her last, she called from that text now, whatever.
Yeah, that was 375.
She called from that one. And the last few times she's a blocking the number. That's how I thought after we asked her about talking. I said, well, we had that number, why would she be blocking the number? And it dawned on me, I said, she might be in a motel somewhere and they won't get over she's address and she's blocking the number. You know, I mean,
I only have the 3 numbers for her.
but if the accident happened, maybe, you know, you just need to tell them. But just please, and also bring it back, you find it, if something happened, and they're all toxic, trouble, no, you don't have to. Technology is too smart. And if you be honest now, right or wrong, y'all go along with it. Long she's been honest. We talked about that several times. You know what I'm saying? Several times today, we talked about that.
I know, and I told you all clearly.
I'm just agreeing. Well, like, we're just trying to, we're not one to argue with my girl. I love you. You're my daughter. I love you regardless. I might not agree with what you did, but that don't stop me from loving you, care about you, worrying about you. I know when you've already had our disagreements, but that don't stop what I feel about you. And if you be honest and go before a judge, they'll stand up to the judge and tell them she's honest. If you keep lying and they go before a judge and tell them what she told us, tell that judge to go.
Yeah, that's her daddy.
Okay.
Just like I told you that day before we went to court.
I know that, and I came clean to them after I was from you, and I was talking about it after I was.
Well, we think you come clean, we don't know. Oh, yes. We hope you come clean.
I did.
But back to the fact, it's like that day before we walked in that courtroom, I was like, I don't want to, you mouthpiece that judge, you're trying to overtalk. You try to overtalk the judge, so he was a little loud. You know what you do? Well, I told you to. So you better stop playing with her.
Okay.
The way everybody looks at it, that's your baby. You're the one responsible. I got Charlotte Rising home and 2 little ones. So I've had to one of them. I'm responsible. There's nobody to push finger than me. That's the reason why we're all pointing the finger at you. So you just need to be straight up. Because they done told me you done tell them a bunch of lies earlier. So how do we know we can believe you 100% now? It's going to come out. It's just a matter of time till they find out what went on. They got, how many guys you got? 40-some people working on this? We got like 40-some people working out.
Can you imagine the pay and the money they spent working on trying to find that baby?
I just told them.
Okay, I'm just telling you, I mean, it's just a matter of time till it comes out.
I told them the truth just now, or right when he called you. That's when I started talking.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you, I mean, it's just, it's like a clock on that phone, it's ticking.
Well, do you know where else mom would be?
I don't know where your mom would be. I don't hang out with your mom. And usually remember, I don't know where she lived at over at Will, or if your mom and dad's.
Well,
But other than that,
do you know the exact address on Jenkins Hollow Road, or just that it's on Jenkins Hollow Road?
I don't know the address, I can take you there, but I didn't know the road, anything. You know, I'm not really engaged, so I don't look at road signs, I'll mark something, this church, or that bridge, or that store, or.
Yeah. There's like a river behind it, and it's a trailer guy who lives there, and he's
If Yeah, if you go just a little ways on that road, there's a bridge across, so before you cross that bridge, you kind of picture.
It's kind of like a yellowy tan colored trailer. And so, of course, it has like a stove sitting out front of it, much further down.
There's a fence coming in between that, there's a little house, and there's two trailers, there's one trailer right in the house where he was at, because we went over to, they picked Charlotte up that last time, Elijah, because she told me she was on the cabin. She put me on speaker when we talked to the kids. She put me on speaker, I said, like this, I said, come get my kids, you let me have them, I'm bringing them all with me. I know everybody here hear me, but she put me on speaker. Boy, they got ants in their pants. They in Charlotte Lodge and out my book in the driveway. Yeah. See, your mom, and yeah, nobody but herself. She don't love you kids, but I love y'all. I lay down and die. I die for any of you. You wouldn't make eye about it. She's not that way, man. If you don't love her, something's wrong. She's for herself. Whatever benefits her, whatever keeps her out of trouble, she's for herself. And I'm trying to explain it. Mikey knows that's where Mikey's talked to her, what, 8 years? Why do you think your brother's gonna talk to her for? She's not that statement. You don't cross your family like that, and you think your family's gonna win. So you got to take your brother to prison. And then she says, oh, that's your fault. You done wrong. And Mikey's a young, smart, intelligent man. He runs that business. He's a good man. He's a family man, raises his boys right, goes to work, goes home. But he told me, he said, if I had $1 million laying there, and I send it home this person, he said, I'd give it to him before I give her $1. I said, son, that's your mom. I said, I'm not giving $1 to that. I said, that's the way you feel. I said, that's what you do. I said, I'll talk to her, do what you want. I said, I'm not going to be mad at her for saying word to you. Don't get mad when I say this. I don't think you're telling us the truth.
And telling the truth. I'm giving them every single way I know how to find her.
Yeah, you want me to give them every single way to find her.
That I'm being
Where's that
honest. Long time ago.
Well, why did you say he had her?
Because I thought Mom was gonna run off. Which now it's a little late for that, don't get me wrong, but you know, I kind of wanted to just take off and leave.
Why was she going to take off and leave?
You walk out of the room for a second.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna just take some of the things we saw. Well,
thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Tom.
You know when that happened, she was still running off that hard, you and me doing it?
Yeah.
That was started that.
How's he going to take it?
She wanted the money back.
Yeah.
Okay,
So why would she want that?
you're not following my point.
No.
Okay, she stayed at the trailer with me for a little bit, okay? She watched Evelyn while I went to work for a little bit. And then she started about that money, like, I'm really broke, I don't have, you know, a dime to my name. At this point in my life, and she just, I went to work again. I came back and she was gone. I called her, she's like, bring me the money and I'll let you have her back. That, I swear to God, right hand to God, that's how it went down.
What'd she do now?
That I don't know. Yesterday she kept trying to take me to notice. Every time that I would talk to her between now and like last month, when she did finally start talking to me again, every time I asked her about her, she'd be like, just stay, we get her back in a little bit.
Here, I'll just step back in for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you tell her what you was talking?
No.
Thank you.
Look, I don't know, I didn't hear what was being
No,
said
she
there,
didn't
but,
tell you that.
well, let's just put it like this. I've said it before to her, we'll start fresh again, okay? Everything we talked about.
Well, no, it's all to do with Mom.
I get that, but we're not going to hold it against you, okay? We want Evelyn, so what else is there?
I'm telling you.
Okay, So a while ago, Mom said that I took money off her debit card, and I did not. And she stayed with me in the trailer for a few days after that whole deal. So I mean, I thought we were good. That's what she was watching around going to work.
All right, so Angel said Maggie took money from debit card. Debit card.
Mom kept Evelyn overnight one night, was the first night that I stayed at Hunter's, and I was late to work the next morning by like 20 minutes.
So Mom kept Evelyn the first night you stayed at Hunter's. When was that?
A week after the chicken shack opened.
So first night, Maggie stayed at Hunter's. Help me out with the date. I don't know anything about the chicken shack. I don't know when it opened.
Do you have their monitor calendar right here? Just letting you know.
What month did you say?
December.
Okay.
I guess it would have been 2 weeks after. It probably was around like either the 14th or the 16th.
Okay. 12, 14, or 12, 16.
Okay.
Mom kept Evelyn the first night. Maggie stayed at Hunter's the 14th or the 16th of December.
Okay. I was supposed to be at work at 6 a.m. the next morning, but I stopped by the trailer to check.
Maggie stopped by a trailer.
Thanks for joining us, Queen.
All right.
Queen of O'Hara.
And she started,
Say
hey,
it
if you
right.
give me all that money back from the debit card, I'll let you have her back.
Angel and Evelyn weren't there. Angel stated, give me the money back you stole from my debit card, and you can have Evelyn back, right?
Right.
We let always.
I guess it was better.
Where was who?
Will, I was
Okay.
He didn't stay at the trailer, that's what you want to know.
Okay.
Angel, go back to Will like that?
Angel,
Yeah.
Angel said to you, give me the money back you stole from my debit card, you can have Evelyn back. Text, phone, Facebook,
Phone.
talking over the phone. Okay. What number were you using then?
Like my number?
Yeah.
It was the 579 number that I shared with them.
Well, tell me the 423
579
579
6173.
6173.
I don't know which number Mom was calling from at that point.
Okay. So Maggie,
At what time did you have that conversation?
Of the day?
Well, I mean,
It was early in the morning now. It's like
that's fine. That's
before
fine.
6:30.
Okay, I do know this. I can't remember when in December. She had my two kids over there.
Yeah.
And she told me she babysat them.
Okay.
I did hear Evelyn in the back, but I can't remember the exact date.
Not sure. December. Okay. All right. So 12,
And
14
she told me
years
she
old.
did babysit them. She's hiding somewhere. She must be running.
What else?
That's it.
Okay.
Now, see, you raised your hand to God, and you said you told the truth the first time. That's what comes. I'm not mad at you. I'm not fussing at you, but how many times has she told you?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
It's supposed to be on me, but we know it's wrong.
I don't know. We can take what you tell us, but we have to go verify it. You know?
And you're killing time. If Evelyn out there, somebody got her, and tell them this, tell them that, and lead them over here where they should be over here to find her.
They need to go talk to Mom, and I literally told them every way in the world I have to get a hold of her for where she might be.
Well, let's do this. Since I've been doing different things and Matt's been doing different things, can I just?
Mom has family in Oklahoma. Do you think she go there?
Okay. Mom has family. Angel has family in Oklahoma.
Do you know if she has money to make it in Oklahoma?
Angel has family.
Yeah, I know she has family.
I'm sorry, that just popped in my head.
Gladys's brother, ain't it?
Yeah, Howard Jack.
Who?
Howard Jack.
Howard
Jack.
Jack. That's first and last name?
I don't think that's the last name. I don't know. It's gone.
That's what, how you know.
If that's
Mom
Gladys,
just talked about him.
if that was Gladys's brother, Delmer was a Delmer.
I'm sorry, I completely forgot about her family in Oklahoma. Just not talking about him.
That's fine. Let's do this. Let me get.
She threatened to go to Oklahoma.
let me get Matt back in here. You okay with talking to Matt again? Yeah. What I want to do is we're going to plug this in, we're going to narrow that down in our timeline and see when exactly we can say definitively we last saw Evelyn. Okay.
Girl, you digging yourself into some serious trouble, my dear.
We'll swap you all out. Somebody can step out. Would you like anything to drink?
You digging yourself into some deep doo-doo.
Would you like a Mountain Dew? Anything to eat?
I will tell you that grilled cheese sandwich was so good. I haven't had a grilled cheese like that in ages. The best grilled cheese you can get on the road. In my own humblest of opinions, which don't mean much. But man, that'd be good, y'all. That was good. It's not too greasy. It's not overly, it's just good. Just good. Good is as good does. I'm arranging my desktop, y'all. When you add monitors, it messes with your flow. I think I'm gonna get me a monitor, TV wall mount. Mm. I've got. Do you know what the most interesting thing is? Watching them when everybody leaves the room. Although she needs to be very careful with what all she says. I got to get me a wall mount that has a big swing out on it.
Well, actually, again, you want something to drink? Something to eat? Mountain Dew, water, something to eat? I'm hungry. I know you're hungry. You're not hungry? I bet I can find some more of those crackers. You sure? All right. So what I was talking about doing was narrowing down this timeline. So I didn't specifically ask, but this 2014 or 1216, when Mom said, "You owe me money. I'm not going to give you Evelyn back unless you pay me the money." How much money is she saying?
I don't know, because I did not take my half of the other.
Did she say, "Hey, it was $10. It was $1 million"?
No, she didn't give me the bond.
She just said money. Okay.
I will say this though.
Well, hang on. Keep that thought. All right. Is this the last time you talked to Mom about Evelyn?
No.
Have you seen Evelyn alive since that time?
Do you know what? If that was my child and I was facing those problems, honey bun, I would have been all over Mama like white on rice.
Yeah, we could narrow it down, and you could say definitively.
I don't think. I don't know if that was my daughter. I don't know what I'd do.
It was like a Saturday or Monday, but it was one of the two because it was like after the second week I started working at JGM.
Okay, what were you gonna say?
I loved her money, and I had spent $30 or whatever in clothes off the internet, and she knew about that.
Hey, Zach.
All right.
I thought I'd done pissed you off. You just abandoned me.
We're gonna try to make a timeline here, okay?
We've missed you.
Upstairs. Here's where we.
Hey, Ada K, it's your lucky day.
Angel got
When
Evelyn
the
to
Zack
say
Robin
12
comes,
to
bump,
7.
bump, bump,
She started staying at my house.
Okay.
Exact.
So from the 7th to the 14th to the 16th, did she stay there about a week?
She stayed there like for a couple days, and then she left for a couple days and came back.
Is that all during that week time
Yeah.
frame? Is it more than a week long?
No.
Mom got mad and left a couple of days after. Was that when she left? She got mad,
Yeah.
but then came back. What'd she get mad about? How am I missed that part?
I wouldn't let Will come over.
Okay. Don't hold back, something like that. Ain't no big deal. Okay. Angel called Chicken Shack.
In January.
In January. That's the day you had court.
Yeah, she asked for me.
And you weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
Did you talk to Angel that day?
Yeah.
And what court was it again? Washington County?
Yeah, Washington County.
What y'all talk
Well,
about?
everybody's been wondering where you were. I've had people asking me, and I'm like, I wish I could tell you. I don't know.
And like there were people at the windows that were really
You live near me, but I don't, I can't tell people. I don't know.
Is that the day you went over to Elizabethton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Evelyn wasn't there.
No.
Okay.
Hunter came with me, and me and Mom walked outside, and that's when we started talking about Evelyn.
Hunter was with Maggie. All right. You walked outside and started talking about Evelyn. What are you talking about?
Well, I kept asking her, and she was like, she's somewhere safe, don't worry about it. Like,
I was worried.
I mean, no, she told me she was okay.
Okay. That was approximately a month after you'd seen Evelyn?
Around the month.
I mean, let me just ask you this.
I don't understand how any parent can go that long without seeing their child willingly.
Yeah.
And that's what I went to say at Hunter's, yes, I didn't want to.
Willingly.
I'm going back in the morning Friday to work, check on.
But what I'm saying is we've got about a month time span where you're not seeing Evelyn.
I couldn't get hold of Mom, she changed her mind.
I needed some blush, y'all. I'm looking awfully pale.
Freaking out, oh my God, I need to call the police.
I know, right? We've missed our fish kisser, although he's changed.
From Evelyn, I'm tired of raising Evelyn.
You changed. You changed.
Okay. Yes.
I can't.
So
You don't have the fish kisser no more.
Late is the 12th or the 16th. Never talked to your mom from that point to when she called you in January?
I would try to contact her, and I even called her parents and asked if they knew where she was at, and they told me no.
So
I didn't have like a current phone number for her.
Okay, let me just ask it directly. Did you ever speak to your mom in person during that time frame?
No.
Did you text her? Facebook message?
She didn't have Facebook. I tried to.
Well,
Whatever number she had, but I couldn't get hold of her.
Just here's what I'm asking. Did you all have a conversation through text messages during that time?
No.
Snapchat, Instagram?
She doesn't do anything like that.
Whatever. There's probably something I've never even heard of.
She doesn't do anything like that.
Do you do anything like that?
I have Instagram.
Okay. Were you messaging her on anything during that time?
No. I tried to contact her, like I said, that phone number, like somebody else had at that point.
Okay. So like a month goes by, there's zero communication with you and Angel, right? You talk to her.
I saw the antlers.
Tell me at the 1st of January, the end of January.
I really don't remember. It was definitely in the first part of the month.
Okay.
You know what it was like?
Yeah, we'll work on it. Yeah, we can do that. So it was your court date in Washington County, Kansas?
Yes.
For reckless driving?
Reckless driving. Doing like 90 or 95 and like a 65.
We don't even care about that.
Well, I'm just letting you know that way to specify.
Let me get that back up there.
Tickets in January?
Did I?
I'm asking you.
I mean, no. I got it in December. I got the ticket in December.
The court date was in January.
Yeah.
And that's when your mom went over to? That's the day you talked to your mom?
Yeah. I remember that when she called while I was gone.
Just out of the blue, hadn't talked to you in a month, roughly.
Yeah.
Couple weeks.
Well, she tried to call a mommy first, and a mom told her I was working at Chicken Shack.
She tried to call where?
A mommy. Dad's mom. Grandma.
Okay. All right. Okay. $2?
Oh, mommy.
Oh, mommy.
Yeah. I started calling her that when I was little, like old mommy.
I just not heard that.
Raised me.
I just not heard that before.
Well, I try not to say that because then
Well, it's fine.
It's
I mean,
confusing.
well, as long as we know what you're talking about. Okay. All right. So month-ish goes by. You don't hear from
Yeah.
Angel. You hear from her that day. You go over to Elizabeth, and you can drive with her, or follow her, just meet her there.
No, me and Hunter drove over to the house she's at.
Was she already there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was the trailer, Jude's trailer,
Okay.
on the river. You can follow her.
Okay. Well, you know which. Well, we'll get to that later. Evelyn's not there.
Right.
What do you do?
Well, me and her walked outside to talk, and I asked her, and she just kept saying to me, hey, she's somewhere safe, she's not here right now, it's fine, don't worry about it.
What do you do after that?
I mean, me and her went home.
Okay.
And the next day I asked you.
Back up.
Back up.
Court date was when?
In January. I had one in February too. It got reset.
Same speeding ticket?
Yeah, I went to one day, and like, you know, the guy was like, oh, well, like, if you don't run the court, like, if you don't get a lawyer, blah, 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 like, I could give you like 70 days in jail. And I was like, I want this reset. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know, it's a record. That's the first ticket I got.
Okay.
And they had it reset. And the second time I went, the guy was like, it's a $20 bond. That was on February 13th, the second time.
Okay, and that's the one I found out just now, okay, where they're,
Yeah.
so your date.
My first court date was in January.
We're trailing it.
All right. So you and Hunter leave trailer and Elizabeth, and Evelyn's not there. Your mom says she's safe. Did you say, or did your mom show you pictures of Evelyn? FaceTime, phone call? Did you ask for a picture?
Yes. A few days later, she showed me one picture, but I couldn't tell if it was an older picture. or not.
Let's talk about that day. Okay, on that day, did you ask for a picture?
Yeah.
What was
I said, do you have any pictures of her? Like, has she been with you? Did you take any pictures with her? Like, you know, thing.
What'd your mom say?
She said, I'll show you one later.
Okay, later, like here in a minute, or I'll send you one later tonight.
She meant like she'll send me one later that night. She didn't.
Okay. What'd you do when you didn't get a picture later that night?
I called her the
That
next
night?
morning.
The next morning?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I was like, hey, like, can I have that picture of her? I was like, I just want to see her.
What phone did you call from?
Hunter's.
Okay. What number did you call? One of those you gave us, or a different
It
one?
was Jude's number. I don't have it.
You don't know it now?
Is it in Hunter's phone? And it was been called from Hunter's phone in January sometime, or early January. We don't know what Jude's last name is.
Mom just told me, but I don't remember. It's something really funky. I can take you to the house.
Okay. Had Jude and Elizabethan know Evelyn asked for a picture?
January 9th, 2020. Was it 14?
Okay. So January 9th, you're confident of your court day, you drove over to Elizabethan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. January 9th. Now we've got the time frame from, like I said, about a month, the 14th to the 16th. Okay. All right. In January, no Evelyn asked for a picture, did not receive.
I heard you never started to.
Okay, so January, you're saying you didn't get a picture. The next morning, January 10th, you called your mom. Okay. Called Angel. Did you speak to Angel? You talked to her
She
that
called me
morning?
back,
Okay.
but it was that morning.
Angel called back same morning. What you said?
She just said, I'll send you one in a minute. I just got up. She ended up showing me like an actual printed picture of Evelyn. I mean, like, I won't lie. Like, I took every step that child made. I was taking pictures of her. So I couldn't remember when I'd taken her, when she'd actually taken, just to be honest with you, because literally, like, every time that child did anything, I was like,
Yeah.
let me take a picture.
Well, that was the question I was trying to get at last night. How did you go from being literally obsessed with Evelyn, and I'm not using obsessed in a negative context, I'm using it like you're the mother, you love everything a child does, you're snapping pictures, to, okay, my mom's got my kid, or maybe somebody else has my kid, I'm not gonna worry about it. How did that transition happen?
I didn't want mom to do anything to her.
Huh?
I didn't want mom to do anything to her.
I don't understand.
Are you saying that you were afraid that if you came forward and told us that your mom would do something to the
Well, that's
child?
why I didn't tell you yesterday. I thought she might run off there and just like.
Is that
No. Let's go back. let's go back to December 12th, 14th, 16th. From November of 2018, you're obsessed with Evelyn. Love every breath she takes. This day comes along, you don't see Evelyn. Everything seems happy-go-lucky. You're with Hunter, you're working at the chicken shack, everything's cool.
Well, thank you. I'm wearing it in honor and memory of all the women who've been lost to ex trafficking.
Okay. All right. January 10th, you called Angel for a picture. Picture later. Right? Send picture later. All right. Did you get a picture January 10th?
No.
Okay. When did you get a picture?
She showed me like a physical hard copy of like a little 4x6 pictures.
Yeah.
The next day.
We're in person?
Yeah, in person.
So now we're January 11th.
At Hollow Road.
How'd you get there?
Hunter took me.
So Hunter drives Maggie to Juice. Is Evelyn there?
No.
Okay. Evelyn not there. All right, so you show up hoping to see Evelyn?
Yeah.
She's not there. What did you say?
She just, I forget where she was and she kept saying the same thing. She said, don't worry about it. But she just showed me that picture.
Angel said Evelyn is safe.
I mean, the picture is just of Evelyn, like, sitting on the floor playing. And to be honest with you, like I said, like, I didn't know if I had taken it, maybe she had printed off, or she'd actually taken it.
Yeah. So then Angel shows printed out picture. Printed out pic of Evelyn. How long did you stay?
I mean, every time we went over there, we were usually there for at least an hour or longer.
Okay. January 11th. What happened January 12th? The next day.
We still went over there and it was the same thing.
So y'all are going over every day?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna write.
We might not have went like maybe 1 or 2 days out of like the whole month, but like I was in constant contact with them.
Okay, so you're going over there every single day? Yes? And same story?
Same story.
Are you ever getting any pictures of her?
Not after that one, no.
Never any live pictures?
No.
Facebook,
No.
Instagram, chat,
No.
everything, like a FaceTime?
No.
Were you ever,
have anything like that.
were you ever on the phone to somebody and hear Evelyn's voice?
No.
Okay. How'd you feel about that?
Well, I mean, like I said, I didn't want to do anything and piss her off and her like just run and not tell me anything.
Okay. So you were over there for an hour, roughly every time you went over there, and it's kind of the same conversation.
Yeah.
So we'll take an hour out of the 24 hours on day. The other 23 hours, what are you doing during those days?
I was probably at work.
Working?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was either at work or in bed.
Did you ever worry, hey, where's Evelyn?
Well, I mean, yeah, but like I said, that's why yesterday I didn't want to tell you all anything. But now she's already like kind of disappeared, so I mean, let him have one.
She's kind of let you hanging out.
Yeah.
Why? We're going over there every day.
To try to get her on the fever.
Did Hunter know?
No, I never told him.
Why did you tell Hunter you were going over there?
Just to see my mom.
So was Hunter not around when you're asking, hey, where's Evelyn?
No, me and mom was walking around.
Well, let me ask you this, and this may sound crazy, because I don't know the answer. Did Hunter know you had a child named Evelyn?
Yes.
Okay. Did Hunter ever say, hey, where's your daughter?
No.
He didn't care?
No.
He didn't want no babies around?
I mean, I'm not saying that. But he's never
Okay, guys, I'm going to take a comfort break. I'll be right back.
What do you think of that?
Thank you.
Hunter didn't want no babies around?
I don't think that. No.
I'm just asking. I don't know. I'm just trying to figure it out. That's kind of what it sounds like. He knows you're his girlfriend, right?
I don't know what that is.
He's driving over there every day, right? He's like, I've got a girlfriend. Did he ever say I love you?
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out what your all status was. So I love this girl. She's got a baby, but I don't care anything about it. Right? Did that have anything to do with why you weren't worried about Evelyn?
No.
All right, so I'm just gonna make a note, January the 12th we got to, so would go over to
Almost every
Jude's.
day, yeah.
Almost every day.
And then whenever she got that hotel in Wood Springs, she kept telling me, she was only there for 2 or 3 nights, so it was like, oh, like the next night I'll bring her over and you can see what she never had it.
So hang on, let's get to that thing. Stay for roughly 1 hour. Go outside. Go outside.
Or Hunter would go out to the bar lot, get dip, and then talk about it.
Away from Hunter. Hunter. Then talk about Evelyn, right? Did Hunter ever ask about Evelyn? Hunter never asked about Evelyn. During the time you had a phone, like, I mean, you know how generally how phones work. I've got a picture on the background of my phones. Well, what was the background of your phone?
The family from my girlfriend on Facebook, I wanted Evelyn like that little purple chair, and she's wearing like the black long sleeve t-shirt. Yeah, the green fan.
You can describe it to a T.
There are leaves in the background.
There you go. You describe it
It
to a
was
T.
small. She had a little camo bow in her hair. It's just the one where she's like smiling, she's patting her hands on things.
Well, let me ask you
The
this.
same one I sent to you all.
Okay. I remember that one. I remember that.
The purple. Yeah.
You can describe that to a T because you love Evelyn. Right? So you're around Hunter.
She had a little bruise on her face because she's walking and fell.
So I guess at some point, like you're
It was
sitting,
like probably like right around here on her cheek. It was kind of like up around her cheek.
really. So like if you and Hunter would be sitting next to each other and you had your phone, something like this, looking at it, text or something, that picture, was your phone bigger than mine? Was it a bigger phone?
It was the iPhone phone.
So that's pretty good size phone, right?
That's
I'm
not
not sure.
big
Not
one.
the big one? Anyways, but that picture is prominent, right? Did Hunter ever say, oh, there's Evelyn, oh, she's a cutie, oh, I'd like to meet her, I'd like to hold her, I'd like to, did you ever miss her? You never asked that? Okay. Alright, so stay for roughly 1 hour, go outside, talk about Evelyn.
Or Hunter would go outside.
Right, either way. Hunter never asked about Evelyn. You said at some point your mom got a motel hotel room.
Yeah, at Wood Springs Street.
When was that?
She dropped the government check, but where's February? Yeah, that was on a Saturday, so I guess it was on January 31st that she wrote it.
So roughly
I was checking.
January 31st, Angel moves
Johnson.
Johnson City. How many times do you go over there?
Well, she's only there for 3 days.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask. Okay, stayed for 3 days. You went over every time. Maggie there every day.
Yeah.
How long did you stay?
A long time, because that's when she was telling me, oh, like I'll get there in a little bit, oh, like I'll get there.
How'd you get there?
Either Hunter came with me or I went by myself, and it was in the blue Corolla.
Okay. So you went there with and without Hunter.
Yeah.
My monkey escaped her cage. And the number one thing that she loves to destroy and play with is the TV remote control. So I've had to buy 2 new remote controls. Well, shit.
Hunter. And mom would say, go ahead.
I'll go get her. Mom said, I'll go get her.
She said where she was going to get her at?
Yeah.
Did you ask?
Yeah, and she would tell me, like, well, if you want to take the car, go get it, take it.
Take the car, go get it.
Yeah,
Where? Okay. So,
Mom's this motel, right?
right.
she's there for 3 days.
I love it when they send you candy in your packages. It's so sweet.
We're good with that?
I really didn't want to call anybody,
Aw.
but just day off. She's already taken off now.
Why would you take off?
She doesn't want to adopt dogs.
Let's work some more on our timeline. So now we're at February 2nd-ish. What happens next? Where's Angel? Where are you? Where's Evelyn?
We won the Super Bowl. That's the thing I kicked out for sure. Is the Super Bowl.
The what now?
Super Bowl.
What about it? Say what you said again.
That's when they got kicked out.
On the Super Bowl. The third row got in ours.
Angel got kicked out.
Well, she didn't have to leave until the morning, but we'll have to leave that night.
Kicked out of Wood Springs, right?
She didn't have to leave until 11 a.m. the next day.
Springs.
Yeah, when the cops were calling all that.
February the 2nd.
So she was at that hotel on February 2nd.
Yeah.
February 2. Why were the cops called?
Or we'll go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Domestic assault or something, we'll have to leave.
Were you there?
No, but she called me and she was like, hey, like Will's like hitting me, pushing me around. We went to a Super Bowl party at Hunter Dance House, like right up the road from where he lives. It's on the same road.
What, you went to a Super Bowl party about what time? 6, 5.
So I think we got there maybe like 3 to 3:30, and we stayed till like 9:30. Dropped mom off.
Okay, so Angel is with you at the Super Bowl
Yeah.
party, all right?
Okay. We tried to go get the kids from dad, and like dad called the cops on her that day. There's this big ordeal, and Hunter was like, if you want to go with us, that's fine, you can. So she went with us.
You and Angel went over to Tommy's to get Charlotte and
Hunter was with us.
Elijah.
Yeah.
Right. To take them to the Super Bowl party?
I mean, no, she got them. We were going to go back to the hotel.
Okay. So here's my question. You're riding around with your mom trying to go get Charlotte and Elijah with a plan maybe to go party later. Why aren't you trying to find Evelyn?
I wasn't going to go to the party if she got Charlotte and Elijah. She got them. She was supposed to take me to go get Evelyn. She didn't get them. And Hunter was like, oh, we'll go to the Super Bowl party.
Okay.
So we went to that.
You ain't seen your kid in a month. Why are you thinking, oh, I'll go to the Super Bowl party instead of go trying to find my kid?
I didn't
The
know.
cops, calling the cops aside, why aren't you out here beating the bushes on your own?
I had nowhere to start to look for her other than Elizabeth.
Okay.
Her parents didn't have her.
Whose parents?
Mom.
Okay.
Wanda, David, Joan.
Did you and Hunter ever have a conversation like, hey, because Hunter's got some meetings, right? He's got a car, he owns a business, right?
Yeah.
Where you're like, hey, will you help me find my daughter? You never asked him that? Why?
He didn't ask about her, so I asked him to go help me with her.
He's the best friend you got at that point, it sounds like, right? Okay. February 2nd, they're kicked out of Wood Springs.
Mom leaving.
The 3rd, whatever.
Yeah.
So, well, I'll just put that. Angel leaves Wood Springs February 3rd. What happens after February 3rd?
I still keep talking to her and she's still not telling me anything.
Where's she at?
She went to Wanda and David.
Okay, Angel at Wanda and David's. Remind me again who Wanda.
Oh, that's her parents.
Where do they live?
396 West Valley Drive, Lot 7.
396 what?
West Valley Drive.
West Valley, where is that?
In Kingsport off of Rock Springs Road.
Okay.
It's lot number 7 in the trailer park.
Okay. She is there from February 3rd to when?
Literally the day that I can help. Here's the date.
Okay. So Angel here, February to the 17th?
Yeah.
Or 18th, something like that?
Yeah. Wood Springs sent her like refund check in the mail. She got it that day.
What day?
She is in so freaking deep. I don't understand how she can keep going, knowing that your child is unalived by you or somebody else, but you know what's happened. I mean, you're in on it. If you didn't do it, you're in on it. How can she keep going? I'm exhausted by her lies. I'm exhausted at trying to listen to all this. It just keeps going and going and going and going. At one point, you got to throw your hands up and say, I'm done. I don't know how she does this.
How much?
$441.
How many?
$441.
441 Wood Springs. And it was a check?
Yeah. She got it cashed at Wells Fargo on exit 7.
You know that to be a fact?
I took her there.
Okay.
So yes, I do know that.
So I was gonna go run down where she cashed it.
So did you drive her from Kingsport to exit 7 to cash a check?
First we stopped at Food City, they would have cashed it.
What Food City?
The one in Coyle High.
What, that's the question. Where's the check mail to?
100,000.
Okay, 100,000.
Yeah.
And she was staying at,
She didn't know if she could go stay there when she had the check mail. She didn't know like if they were letting her come stay or not.
but she was at one of those in West Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Did you call her and say, hey, the check's here? Did she call you and ask?
This is the whole Ingles ordeal. Like, me and Mom got into it because she called me and she's like, I can't believe, that you would call DCS on Elijah and I hadn't. This is the morning of the 18th. Okay, and her and I were into it and she was like, well, bring me the check or I'll just come set up there until I can come to the mail. And I was like, when it comes to the mail, I will bring it to you.
Okay.
So then, after Dad met her at Ingles, she got in the Lexus, that's what I was driving at the time. We went from Ingles and Coyle High to Barefoot Landing to Bluffville. Came back because she didn't have her ID on it. She left in the BMW. She left it parked at Ingles. She rode with me to the house. She didn't have gas. Okay, we pick her ID up. I'm like, I'll take you to Food City cash checks, just $5. Food City won't cash it because it's a Wells Fargo bank check. Okay, we drive to the bank across the road, whatever that
Well,
is,
there may
like
have been some offers
Okay, they
and
won't
she
cash
didn't
either
take
because it's
it.
Wells Fargo. They tell me the nearest Wells Fargo is on exit 7.
That's why you go for it.
We go to exit 7 Wells Fargo.
Okay. Just you and her.
No, no one's with it.
Okay, what else with it?
Yeah.
Cashed at, say again?
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo, exit 7?
Yeah.
Exit 7. All right, let's go back to, you said at Food City. You might have missed this earlier, it's me and Tommy in here. You're sitting there at Food City in a different car.
Ingles. That's where they met.
Ingles. Angel is there with Elijah and Charlotte, or just Elijah?
Just Elijah.
Just Elijah. Tommy pulls up to do custody exchange, right? You're over in the parking lot. Tommy doesn't know
I was
you're there.
away.
Right. So, Evelyn, you know that Angel has Elijah, is taking good care of him for what, a couple days or something, whenever?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. Where's Evelyn?
I don't know.
Why weren't you asking that question?
I was asking and she would not tell me. I literally asked her every day from the day that she called me at the chicken shack. And it's always the same answer. She says, don't worry about it.
This is the girl that you probably took a million pictures of. And now it's like, hey, where's Evelyn? Well, I don't know. You just shrug your shoulders. All right. Let me go back to Hunter.
Well, I didn't really know what to do. I didn't want her to like leave or do something to it.
What do you think you should do? Not sit back and wait?
I mean, yeah.
For how long? How long are you going to wait? That's a really good question.
I don't know.
How long are you going to wait?
I mean, it's been, last time you started was when? December 17th? 16th?
14.
Okay. So it's been 1 month and 6 days. 36 days since you've seen your child. And you're okay with that?
I mean, no, like I genuinely did not know what to do. And yes, I know you're going to tell me, oh, you should have called us. Like,
Well, that's neither here nor there. Whatever.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand how that you are, that you're okay with this.
well, I wasn't necessarily like okay with it, but like I said, it was like I had a lot of options. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That you're working every day, going to Super Bowl parties, going here, going there.
But I guess we just supposed to do this way. I think we've established it, but I know we talked about it last night. I was getting zoomed out there when I was tired. We all know. So I guess you have a birth certificate for Evelyn, right? You're listed as a mother. No father is listed, right? We talked about that. So you would be the primary parent. You are the mother. You're her legal guardian, right? You're her natural guardian, natural mother. I know you have this extended family that loves her, but you're her go-to, right? And you have no idea about her well-being for how long?
A while.
What's a while? A while could be 20 minutes.
The only time I saw that picture was on January.
Okay. So we're talking, you have no idea about her well-being. You don't know if she's safe, alive, well-nourished, flourishing. You don't know anything about your child since December the 16th, right? So, okay, this timeline, is there anything you've left out?
No.
Is there anything you've lied about in here? Just this?
No.
Okay. Do you have reason to believe that Evelyn is not alive?
That's a lie.
Well, let me ask it the opposite way. What reason do you have to believe Evelyn is still alive?
Hope.
Yeah, I do too. I think they're gonna put all the blame on Hunter because he's got a mental illness. He's already in a mental hospital, so. Well, hello, Para Woman Radio. Welcome.
16 months.
Welcome to the channel.
What would you know? Right?
I don't know how you go about finding her home.
I would have known where to find her that day at Ingles. You would have called and said, she's at Ingles, come help me. I hope to the Wood Springs. Hey, she's staying over at Jude's. Hey, she's police. I know the police are on their way to Wood Springs. I know that's where she's there. Why don't I just go there and tell the police what's going on? We know where to find her then. I bet if you would have called us December the 14th, we could have found her. You know? So, I don't know.
Can you check with the family that's on there?
What? That's a lead. I promise you we'll run down. I've told you there is no extent to which we will not
I
go.
completely forgot about that. They're like going on about like why is the family not involved in this family?
That's fine. We can run that down.
That was always her go-to. Like anytime she violated probation or anything, I'm just going to Oklahoma.
Okay. So
Y'all remember, like, and put the words I like in comments so you can be in the drawing.
Since December 14th. She's never had Evelyn.
No, we didn't talk until January.
Okay.
Because that was what they was.
I forgot about that lapse. All right. During that entire time, you don't know that Angel ever had Evelyn. So let's say we find Angel. Let's say they've got her right now. We just don't know about it yet. How do we find Evelyn?
Ask her.
Think she's gonna tell us?
Maybe.
Maybe. She's been beating down her door so far, you know.
Well, thank you, Angela, so very much. Please join us tomorrow night, Angela. Oh, I might as well take a quick break. Everybody, we have a special guest tomorrow night. Oh my gosh, y'all. He is going to be freaking amazing. This young man, I met him recently. He lives in my area. Sorry, come on, get off of there. His name is Alan Deal Jr. He's an addict to an athlete. He spent time in jail and prison. He's going to come on and talk to us about his experiences from the moment he was arrested to the moment he got out of jail. He also has some testimony to share. Whether you're religious or not, it doesn't matter. This still is going to be a good show. But please come join us tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for an amazing live with Alan Deal. He's going to be in-house, so we're going to have to squeeze together. I've got some logistical stuff to figure out this evening or tomorrow, but please come and join us for a fabulous night.
What do we do if she says, I don't know where Evelyn is?
She's the last person who has it.
I get it.
Once I have to go.
I get it.
What if she says something really bad happened? And what do we do then?
I don't know.
Well, baby. Okay, go ahead. Thank you for asking.
Anything else? Anything you've not told us?
Is that the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what, you know, we've been around this
I
circle,
know.
around and around and around and around. You know, and we've been nothing but nice to you. Give you every opportunity to tell us. We are trying to help you. Do you understand that?
I do.
And when you tell us lies,
It doesn't help. I know.
when we've got all these resources tied up running down bullshit that you know is exactly that bullshit, like all that with Ethan. You know how much time we wasted on Ethan when we could have been looking somewhere else? You knew. You knew that was bullshit.
Let me go back through it and make sure I got everything straight. So I think on the 17th or maybe the 18th, someone from Sullivan County talks with you, right?
It was the 18th.
And that's when you give the story of, well, I left her with Ethan, right? And I'm not trying to badger you. I just want to go back through it. But at that point, you knew that wasn't true, right? And then I guess you kind of fast forward. Am I the next person you talk to as far as sitting down in an interview?
No.
You talked to someone else. Was that with the FBI?
No.
No, the first person she talked to was our guys. Okay. The night we went to your house and found you, brought you up here.
Yeah.
You rode up here with the patrolman, right?
Right.
That was the first night.
Well, they went to the chicken shack and Hunter took me to the chicken shack.
Okay. Whenever you came from somewhere down around 75 up here and talked to us.
But let me ask you this. So they show up at Chicken Shack looking for you. Like, hey, we're here to talk about Evelyn, I guess. So you say to Hunter, hey, can you give me a ride to Chicken Shack? Right?
Yeah, Hunter's dad called and I answered the phone. He said, hey, let me talk to Hunter.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Hunter was like, oh, well, there's like a detective there or something. I'd already talked to him that day.
Okay.
This was a little bit after I talked to him.
Well, Hunter takes you over there to meet detectives, right?
It was just one call.
Whatever. Hunter takes you there.
Yeah.
How far of a drive is it?
Less than 5 minutes.
5 minutes. During that 5 minutes, y'all ever talk about what you're fixing to talk about?
No.
Hunter didn't ask.
So
He didn't say what the police do. If my wife, girlfriend, or whatever would get.
I already told you on the phone. No, I didn't, not on the phone. He came home from work a little bit after the second we've been there, and he was like, some guy called me about your child. And I was like, I know I've already talked to him. I said, okay.
All right, so Hunter, that says he loves you on February the 18th, y'all been together for 2 months. At this point, says he loves you, refers to your world, Evelyn, as your child, right? Is that what he always called her?
Yeah.
You ever call her anything else?
He never really talked about her calling me.
Did you ever talk about her in a derogatory manner?
No.
Okay. All right. So then you get brought back up here to talk to some different detectives. Do you stick with the story of I dropped her off with Ethan? Okay. Then you go right around with FBI looking at motels?
Yeah.
Right?
This was the next day.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Yeah. So would that be then the next interview you did was with me and Angie? Or is there one in between that? Well, if you don't remember,
it's all jumbled together. I talked to so many people that.
You remember talking to me last night.
Yeah.
We talked and you stuck with the story the 24th and then the 25th. And look, I'll just tell you, I knew you were lying to me last night. I didn't have enough evidence to confront you the way I did today. With the bottom line, okay? I hadn't been briefed on everything that was going on. I got caught up on that. That's why I wanted to talk to you again today, because I knew none of that was true. All right? You knew none of it was true, right? I mean, you knew I had a good reason to be asking. Right? Little girl's missing, and you misled us, you lied to us, right? So then today, for whatever reason, you decide, okay, enough's enough. I'm going to tell the truth. Give us a different story.
It is the truth.
Well, that's what I'm just trying to get it right. Okay, so that's where we're at, right? Okay. What else is there that we should know? What else can help us find Evelyn?
Nothing I can think of off the top of my head. Mom was supposed to, what is today, the 20th? She has an appointment at Kingsport House on the 25th to get a government partner.
Think she's going to show up?
Probably.
Okay.
I mean, that's the only time that I know she's supposed to be somewhere.
All right. February
The 25th.
25th.
I don't know the time. Could you all maybe call them and get the time?
Yeah.
Okay.
February 25th, Angel appointments at Kingsport House.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
That's all.
Who's Angel's boyfriend right now?
William McLeod.
Nobody else. Jude's out of the picture.
Her and Jude went over together, they just lived with Jude.
Oh, sorry. William McLeod. Seen her?
Will lived with her at Jude.
Okay.
They paid Jude rent.
I didn't know that. All right. What else?
That's all.
Hungry? Let's get some food. Water. Bathroom break. Walk out, get some fresh air.
Maybe.
Anything? Let's, I think we could use a break too. Maybe we'll step out over here. If you want to walk out, the way this elevator works, you've probably been up there enough. You gotta have somebody go down with you. We'll give you some there, okay? Sure, you want something to drink?
Yeah.
All right.
That girl is a piece of work, y'all. I am of the mind of being floored right now. I'm shocked.
All right, Lieutenant Price. So this is the first time Megan has told you this story about her mom
Correct.
possibly having a child. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you all go looking for Angela Boswell, and William McLeod?
Yes, we did.
And were you all able to locate them?
They were located, yes.
Where were they?
Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Were you able to locate Evelyn with them?
We were not.
Did you, in the course of your investigation, didn't find any evidence that Angel Boswell had ever had Evelyn?
That's correct.
So there was no evidence?
None.
Okay. Any evidence during your investigation that Angel Boswell had ever taken Evelyn?
None.
She hadn't.
This was not the last interview that you had with Megan Boswell, is that correct?
It was not.
Okay. After you learned that the information she had told you that day was not correct, did you all come up with another strategy as far as how to get additional information from Ms. Boswell?
Yes, we ended up interviewing her again.
All right. And would that have been the next day, February the 21st of 2020?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And on that day, did you all interview her along with various items of evidence that you had collected from Hunter's residence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And if you would kind of tell the jury what you did, what your strategy was in interviewing her on that day.
So we were doing our best to narrow down the timeline of the last known credible sighting of Evelyn, who, when the last time we knew her to be alive. And so she had several items that we had gotten from Hunter's house in a box, kind of like, she called it a memory box. And there were different photographs and items and letters and that kind of thing in that box. And we set it down with her, and we basically asked her, when did this happen? When did this happen? To narrow down. Again, we were trying to narrow that timeline down as close as we could get to what we could prove to be the last time, Evan was seen alive.
All right. And obviously at this point in time, you knew Megan Boswell had told you things that were not true.
100%.
Is that correct?
Right.
And did you confront her during that interview with her inconsistencies?
Yes.
All right. And did you record that? And you said that interview was the next day, the February 21st, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was that interview also conducted at your interview room over at the sheriff's office?
Yes, it was.
Which again is located here in Bluntville, Sullivan County.
Correct.
Correct. Did you all record that interview?
We did.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have an opportunity to review that interview?
Yes, I did.
And was that what you watched, a true and accurate recording of the interview that you had with Megan Boswell on February the 21st of 2020?
Yes, it is.
Judge, at this time, I would move to make that exhibit 221.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would ask to publish that interview at this time. Play it for the jury. Let me approach for a second, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, they just told me this video is a long one. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. I thought that was I think that was the option. I'll say about 15 minutes.
Everyone stand.
What? I didn't get that mumble. Let me see if my thing can pick it up. Guys, we have 123 on X watching us today. Thank you so very much. Also, all of y'all on YouTube, thank you very much.
Everyone stand.
I guess they're taking a short break. Like I said, this judge, he takes his little breaks and you're like, say what? He's a break taking judge. I don't know if it's going to happen this way, but I'm hoping, I'm kind of working on my Animal Crossing. There we go. I haven't touched this in a long time. My sister and I used to play it, and it's been really hard for me to just kind of get my hands on it again. as much as I loved it, it was just something that I did with her. I didn't do it. That was the only time I ever did it was with my sister. So trying to get my heart back into things, you know what I mean? It's just hard to get yourself back into things when you used to do with somebody you loved and they're not here anymore. I just worry about. I'm so glad that she was able to save an island. She had her islands, Mamma Mia Island. I couldn't believe she actually did an entire Mamma Mia Island. I was like, girl, I don't know how she did it. It just blew my mind that she was able to do an entire island. I mean, even look like it as much as it could with she even had the tile that was broken. She even made she took a kimono and she made it look like a pair of overalls. I was like, man, she's good. My sister is good. I really struggle with sitting here and listening to all of the lies this girl has been telling for weeks, months. And it is so hard for me because all I can do is sit there and go, I've lost track of the lies. I can't even create a timeline, and I'm pretty good at that. I'm not able to create a timeline with her at all. It's weird. Um, she's just bizarre. In X, I put a red face because I was so tired of hearing her lies. I'm done with hearing this woman's lies. Any better as pertaining to what? Yesterday was hard. I really didn't do anything. I watched the game. You know, part of me wanted the Chiefs to win to make it a three-peat, but I overall the best team won. I'm happy with that. I think that was a good game as far as that's concerned. Um, I always am uncomfortable watching someone or a team in a game or competition fall apart. Oh, my migraine. It's not a full migraine yet, but it's still trying. That hence why I've got a little Dr. Pepper here. Sometimes the caffeine and coffee just doesn't cut it, but the cold does feel good. Um, I really didn't do much yesterday. Didn't feel like it, and I just wish my body. I will tell you, on Saturday night to Sunday morning, I went to bed about midnight Saturday night, and we didn't. My son and I, both of us, I didn't wake up until 12:15 in the afternoon. So I got me a lot of sleep, but I don't feel like I've had sleep. I think that's part of my problem is I know I'm sleeping a good, well, 6 to 7 hours a day, but I just feel so tired right now, and it's the RA and the migraine. As far as migraine's concerned, it's still on that teeter-totter. It hasn't gone to a migraine yet, so that's good. Thank you for asking, Tash. I don't have the sunglasses on, but as you can tell by my glasses, and here, I'll go ahead and show all of y'all. This is my view. Yes, I got my drink. I got my phone, iPad, computer, monitor, switch deck monitor, stream deck, Rodecaster Pro. I've got a lot going on here, and these lights can bother me a little bit. So if it doesn't if it starts trying to amp up again, I'll put my sunglasses back on. People think it's the big light up there that's the problem, and it's not really. It's all these other brightly colored lights that can cause a little bit of a headache. So yeah, here's my switch. I was hoping to get some beading done today, but there's no way I'm gonna get any kind of beading done today. Um, so migraines that start with yeah, that's what we call an optical migraine, the kaleidoscope eyes. It's an optical migraine. And usually the optical migraine in and of itself, by itself, is not, um, for me, is not painful. It just, I can't see. But when they go from an optical to a real full blown migraine, that's a freaking nightmare. You know it's going to be bad. You know it's going to be bad. Now I have Ubrelvy, I think that's the name of it, had migraine meds. The best med I've ever had in my life. And the best migraine med I've ever had in my life. I can take half of one of those and like I did, and it's not going to a migraine, and I can function on it. I'm a little sleepy, but I can function on it. But when you get to the full blown migraine, you take one whole in about 30 minutes. You're a whole lot better. I still have that scratch trying to heal. People are like, "What are you rubbing your nose a lot?" My son tried to hand me the cat over the desk, and she freaked out and she scratched me right, literally the hooked and poke, and that's trying to heal, and it's dry and itchy. So it feels like something tickling me. So if I'm doing that a lot, that's why. Yeah, they are migraines with the kaleidoscope eyes, if you know what I mean. They're the worst. They are. I do get optical migraines that don't go into a migraine, a regular migraine, and you never know when that starts happening. I hate it when I'm driving. Luckily, I think only a handful of times, maybe once, maybe twice, I've had a migraine like that. That both eyes were opticals. Migraines was in both eyes. Only had that a couple of times. Luckily, I wasn't driving. And just saying. Luckily, I wasn't driving. Trying to find a good way to do the courtroom. I'm gonna try this for a little bit, but see, I can't, I don't like it not being centered. And I don't like being over the line with it, so I'll just cancel. So, how many of y'all are actually migraine sufferers? I have done better, I will tell you, since my friend gave me a brand new mattress. I have slept so good, and I don't wake up with those morning headaches that turn into, those headaches you wake up with some people like me, I was waking up almost every morning with a headache. And luckily, that's all but gone. Now, if I wake up, it's a migraine. It's a migraine. It's not just a headache. So I'm so blessed that that's improved, greatly improved. And I keep thanking him every time I see him. That reminds me, I need to say hello. I think he sent me a text yesterday, and I didn't see it. Hold on. Sorry I missed your phone call. It was a difficult day and I was out of pocket. So there we go. So I thought they were coming back. The judge was standing there and I don't know what's going on. God only knows. The Monica Simatilli trial is going. Tonight I do have a ASL class. So I will be leaving here right promptly at 6:30. We'll catch up with the Monica tomorrow during breaks. Well, do you know what we could do? I could go ahead and do this while we're on their breaks.
Some calculations to determine the difference between what the defendant would have gotten in a divorce situation versus if her husband died because he was murdered.
I did. That's column F on the far right side. That's delta between, or the difference between a divorce scenario and a death scenario.
And did you make certain assumptions in this case in these calculations, divorce versus death?
Yes, I did.
And what type of
Hey, let's go back here. I want to.
this chart, creating this chart, did you also prefer?
So this is notes. Okay. Estate would be the total value of the estate. Personal accounts. Oh, this is the personal account. They only had $3,000. Okay. Okay, 50%. Okay, if they're divorced, if he's died, he gets the 100% and then the difference. So I guess the difference is between divorce and death is what they're looking at here. Wow. So they're looking at the D word.
Some calculations to determine the difference between what the defendant would have gotten in a divorce situation versus if her husband died because he was murdered.
I did. That's column F on the far right side. That's delta between, or the difference between a divorce scenario and a death scenario.
And did you make certain assumptions in this case in these calculations, divorce versus death?
Yes, I did.
And what type of assumptions did you make?
So the first assumption is for the divorce scenario, I assumed that the date of death was also the date of separation.
Okay.
So anything after that date would be separate property.
Hi again, Taz.
Secondarily, I assumed that for the death, I assumed that Ms. Sementelli would not be found responsible for Mr. Sementelli's death.
So in other words, if she were to be found not guilty, what she would be able to still inherit?
That's correct.
Or if she had not been caught in the first place?
That's
okay. Did you make any determinations or any assumptions regarding the home?
Yes, I did. So on line 6 through 8, you can see that's the amounts related to the house, and the house was sold. And so in the death scenario, we have $337,951 at line 9. And in the divorce scenario, we have the $218,350. And that relates to it being 50%, because in a divorce scenario, Ms. Sementelli would receive half, whereas in the death scenario, she receives 100%. However, I didn't include costs of sale here. I didn't assume that the house was sold. I assumed that she would be bought out of the house.
Okay, they're coming back. Well, they put her back in, and then they stepped out. I ordered something, and they were so sweet to put Valentine's candy in it, and they put everything I like. Go figure. That's not what this chick needed. I'm trying to lose weight, not gain it.
So, with the pictures, we're kind of making that time frame. Hold on, shut the doors open. Your grandma's downstairs.
Oh, shit. You're probably going, oh, snap.
Where were those pictures? They're right here. That's 50 pictures. These are the other pictures.
Yeah.
I know we kept you here a while, you're kind of in a time crunch. I'm sure your grandmother has got better things to do.
Well, I have nothing better to do. You're trying to find my child, so.
Okay, well, basically what I'm getting at is, if there's any point in time you need to get up and leave, just go. You're free to leave. I know he's kind of in the way.
Well, I just kind of wait until you are like, hey, we're done with you.
You're free to leave, meaning she's not under arrest, so they can't use that against them.
We talked about.
Okay, earlier in the trial, the defense was saying yes, but she was not free to leave. She is sitting there talking to you, but she's not free to leave. And what did he just say? Your grandmother's downstairs waiting for you. At any time you need to leave, you're free to leave. So that solved that problem. Thank you very much.
The pictures. I may get into a little more questions. Are you okay with answering some questions again?
Yeah, do you want me to sign the papers? I don't have to. Like, I signed so many. I'm definitely more than okay with talking to you all. But
Do you care to do one just in case? I'm gonna get one. I just thought of this. My mind is scrambling everywhere. I'm still trying to figure out why these kids shoes on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what it is. The newest phone I have, if I don't have a number saved, the number comes up and it's like it guesses who it is. So like if you call it, it might actually have your name on there, even though I don't have it saved. I don't know how it works. But it does. All right. While I'm kind of getting this stuff together, I'll let you start filling it out. Oh, no.
What are they doing?
Stuff together. I got some of that stuff on there. I'm so sorry about that.
Some kind of evidence collecting or something?
Mom,
Yep.
321,001.
So this is in November.
That was taken out of mommy's house.
When?
On mommy's. Grandmother lives downstairs.
So I'll let go ahead. All right, Amy, very good. You've done this before, right?
Yeah, no, I just on it.
Do you understand it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna read it to you.
Okay.
Before you ask any questions, you must understand your rights. Your right to make sound, you know, answer your questions. If you do answer questions, your answers can be used in evidence against you in court. And the self-lawyer before your question, not for a lawyer, will be provided to you without cost. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you'll still have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you talk to a lawyer. All right, you understand all that?
Yeah.
All right. Applebee's, we don't know. Okay. Is this the same trip?
Yes. They're all
What day was this on?
the 21st. This picture, I think, if it would have been warm in November, I think it would have been at sometime in November. 21st, we're all from the same, I'm wearing the same clothes as you.
Tell me again, November.
I don't know when in November, but I'm pretty sure it was. The only reason I know that is because I went to Applebee's after DPS was sending me money for going to school. I went to Applebee's after I got that money for October. Now that I think about it. Because I had money to go to Applebee's, same trip. So those are just the same pictures for now that we're doing.
Way earlier.
That is from December 6, 2018.
This pen is messed up. December 6th,
2018, at Olsen Homes and Ringwood.
18.
Yeah. So Evelyn was less than a month old. They had like a family thing for like the children in foster care.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what that was.
That's great. Would it help if I turn these around? I just realized
I
that.
can see. This picture was taken on the day that she turned 4 months old, to my 18th birthday. So 3/21, 2019. Like I said, some days I remember really specific. That one comes after that one. That was more recent if you're going from.
Sorry. Okay.
Yep.
When was this one?
My dad has the pictures. It was from sometime in February 2018.
So we're like, well, this one was
December. No, that was in February 2019. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Because, yeah, Evelyn was with us on that trip. My dad has the pictures of like me, him, Ashley, Lodge, Charlotte, Mikey, Sarah, Evelyn.
What about this one? Where's first birthday come in?
That's not first birthday. That's Christmas. That would come after that.
Right there.
First birthday would have been somewhere between these two. Like right, yeah.
December 21st.
Yeah.
This is.
From 1/11/2020. I see the date on it.
You can see that?
Yeah.
Where?
I'm trying not to touch it.
I'm way off.
That was food we picked up for Jason, the guy who lives in the basement.
Jason and Jason.
That's it.
That's fine. We're just making time.
The trip to El Paso would have probably been somewhere around like.
Where's that? Right here? Yeah.
Yeah.
When was it?
I guess before her birthday. I don't remember exactly, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Right in there.
Yeah.
Where's Sarah there?
I got sick like a couple weeks ago. So it would have been after that.
Wait, what? This?
The car would have been after the all pharmacy.
This is.
Higher insurance.
So just put it down here.
I don't know what I wrote down there. You're gonna ask me. I don't know. We were into it because him and his dad were arguing over chicken shack stuff.
Before or after?
After. I cussed him out, so I was apologizing. Told him to add something clean.
He did or you did?
He did.
Alright, so.
The ultrasounds were obviously prior anyway.
Prior to the pictures.
Yeah. Because she was in my stomach.
Right.
The first big way night trip is the first time I took her was the ninth day open. Which these pictures are from that, but I took her the very ninth day open.
It's gonna kind of go in weird order.
Okay.
We're gonna start way back here.
Okay.
Ultrasound. So this,
That was the day I was having her. That was her heartbeat and my contractions. I couldn't get her out. Just her heartbeat.
so now we're like right here.
Yeah.
What's next, right?
Right. That was Christmas. So it would have been with the ornament.
Right. We know what the book is, so I'm gonna put it here. Birthday.
Nope. My foster mom made that for me for Christmas.
Christmas when?
It's just the first week of Evelyn's life, basically.
Right.
All the pictures
Right.
are. None of them are after she was a week old, if that makes sense.
I'm trying to decide let's get some more.
But Patricia made me that. I'm gonna call her Gail.
Huh?
Okay, Gail made me that like for Christmas because I wanted a picture book of Evelyn. July, that was the July 4th trip. It was the weekend of July 4th of 2018. I was pregnant.
Before or after ultrasounds?
Before.
So what happened to her pregnancy
The July 4th one.
the year that this baby girl died? Because she was pregnant, supposedly.
Evelyn with you?
Yes.
Is this one of the trips you took with Hunter?
No.
Did you ever take trips with Hunter and see Blaine Lights?
No.
Okay. So now we're talking like right in here. Or
It was a
maybe
little
it
bit before
was,
that.
maybe it was with this. This is at Bristol, right?
I don't know exactly where the book's from, but the first time that I took her was the first night they opened. So the first time me and her went to see Lights would be November 15th, 2019, because that's the day that was.
So that's after the birthday.
Yeah.
Let's just do this. Let's put this under the pictures.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So we're running out of room. Okay. We don't have a date on that.
It's just getting those. Those were from when the car too, when I was sick. Probably the North Carolina trip, wherever those couple are.
Blowing Rock?
Yep.
We can tell when that was. Remember why?
Because there's a
We got a
wood.
seat.
Yeah. With the date on it.
Maybe 1/19 of 20. So.
Moving after before the car. Can I touch it?
That's fine.
Okay. Would have been before the car.
Before the card.
Yeah.
All this goes before the card. Seeing your pictures, they're like We're like right over here, right? Or somewhere.
August 20,
We'll put it like right there.
August 2018, yeah.
We're not worried about that. Okay. We went through this, Matt. Let's see if this is for memory. That's you. These are things you like eating.
Yeah,
right?
it's on from that. There's a baby shower the day we came. The pictures of her, like with me and her at the Christmas party, they were way in the back. Me and Evelyn was 26. Yeah.
Okay.
Stuck the same place.
Okay.
That is Evelyn with Santa, her first Santa. First time she met Santa, and that was the same day, at the same Christmas party.
Okay.
At Olsen Home.
So then there's all kinds of
It started at 6 p.m.
All right, well, we know you didn't have the first birthday party really,
No.
but I mean,
I got her a little cake and let her smash it at my trailer. But it was just me and her. Like, I didn't mind you. Like, once you do it one day, the other can do it that day. I just couldn't do every day. And I said, well, just screw it. It's my child's first birthday. I'd rather it be just me and her anyway. It's not raging around you all the time for her first birthday.
I have a hard time following the way she talks.
Right
It
now.
is so
We don't have a
difficult.
birthday party, so.
when you did this birthday.
So difficult to follow how this girl talks. So I've got captioning over here. I'm reading y'all, so don't think I'm ignoring it. I'm trying to read the
What are you
captioning.
gonna put here?
Nothing. She's not two yet.
What are you gonna put here?
Hopefully pictures of her at her second birthday party.
What do you wanna do at her second birthday party?
Actually have a really nice birthday party. I brought balloons and stuff for her first one. I was gonna make a baby shark thing, but I didn't really set all that up. So,
What do you wanna do to this?
I don't know. That's a long time from now. You could take her to the park.
What park?
Warriors Path.
Is that what she like to get?
Mm-hmm. Also, there's this dinosaur park. Backyard Terrace. I used to take there a lot.
In Bluff City?
Yeah. And walk with her.
How many times you go there?
A lot.
Really? Aren't they doing some kind of dinosaur thing at either Meadowview or at the Speedway?
I was gonna take Elijah.
To which one? Is it at Meadowview or is it?
At Meadowview.
Are they doing it at the Speedway too?
I think.
When were you gonna take Elijah?
Today, tomorrow, and Sunday.
When did they start it?
Today.
According to this, she's gonna be getting pretty big.
Yeah.
About the size of Elijah?
Yeah.
What do you think you'll be doing then?
I don't know. Whatever she likes.
So, let's go back.
That was before the ultrasound.
Which-
I see.
Yeah,
You're
we're
going
going,
the other
yeah,
way.
we're going this way.
Okay,
So
sorry.
we've got basically,
4th of July.
wait, did you have like, oh, I never, I've got stuff to put like that. What's over there?
Okay. You can see your teeth really good in this picture.
I'm sorry, I can't
You
read the
can see your
look.
teeth really good in that picture.
How many teeth did she have?
8. I was taking it along.
Hey, where?
Along.
Where's she live at?
At the bottom of the hill from my dad.
Okay, I'm rough Muddy Creek. It's like tables. From the.
Yeah, no, they haven't found her at this point.
I don't know if you noticed most of these pictures of her.
Yeah.
I didn't want to cut it,
Yeah.
you know.
I haven't found her yet.
It was in her eyes, and I attempted to cut it. I balled my eyes out. I was supposed to.
Where is she 6 months old in this timeline?
She was 4 months here, so it would have been. Sorry, I don't want to touch it.
It's okay. Because this ear infection, she was 6 months old.
Yeah.
Right? Newborn.
Newborn?
Or hospital bracelets.
Okay, yeah.
So like, right here,
That goes with that.
they go together.
Yeah.
Okay.
hospital cash goes with the same, that's where she was born. What was that? Coming home outfit, that was right after she was born. I have to go back and look at it. Evelyn's 1-year birthday shirt was over the hat. What was that thing? Evelyn's bathtub sleeve. That would have been from the day that she came home. She was 5.5 months old. So that fits in kind of
Anywhere.
around this area.
Like right, where's Brad?
Okay, that works, yeah. What was that thing? Evelyn's first shoes, that she wore those, couldn't really fit in them, so she kind of wore them around the time she was 6 months old. That's when she started fitting in them. They were a little bit too big for her.
She started wearing them when?
6 months old, 4 to
Sort of
6 months old.
right in here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's count. Alright. So, we'll just count this as one. So from the time we've got like ultrasound pictures, we've got 27 things that were in that box.
Yeah.
Plus this, and we can count that as one or a dozen, but it's 28. And let's see, let's go to the last thing. Her birthday was on the 21st.
Yeah.
That's kind of where this stops.
Yeah.
On the 21st. Did you have this birthday cake smash on the 21st?
Yeah. No, it was on the 22nd. Take that back.
Well, I'm just curious.
Because we were trying to have a birthday party on the 21st. My dad and mine, he ended up being at work late.
So
Yeah, no, then they wanted to wait till this weekend. I was like, no, it's my child's first birthday. I really didn't want to have you all here anyways, because I want to spend it with her, to be honest. So.
That's understandable. Okay. So we got like 28 some things. If you count these, makes it like 30 something. And then this one.
Those are all from one trip. Some of the pictures are the same. I meant to give those to my dad, and I never got around to it. That's from the same trip.
And this one was taken when?
December 21st.
It was after December 20th. You're so sure of that.
Yeah.
You're so good with all of these other dates.
Yeah.
So.
Is that a bad thing?
No, it's great. It's a great thing. So we've got all this stuff about Evelyn.
Yeah.
Leading up to December the 20th.
Yeah.
And then it becomes.
That would have been about like either 4 to 6 days after Mom took her.
Okay. So then we got.
Hunter put that stuff in baby box.
Well, hang on a second.
Okay.
So we got the trip, Ripley's here with Evelyn. And the trip with Hunter, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures.
Yeah, so like 4 of those pictures are these same pictures.
Okay. But there's 6 pictures there.
Yeah.
Right. And then.
I have pictures of Evelyn from this trip, but Dad has them.
Okay. All right. They're not in the baby box though, right? And then the 21st.
No, that's
The 11th.
11.
Evelyn's missing, and you're out getting shrimp Alfredo for who?
Jason.
Jason.
Okay.
And Evelyn's missing on. This one has the receipt.
Mystery.
Evelyn's missing on the 19th. You're going to Blowing Rock with Hunter.
And Mom.
Stopping and taking pictures.
He stopped to take that.
Right. And then you got this big long letter. Hunter wrote you this big long letter. Right?
Like a couple weeks ago, I was due.
Doesn't mention, sorry, we can't find Evelyn. Right? You mentioned, you write this letter to Hunter. I'm sorry. Love you always. Because you all are fighting.
Yeah.
You're not fighting over looking for Evelyn, are you?
No.
Should you be?
I mean, Hunter was never really that concerned about it.
Exactly. Here's my point. You were all about Evelyn. You did all this stuff. You saved the bracelets. You saved the cap, the coming home outfit, Evelyn's bathtub sling. You saved this picture. You saved these little footprints. You saved the first Christmas. You saved this book. You saved the trip to Ripley's picture. Can't read upside down. The bracelet from the ear infection, you saved that. This came from the baby box, her first shoes, you saved all that. You've got this from the first birthday party. Evelyn's 1 year birthday shirt, worn for 3 days. You can sit here and tell me you know she wore those for 3 days. What 3 days were those?
The 20th, the 21st, and the 22nd of November.
Of November. You know that right off the bat.
Yeah.
Because you loved Evelyn, right?
I do love Evelyn.
You love Evelyn.
I just want to clarify just so it doesn't sound bad. She didn't wear that shirt for 3 days straight. I washed it every night.
I understand what you mean.
Okay.
You made a trip all the way to El Paso for her to see her dad. You drove, right? Did you do that for yourself or for Evelyn?
Probably.
All right, look at all these pictures you're taking over. You're so happy with her, right? You saved the Speedway and lights. It stops December 20th. A minute ago, you started crying on December the 20th. What happened December the 20th?
No, I was crying on the 21st.
Okay.
Because that was the day she would have been 1 year and 1 month old and Mom had her.
Okay.
I didn't have her with me.
On
That was
December,
sad.
on December 21st, you were upset because you didn't have Evelyn with you. What efforts did you take on that day to go find Evelyn?
I went to my grandparents' house. She was not there. I tried to contact my mom, couldn't get a hold of her, and I actually rode around for a bit trying to find my mom or Will, place for the news being, because this is when I still had my road cruise. But when the cruise got taken, when did I go to court? January 9th for that ticket, right? Our cruise got taken on the same day from court. So I still had it on that point in time. So I'm trying to find mom.
Okay. So, you're saying
I had planned the trip to the aquarium like free ahead of her. She's like, oh, well, we'll go.
So you did all that on the same day you all drove from this area all the way down to Gatlinburg. How long does that take?
An hour and a half. Hunter drove, and Hunter speed's really bad. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You're saying that's a 1 hour trip?
Yeah.
I can't make it to here from Morristown in an hour. How are you getting to Gatlinburg in an hour?
Hour and a half.
An hour and a half, okay. Let's say you get there in an hour and a half. You have to drive back in an hour and a half.
Right.
So that's 3 hours.
Yeah.
How long did you stay at the aquarium?
30 minutes or less.
30 minutes or less. And got your picture taken?
Yeah.
There's 4 hours. And what part of the day did you spend looking for Evelyn?
Earlier before we went. We didn't get up there until probably like 3 or 4.
Okay.
I don't even, no, I take it back. I really don't think we left until probably about 3. So up until that point, that's what I was doing.
January 11th.
I was trying to talk to Mom that day, and I was trying to get her to meet me in Kingsport, and actually I eventually gave up on it, and Jason had called in wanted food, so I brought him some back on the way back.
Okay. Didn't get a chance to buy anything for Evelyn that day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Because she wasn't with me.
Or was she? Did you see her January 11th?
No.
So she was missing January the 11th.
Yeah.
Right? That would put her, how many days? What did you tell the news that where you dropped off Evelyn?
I didn't.
You didn't say it to the news?
No, I didn't tell her where.
What'd you tell the news? I haven't seen it. I've been up here working.
I mean, they asked me what was going on, and I'm like, well, they're trying to find the person and stuff like that, you know what I mean? That's about it. I didn't tell them anything specific.
Okay.
I told them I couldn't tell them any specific details about the case or nothing like that. Was I supposed to tell them something?
I'm not the one that asked to talk to the news. I'm not talking to the news. Hunter, I'm sorry. Love you always. How many love letters did you write to Evelyn while she's been gone?
No.
Why?
Why would I write her love letters?
Are you going to talk to her when she's older? Remember that time that you were missing? Every single day, I wrote you 10 letters. I was out beating the bushes trying to find you. I'm going to be honest with you. Let's go back and talk about the plane. I don't think you were in there for this. I told you we had a plane, right? I said that 3 days ago. I said we put it on there if we needed to. Somebody walked by and just said something about a plane, and she looked at me, right? And you realize I was being honest with you, right? I'm going to be honest with you right now. Do you know why I think you ain't been out looking for Evelyn?
Why?
It's two things. We're kind of one and the same. You know where she is, okay?
I don't know exactly where she is.
Or you know she's dead.
No.
Now's the time to talk. Is Evelyn dead?
Not that I know of unless Mom has done something. I would never hurt her. She is my daughter.
Okay. You're not out here doing all that you can to find your daughter. It's two reasons. You know where she is or she's dead. And another thing, some of this is bullshit that you're saying right here. Say you can't find mom and she won't tell you where she's at. You're not looking for it, but you just, after all this, you're with her, right? You, Hunter, and your mom go to the Lone Rock, North Carolina.
Wow. They're playing hardball.
Hunter was there. So where's Evelyn there?
I don't know, Mom wouldn't tell me.
Where is she?
Mom would not tell me. I told her mother.
So you went along with her?
I mean,
You went with your mother on a trip to Blowing Rock to go pass around, and your little girl, you don't know where she's at. Is that what you want me to believe?
I'm being honest.
You caught it too, Haley. Was my daughter. Was past tense.
You went.
Was.
You've got detail after detail after detail after detail of this little girl. Her whole entire life. Basically, daily. You can tell us specifically to the day, to the hour of what was going on in your child's life until here. Look at me. Is everyone ever going to get to wear this?
Yes. Unless she's a fit in it. It's 18 months.
You know what I'm asking.
Yes. I'm listening.
There's no way. There's no way. I'm a parent. There's no way. No way you don't know. It's impossible.
I honestly thought she was my mother.
Okay.
Every time I'm being honest, every time I ask my mom, she'd be like, she's in the same place, don't worry about it. I don't know what else you all want to know. I've given you every, place I could find my mother, and I'm trying to help you all as much as I possibly can.
It doesn't make sense. Look, where is she?
I don't know. If I knew we wouldn't be here in this room.
Something happened December 21st.
Something happened before December 21st.
What is it?
You all know that. Between the 14th and 16th was the last time that I saw her.
We don't know that. We know that's what you're telling us, okay? And we also know that you lied to us. You spent about 6 hours lying to me, okay? I don't know when to believe you. Now,
6
everything you tell me
hours of
okay?
lies.
Everything I told you has come true, right?
Right.
We're not going to lie to you. I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up your ass. I'm not. But there comes a point that we just got to talk about facts and reality. I mean, here's something else that really bugs me. You go looking for apartments with Hunter. You're willing to look for a place to live. You told us yesterday for you, Hunter. You giving this baby a name yet?
I don't know its gender.
Okay. You go out hunting for apartments and not Evelyn. For you, Hunter, and the new baby. You put on that application, 3 people will live there. That's 3 of you, the new baby. Evelyn's hung out to dry. That's why, in my heart, I believe Evelyn is dead, or you know where Evelyn is.
I don't know where she's at. The last person that I knew had her was Mom. Did Mom ever call you back?
Here's the thing, Mom's hung out to dry. There's something else you're not telling us.
There's not. And I can 110% say that. I know I liked you all before, but after I started telling you everything with Mom, I've done nothing but tell you all the truth. And I don't know if you've noticed that I've been talking more.
I know you have.
And stuff like that.
That you just, I mean, do you not care about her?
I do care about her. Let me up here.
What bullshit? You don't care about her? She's been gone for how long? You never picked up the phone. You never called. DCS didn't know. We didn't know. I mean, we're 2 months behind finding her.
You want to be honest about why I didn't call?
Yeah, please.
Okay, after Maddie's mom talked about it, I thought you weren't any good and wouldn't do anything, so I thought I'd do better trying to get on my
So
own
you're gonna blame, Maggie, that's not even believable. No. Okay, that's a lie.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, I know Maddie's mom, and she may not like us, but do you, like I said, do you believe everything you told me a minute ago? You didn't believe everything she told me.
Not only she said that, but literally everybody else.
Who's everybody?
Steven, Buck, Lacey, Dana.
Have you ever talked to law enforcement before in your life?
No.
So you're basing everything on what? 3 or 4 people that are always in trouble with the police, dope head, drug dealer, overdose victims. And guess what? Just a second, I'm gonna walk over here and grab my work phone. Christy has been blowing my phone up. She's done more to help Evelyn than you ever did. So if that excuse you just told us is true, which I don't believe, it's insane. Because Christy's daughter died, and the police investigated it, and for whatever reason weren't able to solve it. She still has hope that the same police, this man right here, can find your daughter. Do you want me to show you all the stuff she's been sending me? You want to see how many times she's called me today? I finally had to tell her to quit calling me because I was too busy doing other things. I had to send her to the 1-800 number. Christy believes in us and believes in Evelyn more than you do.
That's a good point.
How's that going to come out? How's that going to look? Do you believe we can help you find Evelyn?
Yes. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't be up here every day.
Do you believe me about Christy or you want to see that?
I believe you.
I dare say she's called again since I've been sitting over here.
But if you go on Facebook, all she did for like months was trash talk like every
I don't give a damn about Facebook.
Okay.
I think Christy's crazy, okay? But she's trying. In her mind, she is trying. She's trying her damnedest, okay? You know, I don't give a damn about Facebook and what everybody else has to say. I don't give 2 rat asses about it. All I care about right now is finding it. And the only person that I think can help us do that, I'm sitting 2 feet in front of.
And I am trying to help you all, and I'm giving you every
No,
little
you
information.
haven't.
Okay.
I mean, listen, you haven't.
Then I'll put it on right now.
You haven't. I mean, back this stuff up. There's I mean, there's nothing more we can do for you. If you're gonna go home while we're looking for your baby and not care, that's all we can do.
Well, you're saying I'm not really being here, so
I think you're not being 100% truthful with
I
me.
am being 100% truthful with you.
Okay. Do you want to go home or do you want to help us?
I'm trying to help you all, but you all are like,
That wasn't the question. Do you want to go home or do you want to help us?
I'll stay here as long as you're not like, well, you're not doing any good here, because then what's the point of me being here if you don't think I'm doing any good?
You're not. Are you going to give us any information other than what you've already told us?
That's the only information I know to give to you.
Do you know why Matt and I are the 2 that keep talking to you?
Because I talk to you all more than anybody else.
Not exactly.
And I talk to you more, and I've told you more than I have anybody else.
Not exactly. We're the only 2 out of 40 damn people that are probably over there right now that have an inkling that you're telling us some truth. Everyone else over there thinks every word coming out of your mouth is a lie.
And it
I
is.
can understand how they get that, okay? I think you're still lying to some, but I believe in you enough to think you've told us some truth.
Excuse the fact that I put my hair down. It's just the headache is biting hard.
You loved this kid. You love this kid. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say this kid's Evelyn. You love Evelyn. You dated every minute and every second of her life. You remember it. You can say that picture. Remember putting that outfit on her this day. She was happy. So on and so forth. And then Hunter comes in the picture. Hunter don't
That's
like
it.
Evelyn.
It was, don't.
Evelyn is gone.
My mom had already taken her at that point. The 14th through the 16th.
Okay, look. That's what you started. You started dating Hunter December 2nd or December 1st. Okay, I know that to be a fact.
That's when I started working at Chicken Shack. I didn't start going to his house over a week later.
Okay, so let's say a week later, December 7th. The last credible sighting was not from you, because you're not credible anymore. The last credible sighting was around December 7th. Now finish your story.
Okay.
You start dating Hunter December 7th, you're going over to his house, no one sees Evelyn.
It was after that,
When?
probably around the 9th or 10th.
Okay.
When my mom started coming to help me babysit her.
2 or 3 days later, boom.
That's when my mom started coming to help me babysit. And those days, you can look at the schedule, I was at work from 6 a.m. to like 7, I take that back. I was there for 4 or 5 o'clock when they started opening until they closed.
I don't care if you worked a 24-hour shift. Evelyn is gone. Okay?
Well, she was at the house.
If you cared about this little girl, you wouldn't have allowed us to start with. That's my opinion. I'll give you another opinion of mine. I think everybody that's been in working on this, I can't even count up my hours at this point. I ain't had hardly any sleep. I talked to a lady in Nashville last night. I thought I had a dream about. I woke up this morning and looked. I'd actually talked to that lady. Okay, that's how long and how hard we've been working on this. Everybody over there, you know what they think? They think that all of them care more about Evelyn than you do. That's how it looks. If I were to write it down on paper, that's how it looks. Your actions make it seem like you don't care. If you do care, if you want me to walk over there and say, guys, guess what she just did? She just helped us out with this. She cares. You all were wrong. Matt and I were right. If you want me to go over there and say that, help me.
I don't know what else to tell you to help you.
Well, I mean, we can't even corroborate that your mom's the last one to see this baby.
Because you can't find her.
What we can prove, let me talk. What we can prove is that we chronologically, you know specifics about this baby. Specifics. Up until Hunter.
Can I comment now?
I'm telling you.
Why do you think you can't find my mother?
Why?
Yeah.
I have no idea. You tell us why. We've tried our best. We got a freaking plane up in the air trying to find them.
Okay, and I feel like that should tell you all something, because people, if I did something, I would be up here talking to you. I would have been like, I'm a lawyer for come up here. I wouldn't say anything. Tell me that I would not.
Okay.
That's the reason Mom will not talk to you all.
Why?
Because she knows she took her. You know, when Dad was sitting here and Dad was like, oh, she gets home, she's going to have to leave. She can't come back. She can't leave. She can't come back. You remember that? There has to be a reason for that. Do you not agree with me on that?
I agree. Here's where we disagree. I think you know more.
I
think
know.
these guys over at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, they've worked and lived here all their lives. They're familiar with your family, okay? I'm not trying to be derogatory towards you. They're familiar with the Boswells, all right? You know what they told me this morning? The Boswells are a tight-knit family. They won't rat on each other. I think that is where this is coming from. I think you are doing what you were raised to do and not rat on anyone in your family.
If I wasn't going to rat anyone in my family, I wouldn't have told you anything about my mom. And you know what? I did that first. And then I talked to Dad, and I was like, hey, you need to tell him what happened.
Okay.
And then I don't know if you noticed, but literally the second I got off the phone with them, what started happening.
I believe, no.
It was a little bit after I got off the phone.
You continue to lie. You told us your latest version of the truth, and then I got up to take a break, and you said, will you call my dad, but don't tell him what I told you. You told me that story before you talked to your dad. You didn't want him to know you had told because he raised you.
I called him that morning.
Okay. But you told us, don't tell Daddy what you told us.
And you know why? Because he's went and told everyone in my mom's family, hey, they're looking for Angel.
He's trying to help us.
Right, but he told them why. And I thought everybody was supposed to know.
Did you think we put out an Amber Alert?
No, I mean, he specifically called and said, hey, I know she has the baby. Tell her to come give me the baby or take her to the sheriff's office.
You think people aren't going to figure that out on their own? No, we're not smart enough, remember? I guess. Okay.
Well, no, but I mean, I don't.
I mean, that's what she said. We're not smart enough. I can't even fathom that. You didn't come to the police because we're not going to do nothing else. That's bullshit. Christy knows what it's like to have a dead baby.
Okay.
She's trying to help us. She don't want you to feel that. At this point, I can't tell if you know how that feels, because I don't know.
I don't know how it feels, and I hope I never have to know how that feels. The whole time me and her were looking for places, all I talked about was one room for Evelyn.
How do I feel about that?
He just didn't really comment on it. That's literally like, if you talk to the lady at the apartments we looked at, you can ask her.
You think we ain't already done that?
I talked about my daughter. She knew that. She said she had 2 kids.
Do you remember us showing you that card that
Yeah.
Hunter filled out?
Yeah.
I think we got that.
From her. Well, still.
No extent, we ain't gonna go. And look, we're not trying to be mean, hateful, jackass jerks, but we're getting to the end of the line here.
And I have told you everything.
Journey, they did have a woman at some point in with Megan. They did. And she didn't budge either. And they've been sitting all day. So now they're amping up the pressure. This is tactical.
I know, and I'm trying to help you.
Let me talk.
Okay.
We're getting to where there's not much more than you're helping us with.
Because I don't know anything else to tell you all.
That's what you say.
I don't.
Let me ask you, when's your court date?
The 25th or the 26th.
He is at the end of the table. He's not over her.
What's your plan?
It's they're escalating it
If I don't have her, I can't
on
produce the child,
purpose.
so it's going to be arrested for being contempt of court.
How's that make you feel?
I mean, not great, but
Have you ever been to jail before?
No.
I mean, no place to be. I mean, newsflash.
Okay, well, I want to go to jail, but if I don't have anything else to tell you all, why not? I can't tell you anything else. I really told you
here's what I
everything I
think.
know.
I think you're at peace. Whatever happened to this little girl, you're at peace with it.
I'm not at peace with it.
Well, you don't act like you're not at peace with it. That's what I think too. I think you pull it up. On December 21st. That's when you started crying about it. There has been 2 months to process it. You're at peace with it.
I'm not at peace with it.
Well, why is it that wherever Evelyn is, whether she's alive or whether she's dead, you're at peace with it.
I'm not at peace with it.
You don't show it.
Just because I'm not crying all the time.
I'm not saying
doesn't mean
crying
I'm-
all the time. It's a lot more than just crying all the time. I mean, like I said, I'm a parent. I have 3 kids of my own. If one of them, and they're older, and if one of them were gone, you couldn't tie me down anywhere because I would be out if I was on foot in the snowstorm looking for them. But not you. You're out here at Bowling Rock, Ripley's Aquarium, going to pick up Olive Garden. Life is normal for you. She's gone, and you're at peace with it.
I mean, no, it wasn't exactly
Yes,
normal.
you're at peace with it. You're with Hunter. You're with him, doing anything with him, running around here, going places.
That does not mean I was at peace.
And Evelyn's gone.
That doesn't mean I was at peace with it.
How is it not? Because you were there. Not here with her, not looking for her. You were there with him.
Are you at peace with it?
No,
What are you not at peace with?
I don't have my child.
We know that.
I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what all of this, what looks the worst? I can't tell if it's
I'll be right back, y'all.
going to Ripley's a week after your child's been missing 5 days. Or the fact that you're picking up food, providing for somebody else, some random dude, basically.
No, he gave me the money.
Okay, you're going to get it, got it for him.
I was in Kingsport.
Whatever, you went and got it for him. Could have been looking for Evelyn. You're providing for somebody else. You're coming care for somebody else now. Blowing rock, however long we spent there. You got Hunter's insurance in that box, in your baby box.
I had to keep that in there.
And nobody else knows. Nobody else knows. You're hiding it too. That's the other thing that I can't understand. You're hiding it. You know you don't know where she's at. You're making excuse after excuse after excuse for people that ask you about her. Well, she's here, she's there, she's here, she's there. I know this. Facebook messages. We've been there too. I mean, we're not, we've got all that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And telling everybody in the world lies about where she's at. Lies we can prove they're lies. You know how many, I lost count. Last night, I knew the dates, the days, the reasons, and the number of times you took Evelyn to the doctor. She's a baby, she's going to get sick. You cared for her, you took her to the doctor. You remember how many times?
She had an ear infection one time. I think I took her for like just allergies or something else another time and checkups and stuff like that.
She's little. She's got to go all the time. That adds up. So, there was quite a few visits, right? Now, you have a baby, she's your wife.
Well, yeah, they weren't like sick visits, but they were just checkups and stuff like that.
But the point of it is, you did it. We deal with mothers all the time. We don't take them anywhere. Okay? You did it. You took Evelyn to see the doctor. Okay? And then 1 year, all the well visit rolls around. You start making excuses because Evelyn missed it. We know you rescheduled it. We know you told them that you switched pediatricians. That was a lie. Right?
That was during the time that Mom was staying with me. I was working literally from 5 o'clock in the morning to like 7 or later at night. And the only reason I got a job was so I could have the money to take care of Evelyn.
Okay. Where was your mom working?
Nowhere.
There's my point. Your mom's not fit to be having a baby. Okay? You left your mom. You left Evelyn with your mom. Now you're telling me you had to reschedule these appointments because you were at work.
I was at work on those days. You can look.
The point, I believe that part. The point of it is, your mom wasn't at work. She was probably doing dope, right? And your child is missing well visits. If, it's a big if in my mind. If Evelyn is still alive, she ain't safe. Your mom wouldn't even take her to a well visit. Okay? So again, we're right back to you're caring for this baby, doing everything that a mom can do. You're getting a job to provide for her because the daddy ain't, right? And then, poof. Evelyn vanishes. I mean, really, she vanished. The last credible sighting we had. I mean, basically Thanksgiving. I can't wrap my head around how you go from whatever it is this.
This was after Thanksgiving.
Look.
My literally was after Thanksgiving.
Listen, that's not credible now because it only comes from your mouth. I have no way to verify that. Okay?
Swimming lots of cameras.
Look, That stuff's racist.
Have you talked to Bailey?
Who's Bailey?
She went with me and Evelyn to Speedway Lot.
When's the first time you told me that? Just freaking now. Don't think that's important? Did we not tell you 1,000 times you got to tell us everything you know? Here's the point.
Bailey Hawkins went
Look.
to us. She was there in this picture taken. She was, I touched that. Can I touch it?
Yeah, look.
She was there at Applebee's.
I guarantee you Bailey will be able to help us find this baby, right? But we're gonna track her down.
She can verify that.
Okay,
She
what?
can verify most of what I'm telling
Look,
you.
I can verify that Evelyn's alive in that picture. I ain't doing us no good right now. Okay? Let's go back to what I'm trying to wrap my head around. You do all of this stuff for your baby. You go above and beyond. You're as good a mother as there ever was. Okay? And it stops. Something happened.
I had told you why it stopped, but I'm not repeating that again.
Okay? I would stay in here, right here, sit right here, in silence, or talk, or play music, or whatever, for another 24 hours or 24 days, if I thought we were gonna be able to find Evelyn. But I don't think this is doing any good. You agree with me? Yeah. Is there anything else you're gonna do to help us?
I told you everything.
If we need you, are you gonna let us, or will you answer the phone?
Yeah.
Can we go down with you, get that phone number?
Well, I mean, I couldn't stalk you, but I mean, I'm not gonna say no.
We didn't what?
I couldn't stalk you. I'm not.
Sorry about that, guys. Our wonderful coffee sponsor came by. Our wonderful sponsor came by. I had to go say hello.
I wouldn't tell you no.
I didn't stop.
Yeah.
You
You
like
wouldn't go
it.
down there.
Oh, we're on another, we need to get hold of you. Can we call you?
Yes.
Okay. You gonna call us?
Yeah. I don't have a car to call you on because I don't have one without a shelter.
I'll get you one. Actually, you're gonna program it into that phone.
I would love to see the video where they arrest her. I would love to see that video.
Detective Price, earlier I had you identify various items that you all collected the night that Evelyn's body was recovered there from the scene. Got a few additional things. As part of your duties and as part of your role in the investigation, you were aware that other items were collected as part of this investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to hand you one of those items, ask you if you can identify what's contained there.
Yes, I can.
You recognize it. What is it?
It's a pillow.
All right. And is there any identification or any writing on there that tells you where that was collected from?
Yes, it was recovered from 976 Sugar Hollow Road, lot number 4.
All right. And did you all secure that in an evidence bag so that you could send it off to the TBI lab?
Correct, we did.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 222. hand you another item, ask you if you can identify that. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's another pillow.
All right. And was that pillow one that was collected from the shed on the Boswell property?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And again, did you all secure that in an evidence bag so that it could be sent off to the TBI crime lab?
Yes, we did.
All right. Judge, I need to make that exhibit 223. I got one more to take, Lieutenant Price, if you would take a look at that and see if you can identify it.
Yes, I can.
And what is it?
It's another pillow.
All right. And was that pillow also collected from the Boswell property in the shed?
Yes, it was.
And again, did you secure that in an evidence bag so that it could be sent to the TBI lab?
Yes, we did.
All right. Judge, I'd move to make that exhibit number 224 at this time. Thank you, Lieutenant Price. If you would answer any questions that Mr. Scott has for you.
Lieutenant Price, my cross-examination will seem brief following these videos. I want to ask you first about the interviews you took with Megan. What date did those begin?
I think it was the 20th of February.
And on the 20th of February, how many times did you talk to her?
Twice.
How far apart were those interviews?
There was probably, from the time we left the room and came back, there was 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say the second interview is a continuation of the first interview?
It was another interview. We were still trying to find.
Continuing the interview about the same subject matter.
Correct. I'd agree with that, yes.
Okay. Are you sure it was only 2 times you talked to her, or was it 3 that day?
Without looking at my notes, I think it's just twice that day. And the last interview we just did was the following day.
I noticed in one of those interviews you all Mirandized her.
I think we Mirandized her every time we talked to her.
Okay. Do you think that, or you know that?
I have it all written out on my notes. Yes.
Okay,
She was Miranda. I don't have it up here, but yes, she was Mirandized every time that Agent Gratz and I spoke with her. Yes.
Okay, it wasn't on the videos. That's why I'm asking.
Okay. It was probably before she came in there.
Before she came in there.
Could have been in the lobby. Could have been in another office.
Would it have been done in writing?
Yes.
You think you have those forms somewhere?
I believe they are here somewhere. Yes.
Now, the interview on the 21st, you're still talking to her about the same thing.
We are.
Another interview, continuing the interviews you've been having for several days.
Again, we're looking for Evelyn, trying to get any information whatsoever to help us find that child.
How many times have you been to the Boswell property? Let me clarify that. There's a Boswell trailer park, and it's on Sugar Hollow. Is that right?
Yes.
And then there is for lack of better words, Tommy Boswell's compound at
Muddy Creek.
On Muddy Creek.
I don't ever recall being on the property at Sugar Hollow during this investigation.
Okay.
I don't think I went there. I have been to the Boswell property on Muddy Creek several times, but I think the only time I was ever there during this investigation was the night the body was recovered. I did go back after that, and I helped do the drone video that was shown.
Okay. That drone video provides an overhead view. Is that correct?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that from a different perspective, that stuff may look just a little bit closer together if you say standing looking flat as opposed to looking down from the drone? The buildings?
I think that'd be open to interpretation. I think the drone video is an accurate representation of what we saw that night, or what that property is.
From a bird's eye perspective.
Well, even, the drone flew low. We flew the drone low. I tried to make it walking height.
Did you take measurements at any point of the various buildings? For instance, the dollhouse where Evelyn was found to what's been described as Mommy's house. Did you take a measurement for that?
I personally did not.
Do you know of anyone taking?
I'm not aware if anybody did, but I did not.
Do you know what the distance is approximately?
I do not.
Did you take any other measurements there?
I did not.
I would like to go back to those statements a little bit. I assume it would be fair to say that you and Agent Gratz were honest with her the entire time?
Yes.
Did you have some inkling she was telling you the truth?
No.
Well, Agent Gratz said that in the video, so I was asking that you and he were the only two.
I think what he said was she told us pieces of the truth or parts of the truth or something like that. But as far as being 100% honest with us, no, I did not think that.
No, but he indicated that you all were the only two that believed that she might be telling you some of the truth. Was that a true statement?
He did say that, yes.
Was it true?
I do think that she was telling us pieces of the truth, yes. Some truth.
As part of this investigation, did you have any interaction with Hunter Wood, Preston Hunter Wood?
Very little. I know he was in our office a few times.
Did you talk to him?
I don't think I took a formal statement from him. I can't remember. I spoke to him. I don't remember taking a statement or anything from him, no.
When you say spoke to him, do you mean like if I see you out in the hall and I say, "Hey Matt, how are you?" Or
correct.
That's what you're saying about speaking.
Yes, I've known Hunter before, and so I did speak to him. Yes, but I don't think that I may have been in one of the interviews with him, but I just don't remember for sure.
You know him on a professional or a personal basis?
A professional.
Did you or you didn't attempt to ask him for his DNA?
I don't remember.
Okay, if you
I don't remember if I did that or if anybody did that.
You're aware that he declined that?
I heard that said today, but I can't remember without looking. It's been 5 years ago. I have to look at the file.
I understand. What about Hunter's palm prints? You heard Agent Gratz talk about how he got those here to Sullivan County Jail. Were you getting fingerprints? Are you aware of whether the Sullivan County Jail, when someone's booked in, do they take fingerprints or palm prints, or is there a difference?
I don't know how that works. I worked in the jail in 2003, so I don't know how they do it now.
Okay, so that would be something
somebody from the jail
a detective would not be familiar with.
Correct.
At some point did you, in this investigation, you were active in this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, yes.
At some point did you become aware of Hunter Wood's mental health problems?
I don't know if it was actually during the investigation or after, later, at a later time.
Okay, well, whether it was actually what you call the actual investigation or later, if you did become aware of those mental health problems, did you do anything to look to see if that would have affected your investigation into this case?
I spoke with our district attorney's office in reference to it. They were aware of what was going on, and that was pretty much the extent of it.
But you made no independent investigation other than speaking with the district attorney's office?
No, I did not.
When did this investigation begin?
It was in the evening. I think it was February the 18th, 2019.
So it did not, the investigation in this case did not begin until February of
2019. 2020.
2020?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
So prior to that, there was no pending investigation.
About a missing child?
Yeah.
No.
There's no investigation whatsoever.
No, as soon as the DCS referral came in, that was our first knowledge of it. Or my first knowledge of it.
Judge, if I could have one moment. Lieutenant Price, were you there on February the 23rd when Mr. Boswell's property was searched with cadaver dogs?
I was not.
Thank you.
That's short and sweet. Cold water feels good.
Lieutenant Price, I know there were a number of investigators within your department and with other agencies that were working on this case. Mr. Scott asked you about the distances that between different buildings on the Boswell property.
Yes.
One of your specialties, one of your areas of expertise is in computers, use of computer sciences. You also work, I believe you mentioned, with the drones at the sheriff's office.
Correct.
Is that correct? As part of your all's investigation out there, did you all measure the distances between the various buildings?
I don't remember if we did.
All right. Let me pass you a document, see if you recognize it.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It's a Google Map photograph of the Boswell property, measuring distances, showing distances displayed between buildings.
So it is a Google map looking straight down over it. And you all have, is that something that you all have overlaid the distances between the properties on top of that?
Correct.
Okay. And does it show the distance, I believe, I'm not looking at it right now, but between the trailer and the playhouse where y'all recovered the body?
It does.
And what does it indicate the distance is?
$50.34 feet, I believe.
All right. And in your work, have you found the information that's contained within Google Maps to be accurate?
Correct. It's very accurate.
All right.
I don't have any objection to it. It's just hard to read.
I would, Judge, I'd maybe make that exhibit 225. I asked to publish that to the jury if I could. You have the laser pointer, Lieutenant Price.
I do.
All right, if you could, I know that's kind of tough to see, but if you would point out where the trailer is, I believe that's where
And that's
Mary Boswell lived.
correct, right here.
Okay.
And then
if you would.
Playhouse is over here.
All right. And there's a distance there of 50.34 feet. Is that between the corner of the Mary Boswell's trailer and the playhouse? Is that what we're?
Yes, that's correct.
Measured there. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you a couple more questions. Agent Price, I saw on the video at some point though, y'all were giving Megan a cell phone. Is that right?
We did at one point in the investigation, gave her a phone so we can communicate with her.
Okay. Well, that phone could also be used to track her too, I assume.
Yes.
Okay. Did you track her with it?
I feel like this trial is going on and on and on and on. I just, how much more evidence is there? Just curious.
You remember the question?
We ask it again.
Yes.
I'm just curious.
You all gave her a cell phone that she could be tracked with, did you not?
It had the possibility of we could track her. Yes.
Did you all do that?
I personally did not.
Do you know if anyone did that?
During that whole investigation, all the cell phone stuff, the technology stuff was being handled through technical services unit out of Nashville, Tennessee. They were assisting with that. I don't know if they did or didn't.
So
Wasn't in his wheelhouse. So he wasn't even on the field.
I think that answers my question, actually. Thank you.
Nothing further to it.
He's like, I'm out. Get me out of here.
We ready, Judge? State would call Jay Clayton.
Make sure you have him spell his last name.
I will.
State your name.
Jay Quaintance.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Mr. Quaintance, if you would scoot up real close to that mic there, and if you would say and spell your full name for us.
It's J-A-Y, Quaintance, Q-U-A-I-N-T-A-N-C-E.
That's an interesting spelling of J.
And where are you employed?
WJHL.
All right. And is that one of the local news stations here in the Tri-Cities area?
It is.
Oh, broadcaster.
And
That wakes
you,
me
of
up.
course, are familiar with the story and the investigation into the disappearance and the subsequent recovery of Evelyn Boswell. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this occurred back in February of 2020. Did your news station cover that story as it was happening?
We did.
All right. And on February the 24th of 2020, did one of your reporters interview the defendant, Megan Boswell?
We interviewed her. I don't recall the exact date, but we interviewed her.
All right. And does the news station maintain a copy of the raw footage of that interview?
We do maintain a copy for a time being.
All right. And at some point in time, at the request of law enforcement, did you turn over a copy of that video to law enforcement?
Yep.
We did.
All right. And would that have been a true and accurate copy of the interview that you all recorded with Megan Boswell?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit number 226.
Full exhibit 226.
And I would ask that I be allowed to play that for the jury.
Go ahead.
If somebody comes up, we'll hand. You don't worry.
Okay, we'll just see.
Yeah, you guys just
You're on.
relax. All right.
We're on, honey.
So,
We're on.
I guess.
Whoops.
The mics.
I'm looking at, I'll look at yours, I'm looking at hers, just say hi.
All right.
Hello. Hello.
Go.
All right, perfect. So, please say and spell your first and last name for us and tell us your relation.
This ought to be good.
It's Maggie Boswell, and I'm her mother.
I mean, Megan May.
We're gonna take a photo really quick. They want us to send this back to the station, and then we will start immediately.
Well, legally, my first name's Megan. I go by Maggie. Does that matter?
Her middle name's May.
Would you want us to put you super? So we have supers, and would you want us to put it as Megan or Maggie?
It doesn't matter
Okay.
either or.
We'll go with wait, I'll put Megan and then do Maggie and parentheses and then Boswell. So your last name is Boswell, right?
Mhm.
It's Boswell.
W-E-L-L.
Perfect. All right. So obviously today we are seeing videos of Evelyn.
Mhm.
First off, tell me what kind of little girl she is.
She's very sweet. She loves everybody. She's never been mean ever, which I'm very thankful for. She's just a really good-hearted baby in general. Like textbook, how you want a baby to be, like, has every milestone early, you know what I mean?
And speaking of that, tell me what kind of things does she like? What kind of milestones has she been hitting recently?
Well, when she was 6 months old, she actually put a bottle on her own and it went straight to a sippy cup. She started walking probably around like 10 months. That was kind of hard though, because she's like not like small as in like underfed, you know what I'm saying? But like she was a preemie when she was born. She's like a smaller baby and she kind of had trouble like balancing her weight, but she finally got the hold of it. She's starting to say a lot of words and, you know.
Tell me what kind of things she likes to do. What kind of, is she into any certain TV shows?
Only Baby Shark.
And riding in a car.
Yeah.
She loves to be in the car.
We went to Texas to see her dad, Ethan, and she slept the whole way there. Like I had to make her wake up to eat and stuff like that. And that's like a 24-hour drive there.
So let's get into the last time you saw her. Tell me what that time was like and when that was.
Well, actually, I want to talk about that. I've told TBI where to find her in Mendota. My mom took her to a campground and a silver camper, and if they don't go tonight, I'm going to go find her myself.
Because I've told them and they're not really like taking it seriously. And if they don't go tonight, like I will go myself and go get her.
Tell them why. They're not.
Don't get into
It's
that.
cut.
Stop.
They can edit
Stop.
it.
Stop.
No, you need to defend yourself.
That's all they need to know. Quit. Quit.
They already know, Megan.
So let's kind of go back into.
Sorry.
No, it's
Sorry.
okay.
Can you edit that?
We will.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
So tell me about the last time though that you saw Evelyn. Tell me what you guys did and when that was.
We went to go out to eat, and then my mom came and got her. She was wearing a little hot pink tracksuit with a matching bow, little matching shoes.
And was this December 20, like right after Christmas?
A little bit before Christmas.
So this was before Christmas. Okay. So tell me what you know about her situation. Obviously, you just revealed that you know she's where your mom took her. So tell me what all you know about that situation.
That's really all I know. My mom, like you can ask her, is a very vindictive, manipulating person, and she basically like threatened me the whole time that she was gone.
She's like, seriously, I don't care to say it. She's like the biggest sociopath I've ever seen in my life.
So, so she was with your mom, but obviously your mom is being at the moment extradited back to Tennessee right now. Do you know who has Evelyn right now?
She dropped her off somewhere in Mendota at a silver camper.
That's what her mom told her.
So that's all you know. You don't know who she's with.
But my mom would always say the person, not like people, plural.
So there is a person that has her in Mendota. Tell me, obviously you said you just know that she's just been naming them as the persons that you have. Do you know what their name is? Not at all.
Can I say something about that? Can I talk to something real quick? Off the record. If you don't tell them.
I don't know.
Listen to me, sweetie. You want the baby found? Then you need to be honest with yourself. They're not taking you seriously because you've been trying to protect you.
They're not taking me seriously. TBI isn't because I've not fully told them. I've been like, hey, like my mom camped out at Mendota. You want to go check them out? But I've never been like specifically, hey, she's not your silver camper. Because my mom did threaten me, like, you know, if I told anybody. I'm not going to get that, but she did.
So your mom has had Evelyn the whole time.
Why are you saying this on a TV show?
Is in Mendota, has had her the whole time.
If she's gonna see this, if it's real, which it wasn't.
Tell me why you let your mom take care of her? Did she take her from you that night? And
Well, she was just supposed to babysit her because I was going to work.
Who's talking in the
when
background?
did you know that something was wrong?
Well, whenever, like, she picked me up Wednesday, and I told her, like, hey, they're doing a press release about the ambulance thing, and then she freaked out. That's why they couldn't find her. Like, nobody talked to her for days until they arrested her. She just kind of poof, gone. But she kept trying to take me to Mendota, and I kept asking. I was like, are you taking me to Evelyn? And she would never tell me yes or no. And I was like, well, if you're not, I'm just calling my police station, come and get me. Like, I'm not playing these games with you.
And so tell me, the day that you dropped her off with your mom to let her babysit,
That's what she's asking.
tell me what
Oh.
was anything off about your mom that day? Did you have any, suspicion that she was going to take your child?
No.
So what they're wanting to know is, and this is where the confusion comes in, is when you came home from work, sweetie, and the baby was gone, like, what did you do and what was your reaction?
Well, I called her, and she was just like, oh, she's safe,
Who
like,
is-
you know, that kind of thing. And then she started threatening me, which, like I said, I'm not going to get into, like, everything she threatened me with, you know, because I'm just not, but.
But she has made very bad threats in the past that I can validate.
Who is in the background? That's not the news person. Is it her? Who is that? That's kind of feeding information. I find that odd, don't you?
So when you went to go, were you going to pick Evelyn up that night after work?
Yeah.
So when you went to pick her up, was your mom gone?
She wouldn't answer.
And you just couldn't get into the house to get to Evelyn? And so, obviously now that you believe you know who has her, what do you have to say to them?
To just bring her back. I just want her back. That's all I want. I've been so long without her, and I know, like, we're like, oh, why didn't you miss it earlier? Because my mom threatened me, and I just want her back. That's all I can think about. So much, I just want her back.
I can say watching her grow up, Megan has tried repeatedly to have a relationship and trust her mom. And her mom, every time, let her down. This girl's been raised to be like a maid, a cleaner. She was a babysitter for her younger siblings. And Angela is only out for Angela, not the grandchild.
I'm really struggling with this, y'all.
Just when she left and took off and just didn't answer her phone.
Obviously, your dad is the one that made the report. Talk to me about why your dad made that report.
Because he was talking to my mom the night before, and he was like, oh, well, if she doesn't come home, I'm going to call. And she was going on, well, you're going to regret this. Like, I'm going to have to leave and never be able to come back. You will regret this.
And so, obviously, was there a reason that, that you didn't make the call and it was your dad?
Because mom kept threatening me if I made the call.
And when did you realize that there was going to be an issue with her care with your mom? Obviously you said that you had some issues with your mom in the past. Was there a reason you decided to let her babysit her that night? I know that, you said that you had.
Well, she's my mom. I wanted to trust her.
Sad.
And, Sheriff Cassidy told the media on Friday, I was there, that you were giving conflicting statements.
Because I wouldn't necessarily, I was trying to protect my mom, maybe in hopes, oh, well, she'd just tell them where Evelyn was, but obviously she's not going to.
So now you're coming out and you're saying this is the honest truth, that you know where she is.
I know she has to be in a campground in Mendota with somebody. And mom told me that they had a silver camper, and that's all she would tell me.
Are you cooperating as much as you can with TBI and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department?
I am.
We were there till 1 a.m. last night.
Can you tell me, maybe how so? Just, you don't have to go into deep detail, but just tell me, how so are you, constantly on the phone with them, talking about the tips, anything like that?
Yeah, and I've looked into stuff online myself. Like, people are like circulating pictures around me, like, oh, this is Evelyn, you know what I'm saying? And like that kind of thing. But no. And like Saturday, nobody would answer me, and I blew all their phones up. And every chance they've let me be up there, I have been up there.
And so, as of tomorrow, tomorrow will be a week since Evelyn was reported missing, and Wednesday will be a week since the Amber Alert went out. Tell me what you're thinking right now.
I just don't know if the person who has her is like maybe scared that they're going to get in trouble, but they won't. They just bring her back.
What are you thinking about her current status right now? Do you think she is okay? Do you think she's
I accidentally, because I'm talking here. Oh, by the way, she took
And what is
2
your
of the
message to
tongue things. Don't shut the door. It's
TBI,
hot.
Fulton County, and all of the sheriff's departments and any authority that's working on this case?
Just that if they don't take it seriously, what I just said, I will go find her myself.
They need to.
They've told me before they'll arrest me for tampering with evidence, and I told them on my phone, I was like, I don't care if you arrest me for tampering with evidence. You go up there, I'm going to deny it.
Also, I got and was ready to organize a search party, as a community does when a child, right? And I called CBI because, well, where do we search? And they were like, no, they did not want any search parties at all, period. I don't know what the reason was, but they didn't.
And can you tell me, do you have a message to the public? Obviously, so many people are, sharing photos, sharing these videos of your daughter trying to bring her home. What is your message to those people?
Don't stop until she's back.
Please. There's a reward out there.
That's over $50,000.
But this false
information, yeah, like, like, they need to stop reporting like psychics for one, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? Because that just wastes the TBI's time when they could be actually trying to find my daughter. Instead, people are like, oh, well, this lady did tarot card reading. Like, you know what I mean? I feel like that just takes away from the time of like them actually searching for my daughter.
But let's also turn the table on the other side. There's a large amount of money that you just mentioned that's being donated as a reward in efforts of finding Evelyn. There's also been a huge outpouring of support from the community. We've seen several prayer vigils and things like that. talk to me about how this makes you feel.
I'm just happy that people are coming together to try to find her. Because the main important thing right now is the baby.
And people across the nation are talking about the story and looking for your daughter. How does that national attention make you feel?
I'm just happy that people are trying to find her.
Also, we did want to attend
The prayer vigils, we just didn't have a ride.
We did not have.
And I didn't know about the one in Bristol because, you know.
We did not have transportation.
Yeah.
People did offer. My daughter tried to Uber for us, but we were told that her safety would be at risk if she attended a prayer vigil or any type of thing because there's so many people that are against her. So he didn't go.
And let's talk a little bit more about Evelyn and your relationship with her father. Have you been in contact with your father?
Yeah. He's actually trying to get leave approved right now to come up here and try to, you know, help find her.
What is her relationship like with him?
She's only been around him a couple times because Mary's in the army.
And what is your relationship like with him? Do you keep in contact with him?
Well, yeah, we have a kid together. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. So he, you know, did you notify him when you knew something was wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And just to kind of help you clear out your name, we're going to go through a couple of other questions. And if you don't feel comfortable, let me know. But the first one is, why do you have multiple social media profiles? Is one that we begin.
Because I break phones a lot and I forget the password. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really bad about remembering passwords. Now I have them all set to one, but, you know, up until that point, I just, you know, I just couldn't remember the password to them. So I'll just make a new one when I got a new phone.
And talk to me about what your relationship with Hunter Wood was.
I don't want to get into that.
Brief.
I
I think it's fair to say brief. You know?
And a couple of people have asked if you aren't expecting again.
I'm not getting into that one either.
And let's talk about why we're here at East Lawn Cemetery.
My best friend is buried here.
And so,
Do you want to talk about that?
And so is there a reason that you wanted to be sure that we did this interview here?
I just feel better because I feel closer to her here. It's just comforting to know that, like, you know, even though she's not here, she's here.
And I'm her mother. I'm Madison's mother. So that's why she came to me, I think.
She's always been like a mom to me.
A real mom. One that's not.
And especially in this time.
Kind. One that will tell you that you need to hear, you know.
Especially in this time, like, you know, my second family, like, Viv has been way more supportive of me than my real family has.
And let's, you know, one more thing is obviously I've seen you once before. I know that you spoke with Kelly. Tell me why you wanted to come out today and speak with us.
Just to talk about Evelyn, you know, if TBI doesn't go find her or not, I'm hell bent on going myself. And that's the truth, one way or another.
And obviously this is a really big case, and a lot of people have a lot of questions surrounding this. I know there's several Facebook groups that are out there and things like that. Is there any other message that you want to send to anyone besides what I've already asked you, what we talked about?
Well, if you don't have tips for sure, because over 370 some tips have been called in and they've not panned out. Like, I appreciate people trying to help, but like, also that's wasting like TBI's time because they have to check out every single lead that's called in.
And would you say that? How would you say that you feel with the way authorities are handling this case? Do you feel like they have, obviously, you know, they've lost a lot of time. Do you feel like they're handling this to the best of their abilities?
I do.
And is there anything else about the time frame that you wanted to talk about? Obviously, it's been a long time since you've seen your daughter. Are you worried that you've missed out on anything with her? Are you worried that that could hinder the case at all?
A little bit.
Do you think you've missed out on anything with her because she's been gone for so long?
I mean, I'm sure I have. Yeah. Yeah, like stuff like that. Have you all seen the video for walking? I think I sent it to you all. You know, she doesn't want to pick her feet up. So what if she's learned to pick her feet up and like, I miss that. You know what I mean? Like, that just sucks because like, she is my child. I love her. I don't want to miss stuff like that.
And, you know, obviously it's been a long time since you've seen her. Are you worried about that, about reuniting with her?
No, because I love her. I know she loves me.
And do you think she's been taken care of well in the time that you've missed with her?
I hope she has been.
And tell me what, when you do get to see her, tell me what the first things you want to do.
I'm just gonna hug her and not let her go.
Wow.
Like they'll have to pry her from my arms, literally, because I'm just not gonna let her go.
What else are you guys gonna do? Are you guys gonna go eat somewhere? Are you guys gonna go play?
I'm gonna sing.
Shark on repeat?
Yeah. Probably gonna sing Mary Shark to her and just hug her and not let her go. My favorite thing is the first time she kissed me, Lord, I cried for over a week because she would pull my hair and I would just let her do it, you know, because I love her. Like I didn't want to make her cry or be upset in any way. And she would pull chunks of my hair out. And she was in her walker one night and like she dropped her sippy cup and I bent down to pick it up. And I thought, oh, she's gonna pull my hair. She walked face close to her and she kissed my cheek and I just like cried about it for over a week. So I was like, oh my God, I'm the first person that she's kissed. You know what I'm saying? Just like little stuff like that. I love her to death and I would hate to have missed out on anything, especially because of my mom.
Oh my God. You know,
Obviously, you know, you told me you talked to your mom.
it is so hard to sit here knowing that this baby has been unalived. We know this baby is unalived by the time this happened. And to sit and listen to this, I just can't. I just can't.
A couple of times throughout this. And each time did she give you any update on that?
Just tell me that she was safe.
So when was the last time you talked to your mom? Like physically just the two of you on the phone or?
Wednesday, the 19th. Yeah, whenever the Amber Alert went out, I think that was Wednesday. I'm sorry, my days are running together.
Tuesday, wasn't it? So Tuesday was when she reported missing, but Wednesday was when the Amber Alert.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, it was Wednesday.
So Wednesday was the last time you talked to your mom.
Mhm.
And if you don't want to, you don't have to, but can you tell me any details about that conversation?
I mean, she was just going off on me and Mendota, and I kept telling her, I was like, if everyone's in Mendota, just take me to her. I will take her up there. We can just end this right now. Like, let's make this simple. Just give me my child back right now before this gets blown out of proportion. And she would never be like, oh yeah, I'm taking you. She'd just be like, you don't need to talk to them. I don't want you going up there and like stuff like that. And I was like, okay, well, if you're not going to take me to her, pull over and I will have like somebody on Sullivan County's end come get me to go over there and talk to them.
What is your biggest fear right now?
I have a lot of them. Just that I don't know that maybe they won't find her tonight, or, you know, maybe they don't find her tomorrow. Maybe it's weeks from now before they find her. You know, the people aren't going to be like, oh, well, like, I'm not giving her back because I kept her for 2 months. This is my child now.
They can't do that.
Well, still, I'm just worried that they're going to be angry about that. You know what I mean?
As long as the baby is okay.
That's all that matters.
Sorry they're mad, but it's not their child, right?
She just needs to come home.
Exactly.
She's been away from her mom for long enough.
I'm trying so hard not to lose my cool. The migraine's going away. I'm starting to feel good, but that means I'm going to get more full of more piss and vinegar when it comes to this girl.
Yes, he is, Judge. Thank you for your testimony today. Here's at least 2 subpoenas. So you can-
Okay, so they're going to stop for the day. How much you want to bet?
Statement called Keith Weiss.
Let's go to the last name.
No, I guess we're going to have one more.
EISS.
Also, you need to know that this jury is sequestered. So this jury is going to want this to move along quick. Oh. I'm not sure she, you know, that's how I feel. Thank you guys for watching with me. We've had 131 with X, and then we're at 7 watchers here on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining us. I apologize. My day has been a little bit odd. I've been a little bit off the last couple of days. Migraine, but you know, we're getting there. Looks like he went out and bought that suit just for today. That looks like a brand new
Good
suit.
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You're Keith Weiss, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Weiss, where are you employed?
WCYB TV.
All right. And that's one of the other news stations here in the Tri-Cities, is that correct?
Correct. We provide news for the NBC affiliate. We're the NBC affiliate for the Tri-Cities region and also produce news for the Fox affiliate here.
All right. You are familiar with the story regarding the disappearance and subsequent recovery of Evelyn Boswell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that a news story that your TV station covered back in February of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your news coverage, did one of the reporters there for WCYB interview Megan Boswell?
Yes,
sir.
And that was an interview that took place over here outside the sheriff's office. Is that
Yes,
correct?
it did. Yes.
And do you at WCYB maintain copies of the news footage that you all record?
Yes, we do.
And did you provide a copy of that footage to law enforcement at their request?
Yes, we did.
All right. Judge, I would move to make that exhibit number 227.
The objection. No, sir. Full exhibit 227.
Judge, that is all the questions that I have for Mr. Weiss. I don't know if Mr. Scott has any. Only the other thing I have to do is play the video.
No questions, Judge.
So I don't know if you want to excuse him or if you want him to sit.
No, he should sit here while you're.
Okay.
Since the exhibit came in.
How can you go on and do an interview like that after you know you killed your own child and then turn around? I got to scoot up. It just doesn't compute. This is how I feel. Look in the emojis. I'm going to show you how I feel. Oh, it's not working. Why is it not working? Should be working. Okay, I guess my emojis aren't working now. Go figure. Maybe I gotta turn it on.
I just want to tell you about like her favorite things and personality wise. I know like looking on TV and just kind of seeing a picture, it's a lot harder to, envision a baby. Like her favorite food is like sweet potatoes. She's really sweet. She loves to give people kisses. Favorite song is Baby Shark. Just like that kind of stuff.
Can you tell me what's your favorite toy?
She has a little baby shark puppet.
What would y'all do together?
Well, she loves to take baths. That was her favorite thing. She had little shark toys that swim in the bath and stuff like that.
And that was the same day that we just saw that last video when her grandmother picked her up.
Today, actually.
That's the same shirt. That
Can you tell me a little bit?
horrible color.
She's very sweet. Is she sweet with everybody or just
She is. She loves everybody.
Can you tell me a little bit about like, how you're feeling? Do you miss her? Are you worried?
Of course I miss her, and like I can't tell anything about the ongoing investigation, but I'm sure you all released an article about the car and stuff like that. So we have a pretty good idea of who has her. I mean, if they're watching, I just want you to bring her back.
Is there anything you'd like to say to them if they're watching?
I just want her back. Yeah, that's my child.
I'm sorry. I know this must be hard. Why don't you tell me a little bit more about her? Do you have any pictures of her? Have you been looking?
Not on me, no.
Not on you. Have you been looking at photos and stuff of her while you're? How are you coping with all of this?
I just want her back.
If you could tell her anything now, what would you say to her?
I love her and I miss her, and I'll be with her as soon as I can get to her as much as I can.
Is there anything that you can tell us about, like, what kind of baby she is? I know you said that it's hard to see.
She's a happy baby. She hardly ever cries. She wants to wave and talk to everybody. She walks funny. She doesn't know how to pick her feet up, so she kind of wobbles.
Is she talkative?
She is. She giggles a lot. You'll smile at her, she'll just start giggling. She's very happy.
And so you said she is talkative. Is it full sentences? Like, what milestone did she met? Like, is she a smart little girl?
She is. She hit every milestone early. She can almost say I love you. She's not fully got the sentences yet, but she does say a lot of words.
You must be so proud of her.
I am. When Baby Shark plays, she tries to like dance with them and sing it.
You said that's her favorite song. Do you do the puppet with her a lot?
And I know all of this is very hard. Can you tell me like how you're feeling? I just want her back. That's all I want. Are you feeling worried or anything along those lines? Yeah. Can you tell me about that at all? Well, the reason I didn't report it or anything is because I knew the person who had her, and I didn't want them to run away with her. And as soon as they thought anything was going on, they just kind of vanished. So I'm just worried about, you know, like where they're at, what they're doing with her at this point in time. So you do know who has her? Can you tell us who that is? You don't. I can't release anything further about that. I'm sure they will add to at the press conference, but further than that, I can't say anything. And so you do know who has her. Are you worried about her safety? Well, now I am, because they won't answer phone calls. They've just kind of disappeared. What is it like to? I'm assuming you trusted this person. How has this trust been broken? What's been going on with that? It has definitely been broken after this. Have you spoken to her father at all during this process? Are you having any support from him or from your family? Yeah, my grandma's very supportive. She always is. That's good. But you haven't spoken to her at all. Mm-hmm. When was the last time you saw her? In December. And what was that last day like? Was it a good day? I think it's about around Christmas, right? Can you tell me about that? It was a good day. She had a little pink bow in her hair, a little boomer tracksuit on, it was hot pink. And what? But I know that you're hoping that she'll be returning shortly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to the person or people that have her that you think they should hear from you? They should just bring her back. They obviously know like what's going on, like, you know, they need to bring her back home. Mm-hmm. And you said that you trusted this person. So when did you realize that trust might have been broken? Well, when they just kind of took off and wouldn't answer anybody. Around when was that? Whenever this whole thing started. Okay. And can you tell me a little bit more about like how you're feeling? I know all of this is scary and everything. It is. I just want her back. Mm-hmm. That's all I can think about. It's just get her back. Anything the community can do to help you? No. I let him look for her. I know they released the car information and the tag number and stuff like that. Just any leads at all, they need to like call so we can go check them out. Has anyone like have you gotten any information from me that's been helpful, or you just kind of? I don't really know. They've all been looking at leads and stuff like that. I mean, they are working their butts off. Has the police department and everything, the sheriff's office, been keeping you in the loop? They have been. How's that been going? Has that been good? Positive? It is good. Good. And I know that you said that you're getting all the support from your family. Are they like helping you going to support meetings and stuff with you? I know you have a lot. Yeah, they didn't know I had court today. Or I'm sure my grandma would have been there. Did you keep it from them? Or? I mean, I just not really talked to them that much today, to be honest. And like I said, stuff was going on like while we were sitting in the courtroom, and I couldn't, well, not while, but like, you know, waiting to go to court, and like I just couldn't tell her exactly what was going on. So you said like obviously you can't share information with kids, so you haven't been sharing with like your family or anything either. Mm-hmm, no. How's that not being able to confide in anyone? I mean, the police officers are very nice, especially like Sergeant Matt Price and stuff like that. I can talk to him or like them, and they've been like really helpful this whole time. They really have been.
Yeah, well, that doesn't look like it when you see the interviews. She's trying.
She's just a very sweet baby.
She's trying.
Dimples on her face. Do you think she looks like you? No, she definitely looks like her dad, but she does have my eyes. That's good. You have very pretty eyes.
Yeah, it is quiet, Haley Mouse.
So you'll know it's her when you see her. She loves everybody. She tries to kiss everybody on the cheek. She tries to wave to everybody. She's very friendly. She's very friendly and sweet. So, when hopefully you're reunited with her, what will be the first thing that you do? Just hug her. I know it sounds weird, but like I miss how she smells and like her laugh and like everything. I just want to hold her.
So I know that this must be, you're missing the baby. And then there's been trust broken, right, as well. Are you worried about her safety?
I mean, in a way, yes, just because we can't find, the car or nothing like that. But they have exhausted almost every option, you know what I'm saying? They're working around the clock. They have a whole room of people up there like dedicated just finding her, and I appreciate that.
Do you think that they are going to find her?
I do. I have full confidence.
You do. Are you feeling hopeful?
I am.
Can you tell me about that? Like, what keeps you going? What's giving you hope? And
The team up there is just honestly really good. They're all really good, and I can like confidently say that, like when I'm not up here, I know that they're doing their best to find her. I'm not worried that when I'm not up here, they're not like, just sitting around and twiddling their thumbs. I know that they are trying genuinely.
Do you have any regrets about not involving police sooner? I know that.
Well, sort of, but also in a way, I knew that as soon as anything went down, the person was going to just disappear, and they have, and they've tried to find them. They are going to find them.
Haley Mouse, go to Discord, please. Haley Mouse, go to Discord.
But if you could do this all over again, is there anything you would do different?
Yeah, I probably called the first day. I should have, but I just didn't want them to run with her. Like they have now.
Did you ever expect them to run with her?
I knew that if anything really happened and anybody got involved, they probably would.
Can you tell me why she was with them if you were worried about this?
They were watching her for me while I went to work.
So it was like a babysitting kind of childcare situation?
Yeah.
But you thought they might run with her?
No, until they took her, no. Then after that, I was like, well, if anything happens somewhere, they will run with her. And to be honest with you, I won't lie, I didn't know how good the team was up here. And if I did, I would have called the second that I realized. They are very good. Like I said, they are doing everything they can. I'm very confident in that. And that makes the situation a lot easier.
And so you said that, when did you realize that they had completely disappeared?
Like I said, I can't release anything like specific. I'm sure they will at the press conference, but.
So anything else you'd like to add? Anything that you want to tell me about Evelyn?
June, that's a common kind of a lie trigger.
What else does she like?
She loves those little applesauce pouches.
Yeah.
She's very smart. Like, even she quit her own sippy cup at 6 months old. Or not a sippy cup, but she quit a bottle, I'm sorry. And went straight to a sippy cup. And like, I would leave her snacks in the floor, like in the little containers, and she'd open them up herself and like get one out at a time. Like, she's a very smart, very good baby. And I just want her back.
You just must be so proud of her.
I am.
Is there anything that you would like to say to her?
That I love her and that I will find her. She'll be back as soon as humanly possible.
Mr. Weiss, I think I forgot to ask you this on the front end. The date of that interview is February 21st, 2020. Is that correct?
To my best knowledge, that would be around the time frame of that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you would answer any questions, I don't think Scott had any. So that's all I have for this witness.
Yes, sir. Yes. Mr. Weiss, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You are released from your suspended service for today.
Thank you.
That girl needs to brush her hair, needs to wash her hair. They should put it in a ponytail or something. Bun, anything. I know my hair's looking a little weird, but it's because I've had it in a bun or in a clip all day. I don't often wear my hair down, so. But I felt better the moment it came down. It helped with the headache.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this seems to be a good natural place for us to
Good
stop
place to
today.
stop. It is 5:01 their time.
Not communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected to this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it's finally submitted to you. You're to report promptly to the court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury or any juror's violation of any of the court's admonitions. You are not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports concerning this case. You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial.
Everyone stand.
Okay, so that'd be it with that. We're going to go on over to the day 10 of the cemetery trial till I have to leave at 6:30. I have an American Sign Language class to teach tonight. I got to get rid of this headache. I don't want to cancel. I hope it doesn't rebound. That's what I'm kind of being cautious on. Okay. Let me get this stuff up and going like I need to. Okay. Here
And
we
by
go.
doing that, it actually decreases the amount that is on line 27, the bottom line conclusion, because it increases the amount that would have been in the divorce column. So
So if you were, in other words, the assumption is that the house would not be sold in a divorce situation, that the defendant would be bought out, and therefore you're saving closing costs.
that's correct. So it gives Ms. Sementelli more funds in the divorce scenario, so the difference is less, which makes the amount on line 27 to be less. So it's an assumption that is in Ms. Sementelli's favor.
Okay. In other words, making the amount, the difference between divorce versus death, a lesser amount.
Correct.
Did you make other assumptions in the defendant's favor that decreased your conclusion or your bottom line number, which we see, as you said, in line 27 of $1.5 million difference?
Yes.
And what were those?
There were certain amounts that we.
It's very well
excluded from
possible.
the death
Very
scenario,
well possible, June.
because we didn't have the source documents to show where they came from. For example, there was two amounts that came from Procter and Gamble. One was a distribution. The other was an amount that was held in an account that were noted, one in a trust accounting from Mr. Rubin, one in a filing that we know the funds were received. We know the funds were there, but we couldn't identify the source. And so I excluded those from the calculation, and they would have increased line 27. The third was a computer share account that, again, would have increased the amount. But again, I didn't have the source document to show where it comes from. Those three together were approximately $120,000.
You mentioned one of them being P&G Distributions. That was per the estate accounting, right? Correct?
That's correct.
Somewhere in
Sorry,
the
I keep forgetting to do this and I
That's right.
need
That
to
was
do
the
this. So
first one.
forgive me if it
a
startles
computer
you.
share account
I've
that
got a
was somewhere around,
swoop.
$7,700.
In 3,
Right, it
2,
was not a large
1.
And P&G stock that was at in a Wells Fargo account,
So I can mark
A
it
Wells Fargo
later.
investment account.
and that was somewhere around 12,500.
Correct. So combined, the three were approximately $120,000.
And all of these were documented in the documentation that you received from the administrators who were appointed by a civil court to handle Fabio Cementili's estate.
That's correct. But we did not have documentation from Procter & Gamble to identify where they came from or why they were paid. So I couldn't characterize them, and therefore I excluded them from the analysis.
Now, at the time of his death, the victim in this case, Fabio Cementili, was also receiving various employee benefits that were subject to vesting. What did you do with that?
So for those benefits, to the extent they vest over time, any amount that is earned after date of separation, which again, in this case is the same as the date of death, those amounts would have been his separate property. So the longer period we use for the vesting, the more that is separate property.
Okay.
So what we did is assume the shortest possible vesting period. For example, there's one, it's a small amount, it's $4,000, but we assumed that it was 100% vested, so it was all community property. The larger P&G equity award, we assumed only 3 years, so that it was more community property. So again, it was an assumption that was ultimately gave us a conclusion that was more beneficial, gave more funds to Miss Cementili in the divorce scenario, thereby reducing the delta and lowering the amount on line 27. There's still a difference, but it is a lower difference than it could have been had we used a more traditional 4 or 5 year vesting period.
So you made multiple assumptions in order to make the distinction between what the defendant would receive in a divorce versus upon her husband's death due to his murder to her benefit.
Right, but these are assumptions that have to be made when we're doing the analysis because we don't have perfect information. So it's just in order to have an analysis that is the most conservative, we made the assumptions that benefited Ms. Cementili.
All right. And when we talk about, you mentioned approximately $4,000 to Cody RSUs, that's what we see on line 12, correct?
That's correct.
So you made the assumption that it would all be community property invested at the time of death.
That's correct.
And in terms of the P&G stock options, that's what we see on line 16, correct?
That's correct.
That came to approximately $935,814.
Yes, that's right.
All right. What about Fabio Cementili's P&G pension? I see that on line 18.
Okay, so again, this is a benefit that upon death vests immediately and still is paid out over a period of time. Ms. Cementili is given 3 options on how to get it paid out. Each option is gives a different amount in total that she could receive. In order to calculate the amount at line 27, I chose the amount that is the lowest possible amount that she would receive. Therefore, the amount that you see at line 18, the $42,682, is of the 3 options the least possible amount that could have been there, which creates the lowest amount that falls to line 27.
Okay. Again, so making the difference between divorce versus death a lower amount.
That's correct.
That was assuming a cash payout.
That's right. It's a lump sum payment.
Okay. Now, were you able to make some determinations, again, from the documentation from the estate on the civil side as to any cash at the date of Fabio Cementili's death?
Yes, from the bank accounts, we could see that the 2 accounts, or the total of their personal accounts is on line 2 at $53,563, and the total of the LGI consulting accounts is $9,464. And that totals in column A.
So for instance, how would that work out in divorce versus death? so we can see how this chart works.
So in column C, you can see, or B and C. In column B, you can see that 50%, and C is 50% of the amounts in column A. Right. And then in column D, you see 100%, and again, 100% of the amount in column A. Because in a divorce situation, it's divide by 2 in California from a community property standpoint. That's correct. And from at the time of his death, there were no designations on the account any other way, and the accounts were joint accounts, except for actually the LGI account was in Miss Simontelli's name. So only, at least from the statements, that's how it appears. So those accounts went 100% to her upon death.
Okay.
And even though the account is only in Miss Simontelli's name, even in divorce, she would still only receive half of it, because unless she could somehow trace it to trace the funds that were in there to a separate property source, which I assumed could not be done since LGI was not formed before marriage.
Okay. And so the difference there between what she would get on divorce versus death, we can see that it's a difference of $31,513, basically 50%.
That's correct.
If we had the situation that we do have in front of us where the victim's dead, she gets the full amount of $63,000.
If she's not found responsible.
Yes, that was an assumption we already talked about that you made at the beginning.
That's correct. I can no longer see the line items, but I have a copy in front of, in my binder. Is it okay if I look at that one?
Sure, I just wanted to put it on the screen to make sure that where you can see that I can back out a little bit. All right, let's talk about the family residence at 5012 Queen Victoria Road. We see that on lines 5 through 8 on your chart. Can you walk us through that?
Yes. So line 5 is just the title. It's just an address.
Right.
Line 6 is the total amount, and that's the total amount it was sold for. The line 7 is the mortgage at the time of Fabio's death, and then the net cost of sale. So line 9 is the net proceeds. And in fact, I think actually line 7, I could look at my source document, but line 7 is likely the mortgage at the time of the ultimate sale.
Okay. So the home was sold for $1,350,000. Yes.
Yes.
And they owed a mortgage on the house of $913,300.
That's correct.
Plus, there were costs of the sale, as we talked about previously, of
Just get a divorce. Why unalive him? Hi, Hilda.
Yes. And so, how does it work? If there were to be a divorce, this would be characterized as community property.
That's right.
And so, therefore, each spouse would get 50%.
That's correct. Typically, one spouse buys out the other. It's very common where one spouse stays and then buys out the other, and the other spouse buys a different residence.
Hi,
in this
Dawn.
particular case, the defendant already received 50%, correct?
That's my understanding of the sales proceeds.
Okay. However, if she were to be found not guilty, then she'll also wind up getting the other half from Fabio's estate. She'll get the full amount, correct?
That's my understanding.
So on in death, we're talking about an amount of $337,951.
Correct.
And so the difference between what she would get in divorce versus what she would get if Fabio was dead is approximately $119,600.
That's right.
Now let's
I
look down
still
the
don't
column
understand
starting
why
on line
she
10, where it says
didn't
other
just
assets. Let's
walk
look
out.
at what you have beneath that. Can you walk us through the first one we see on line 11 is a 401k that was being managed through Charles Schwab as of December 31st of 2018.
Hi, Paula.
So that was
Welcome
the, as it says,
back.
Cody 401k.
Welcome
and the amount
back.
was $30,492. In a divorce
Sorry.
situation, Ms.
Been that kind of
Simontelli would have
day.
received 50%. That's the $15,246. Because Mr. Simontelli passed away, she will receive or would receive $30,492. So the difference is the 50%, $15,246.
That's why. It's a big
And
difference.
let's look at the next line, line 12. He had some Cody restricted stock units.
That's correct. Same situation. This is the $4,000 that we talked about earlier. It's $3,995. We assumed that they were 100% vested at the time of either divorce or death. And so 50% would be received if in a divorce situation, 100% is received upon death.
For, again, a difference between the divorce versus death of $1,998, approximately $2,000, right?
Correct.
A $2,000 benefit by Fabio dying.
Right.
Okay. And then there was a car loan. And I see here you saw that was written off. So that came to a net total of 0 on both sides.
That's right.
Okay. And then
So she could have walked away and still had a lot of money.
last week of an amount of $5,600.
She wanted it all.
14 of your chart.
Yes.
You're right. I want
So
it
accrued
all.
vacation is not a divisible asset in divorce. It's usually used by the party unless there's some extraordinary circumstance. So an amount of 50 hours would not have been divided. But in the event of death, the company paid it out just like they would if he had left the company. So that $5,689 is the difference.
So that was, again, a benefit to the defendant by the death of her husband of $5,689.
That's right.
All right. Let's move down to line 15. You have P&G profit sharing, PST.
Yes.
Tell us what we see here, please.
Again, that's a profit sharing plan that had $43,677 in it. And half of it would have gone to Miss Sementelli in a divorce situation, or $21,838. Whereas in a death scenario, Miss Sementelli receives $43,677, for the difference being the other 50% of $21,838.
Okay. And again, this was an amount that, just like the vacation, was paid out and transferred to the defendant in March of 2017. So she benefited by almost $22,000 through the death of her husband on this one.
That's correct.
All right. Let's look at the next one, which looks like it's one of the largest numbers, the P&G stock options, which was valued at $935,814. How does that work?
These are the stock options that we talked about a little bit earlier. So part of this is separate property because after separation, the portion that vests is allocated to Mr. Sementelli in a divorce situation. So we did do that time rule calculation, and $140,102 is carved off completely for Mr. Sementelli, but $795,712 is community property. So 50% of that amount is the $397,856 that Miss Sementelli would receive in a divorce situation. So it's 50% of the $795. Whereas
it's half of the community property portion?
One half of the community property portion. Whereas upon death, she not only receives 100% of the community property portion, she also receives the $140,000 of his separate property.
So in other words, by his death, she winds up getting the full $935,814.
That's correct. So this one is actually the biggest delta. So it's
What?
$7,958 that is the benefit for the Procter & Gamble stock options.
Okay.
So it was more than
And
1.6
then also
mil.
we heard last week about a P&G ISOP.
Way more than
the
1.6.
International Stock Ownership Plan that we see on line 17.
Yes.
And tell us about those figures based on the documentation you reviewed from the estate.
This one is one where Mr. Sementelli had done a beneficiary designation when he signed up for the program, and he had designated only 40% to go to Miss Sementelli. So upon his death, that's the portion that she would receive, whereas in a divorce, she would receive 50%. And so this is one where she actually receives more in a divorce situation than she would in a death situation. So it's a negative of $3,988.
Okay. And then beneath that, you have the P&G pension plan. And you talked earlier on line 18 about there being different choices, whether she took a lump sum or a a monthly amount? What was the documentation with respect to his P&G, Fabio's P&G defined benefit plan?
This was
Sorry, core pension plan.
the core pension plan. We received documentation from the company that outlined a lump sum payment and then 2 options for payment over time, beginning at different time periods. So beginning in, I could look at the documents if you'd like, but I think beginning in 10 years and beginning in 20 years and going for a certain number of years into the future. And then depending on if you waited the longest period, you actually got it for a longer period of time or a bigger amount. And so it ends up being a larger dollar figure.
Okay.
But we assumed the one that actually came to the lowest dollar figure, and that's receiving it now, a lump sum cash payment of $42,682. And that is 50% at divorce or 100% upon his death.
Okay. So that's a difference of somewhere around $21,000 to her benefit, using the lower number, the more conservative number, once Fabio died. She gets 100% of it.
That's correct.
All right. And then there's a Wella Canadian pension plan on line 19. Tell us about that.
Yes, that's a very small pension plan, $5,000. And again, 50% if there's a divorce and 100% if Mr. Cementelli dies.
Okay. So the benefit to her, again, is the difference is approximately $2,500.
That's right.
Okay. Then we see that he had
This is a good way to do this.
Financial.
I'm liking
One
her
being a registered
presentation.
retirement savings plan and one being a non-registered. Let's start with the one that's registered on line 20. How does that work?
Again, this is another one that when Mr. Cementelli signed up, he designated the beneficiaries. And so for that one, upon his death, Ms. Cementelli was designated to receive 75% of the funds in that account. So she was to receive $11,700 upon his death, whereas in divorce, she would receive 50%, and that is the $7,800.
This is the one that we talked about earlier, where Fabio had designated 75% to his wife and 25% to his son Luigi, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's the one that
So
they
this one is
wanted
a
him
difference
to
again of
forego
$3,900
and give
benefits
to
by
his
death
sisters.
versus going through a divorce.
That's correct.
All right, let's look at line 20. It looks like line 21, the non-registered retirement savings account through Sun Life.
That's what it's
That's a very
looking
small
like.
amount.
Yes, it's a very small amount, $134. And again, it's the 50% versus 100%.
And there was no beneficiary designated, so the full amount would then be payable to the defendant on his death.
That's correct.
So if we look at a total of all of the other assets on line 22,
What is
from
the final
in the
number?
estate, 1.135,461,000. 50% of all of that in a divorce would be 499,335.
Just to make sure the record's clear, the first number is $1,135,461.
Yes.
And yes, the portion that is divorce is $499,335.
However,
That's still a
upon
lot of
his
money.
death, the benefit to the defendant is $1,105,895. Correct?
Yes.
So when we go over to the difference in the far right column, it benefits her by over $600,000. Is that right?
That's correct. $606,560.
That's a lot to leave
Now
on the
let's look at
table.
life insurance proceeds on line 24. Tell us about how this gets handled. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I knocked my own cord out. That's a
life
whole lot of
insurance
money
proceeds
leaving on the
are
table
only the life insurance
for
proceeds
divorce.
that,
That's a lot of money.
are payable to Miss Cementelli. These don't include the life insurance proceeds
$600,000
that
is
were
a
payable
ton
to
of
any
money.
other party. And obviously in divorce, none of these are payable to Miss Cementelli because these are all term life policies. If they had been whole life policies that had cash surrender value, that would not be the case.
Oh.
But they did not have whole life policies.
So therefore, it's
$1.5
zero
million.
on, in a divorce scenario or the full amount on death.
That's correct. And these, I think, primarily related to employment policies.
So in this case, again, we're only looking at the portion of the life insurance that was designated by.
So he
victim
had
for his wife. She gets the
$43,862 in credit card debt.
100% of it, which is 720,000.
Almost 50,000 in credit card debt. Damn.
That's correct.
So the difference is that amount.
That's right, because there's nothing payable upon divorce.
Right. And then on line 25, you have something called post-death separation compensation. What is that?
The company elected to continue to pay Mr. Cementelli for 6 months after he passed. And so that compensation, this is the net that was received after tax, that amounted to $50,271. But in a divorce situation, that would be his separate property. So none of that would be divided with Miss Cementelli.
So the full, again, just like the life insurance, so it's either nothing or the full amount of $50,271.
So she got 50,000 in 6 months. That's not
And
bad.
what was the salary amount? Gross?
I would have to look. I have he was receiving, I think, $280,000 is what I was using for other calculations.
Okay. That would be his salary plus some other
Commissions.
Compensation.
And again, as you mentioned, this is compensation net. So it's post after taxes are removed, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then there was also some debt from the credit cards that we see on line 26.
That's right. The parties had credit card debt. So in a dissolution, Ms. Cementelli would have been responsible for half of it. But when Mr. Cementelli passed, she became responsible for all of it.
Okay. So just as in one of the other situations we talked about, I think it was the closing costs on a sale of the property, the entire debt, you subtracted that from the amount that she stood to gain by her husband's death, correct?
That's correct.
From the total that we see over in column F.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so the total difference between, if we look at line 27, the estate being worth $2,262,915 in a divorce situation, she would be looking to inherit approximately $727,000, correct?
She would receive.
Not inherit. She would get, because he hasn't died in a divorce, correct?
That's correct. That's the amount that we could verify.
Okay. And in death, she stands to inherit, assuming she's not found guilty, $2,233,349.
That's correct.
That's more than
the difference,
1.6 that they said earlier, and then 1.8.
versus what she would have gotten under a divorce scenario is approximately $1.5 million.
That's correct.
She was starting to get a little uncomfortable, and they always
What would
do.
happen in a situation, let's say, if the defendant were to remarry in a divorce? What does that do
I
in
don't
terms
know,
of
love.
support?
If she was
There's no foundation for that.
There is going to be.
I'm all over this.
Would there be some type of support in a divorce scenario?
There would be child support for the 18 months that the one minor child was not 18 or not in high school. And there could possibly be spousal support, very likely at least temporary spousal support.
Okay. And what happens?
We
to
don't
any
have
type of
spousal support where
if
I
she were
live.
to remarry?
It's terminated by law.
What was the question? I want to hear that again.
What happens to any type of spousal support if she were to remarry?
It's terminated by law.
Now, were there other amounts that you did not include in your calculations in Exhibit 126?
Well, we've already talked about the 120,000. I didn't account for legal fees or accounting fees related to a divorce. There would at least be legal fees. I didn't account for child support because even though it's paid, it would be paid to Miss Sementelli, it's for the benefit of the minor child. So I assume that that's where those funds would go. And I did not account for a spousal support amount because it's very speculative, or at least partly speculative, as to how much she would receive.
Okay. Did you see documentation that you received regarding the estate, regarding something called Scissor Boy, or an application that Fabio had created, Scissor Boy?
Yes, and I did not include anything related to that. There was a $25,000 settlement payment that was made to Ms. Sementelli related to that. I didn't include that $25,000 in the analysis because I didn't know if it would have been included in the death scenario, increase of the 1.5 million, but I didn't include it because I didn't know if in a divorce scenario, there was a community asset that would have been divided. So I just didn't want to include something that could unreasonably change the number upward.
So again, being most conservative and knowing that the defendant got the full 25,000 here, you didn't include it at all. So it's almost like it was a freebie. It wasn't included in your calculations.
Yeah, I assumed it's a wash.
Okay. And when we talked about, when you mentioned spousal support and you said it was speculative, is there a difference between temporary support and permanent support?
There is. Temporary support is the amount that's paid pending the actual dissolution. And it's there's a formula. Child support is always by formula in California. Guideline is what it's called. Temporary spousal support is also by guideline. Typically, it doesn't have to be, but like child support has to be, with few exceptions. Spousal support is typically by guideline as well.
Okay. And in most cases, is it the temporary or the permanent support that tends to be higher, or do they tend to be the same?
Temporary support is almost always higher than permanent support. Permanent support is typically at least 15% lower, sometimes higher. Sometimes it's as much as 30% lower, but it depends on. Permanent support is based on a family code 4320 that outlines 14 different factors that the court considers. So there's much that goes into that analysis, and so that's where I said it was too speculative for me to figure out what the court would have decided the actual permanent support would be.
Okay. What are some of those factors, those 14 factors that the courts consider for permanent support?
Age of the parties, health of the parties, ability to work, lifestyle of the parties, whether one party contributed to the education of the other party, California's public policy to that people become self-supporting. The very last one is anything else that the court wants to consider. Whether there's been domestic abuse. Those are the ones that come to me.
Okay. Also, maybe the length of the union, the marriage?
Yeah, the length of the marriage is also a factor.
So in this case, we know it was almost 20 years.
That's right. And whether the one party was home, needs to be home with the children.
So if the children are now becoming adults, that would be taken into account that she doesn't need to be home anymore. She could get a job.
Correct. Whether or not the children need someone at home is a factor.
Okay. And what about, you talked about the age of the parties. The defendant in this case, as you know from the documentation, was 44 years old at the time her husband died. So that would also tend to indicate she could earn money.
I understand she was 44, and my experience is that the court would have likely ordered a vocational examination. That would be typical in these types of cases.
To see what type of job she could do.
That's interesting.
That's correct.
And can you give us an estimate of what temporary spousal support would have looked like in a divorce scenario, obviously, in 2017?
Temporary support is based on the guideline formula is takes into account child support and is essentially 40% of the payor's gross income less 50% of the person receiving its income. And I did sort of run the calculations to, I had to run it to get child support, and the temporary support would be approximately $5,800 a month.
What?
And after tax would be $3,985, or essentially $4,000 a month. And the distinction that has to be made is that this was 2017.
Yeah.
So it was still taxable and deductible at the time. It was prior to the change in the support laws, or change in the tax law. So.
And what about
Wow.
child support that would last for approximately 18 months for the minor child?
The child support was $1,642.
I got $200 a month for 2 kids, $100 a kid. That's all I got.
Combined is about
For 9-10 years. That's all I got.
You can do that for us.
approximately $5,650.
That's a lot of money. But again, if you're living in the way she was, that's not. But for me, I'd be living high on the horse. I could buy a house.
Approximately $125,000.
After taxes?
That's correct.
Okay. And can you estimate how long support would have continued beyond temporary support? I know you said that part becomes speculative.
Right. So here's this is why it's not included in my analysis, because I calculated rough numbers for child support, but this is very much estimates, because all of this is based on an estimated income analysis. So based on just my experience and Miss Sementelli's age and the fact that she was doing some consulting and that kind of thing, I assumed that she would work, or that she would receive support for another 3 years. So total of 5 years.
Is that typical, 3 to 5 years?
It's not in a marriage of 20 years, but based on her age and just the way things have been over the last 10 years, I would not be surprised if that was.
That would be irrelevant.
Would that be typical, as I asked? Given this estate, not a complex estate, this estate.
Given
This is a complex.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Would it be unlikely that she would get lifetime support at age 44?
Speculation sustained.
Depends on if she was disabled, but she was not. If you're disabled and living on disability or not able to work, that's a different story.
So if you included what you were talking about in terms of support, child support and spouse support for a period of 3 to 5 years, did you calculate what that amount would approximately come to?
I did.
And what is that amount?
It's approximately $290,000 for the whole period.
And you made that estimate based on what you, based on your experience, would be likely in this scenario.
Yes, I did.
Okay. The 3 to 5 year period, not a lifetime support.
Based on 2 years of temporary support and 3 years of permanent support.
Okay. And if you included that number in your analysis, would that reduce the difference between death versus divorce of 1.5 million?
It would.
By how much?
$300,000.
So in that case, we're talking about a difference of 1.2 million.
That's correct.
And you
A
also
lot of
said
money.
that you didn't include approximately $100,000 worth of deposits in your analysis, correct? The $120,000 that she got up front?
Correct. That was part of our speculation bucket, I'll call it.
Okay. So that would, if you had included it, that would increase the amount to greater than 1.5 million, correct?
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Ooh. Now the defense. Now the defense gets to tear into those numbers. I want to know what the
Any,
defense have to
problems
say.
addressing the issue of alimony or spousal support, or child support that you just discussed in the last half hour or so. Is that right?
Right.
Now, your task, your assignment, if you will, from the district attorney was to calculate the difference financially for Mrs. Simontilli of divorce versus death. Is that right?
Right.
And you agree that one of the primary factors or items in a divorce is alimony.
That's right.
Why is it not included in your chart?
Well, as we just talked about, there are a lot of factors that are speculative when you're talking about the length and amount of alimony in a dissolution like the Simontellis. And so I calculated it so that Ms. Simontelli could provide the information to the court during my testimony, but I did not include it in this analysis because just like the other amounts that would increase this number, I didn't want to include amounts that were speculative in any component.
Well, but you just gave a figure of $290,000 as being the figure that she would likely have gotten in alimony over the if she had gotten a divorce. Is that right?
And I think I said repeatedly that I think that there are a lot of speculative components to that, but that is my best estimate based on my experience, but it is not. There are a lot of moving parts and there is speculation in those numbers.
Well, the age of Miss Simontilli at the time of Mrs. Simontilli at the time of her husband's death was, what was her age?
44.
And what was Fabio Simontilli's age?
I believe he was also 44 or 45.
So I would assume under normal actuaries that they were looking at another 30, 35 years of life. Hopefully, obviously it didn't occur in this case, but we're talking about divorce. Is that right?
Probably.
And don't you take into account that when how long the wife is going to need alimony to maintain her lifestyle as it was during the marriage?
No.
You don't take that into account in your figure?
No.
So you're saying that in your experience, the amount of time that alimony is paid in a marriage like this would be 3 to 5 years?
Based on all the other factors in this case, yes.
And again, those factors are what?
The fact that Ms. Simontelli was 44 years old in very good health, was a consultant that we only had.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. Was it?
That the income that we were attributing to her was likely understated because we had not done a complete analysis, that it was possible based on other facts in the case that Ms. Simontelli would get remarried within some period of time. Those are some of the factors.
Well, the idea of getting remarried in a divorce is present in every divorce. Is that correct?
I would say no.
Okay. Why not?
Many of the divorces that I work on are very long-term marriages and the parties are not interested in getting remarried.
All right, we're talking about the ages that you know that the parties were in this case, correct?
Right.
And they've been married for how long?
Just about 20 years.
And does the length of marriage factor into the issue of alimony?
It does.
And how does it?
In California, after 10 years, there's no more presumptive half-life on spousal support.
What does that mean? In layman terms.
It means that if you're married less than 10 years, the court will presumptively means you will likely get spousal support for half the length of the marriage. So if you're married 8 years, you will receive spousal support for 4 years.
Okay.
If you're married more than 10 years, then you will likely get support for longer than half the length of the marriage.
All right, so if they were married 20 years, half would be 10, so she'd be getting alimony for more than 10 years, correct? Under that formula.
But it's not a formula.
Well, what is it? Is it what the norm has been in California? Is that a way of putting it? What did you just describe on the 10 years or more than 10 years?
Well, it's a presumption, but we also have Gavron warnings that happen in almost every case now. And the younger the person, the more likely that the support is not going to be certainly it's not going to be lifetime, but the idea that it would even be half the length, I think, is unlikely.
Unlikely. This is all speculation on your part, correct?
Exactly why it's not on that sheet.
Well, but the sheet is designed to document the difference financially between death and divorce, right?
That's correct.
And you're saying basically under a divorce, it's all basically speculative. Isn't that right?
No.
Well, Mr. Simontilli was very successful at his job. You understood that, correct?
I did.
And his salary was increasing, correct?
For the period that we looked at, it was increasing.
And the likelihood would be if he continued working there, it would increase again, correct?
It's possible.
The same.
If does alimony at all depend on how much money the individual is making at the time?
It depends on how much money both individuals are making.
Well, how much was Mrs. Simontilli making?
The tax returns were reporting approximately, they reported $30,000 the year net the year before, I think 2015, and then $18,000 in 2016.
And that was due to some consulting, correct?
That's correct, but I emphasize reported.
Okay. So, and his reported income was what for the last year before he died?
All in $286,000.
So if you consider that and the length of the marriage, 20 years, isn't there some formula you can use? Since a lot of what you've said is speculation, is there a formula you could use in trying to figure out what the amount of alimony might be per year?
Yes.
What's that formula?
Well, for temporary support, it's the 40% minus 50%. And then for permanent, it's probably 85%. That's the number I used. It's somewhere between 70 and 85%. But for purposes of the $295,000 or $300,000 rounded calculation that I did, it was, I used 85% of the temporary number as the permanent support number.
But the permanent you calculated for 3 to 5 years, is that right?
I calculated it for 3 years to get a total support period of 5 years.
But you understand that alimony remains as long as the parties are alive and the party who's getting the divorce doesn't remarry. Is that right?
Also, misstates the testimony.
Question. I'm sorry.
That is not my understanding.
All right, how long does alimony typically last in California?
It varies by facts and circumstances. There is no, I can't possibly answer that.
It can be negotiated, correct?
It can be negotiated.
But if the party who's paying the alimony dies, the alimony stops. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if the other party who's receiving the alimony remarries, then the alimony stops. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But if those two things don't happen, that is, Miss Simontilli lives for a normal lifetime and Mrs. Simontilli doesn't remarry, alimony could last 10, 20, 30 years. Isn't that right?
In this case?
Well, I mean, can you tell us in this case, if they had gotten a divorce and he had continued to, his salary increased and she didn't remarry and he stayed alive, can you tell us how much alimony she'd likely receive over the lifetime of the alimony?
I can only tell you that if it lasted 10 years, I would be shocked.
You'd be shocked if there was 10 years of alimony.
Based on the facts and circumstances of this case. But again, that's my speculation based only on my experience.
And if it lasted 10 years, the figures you're talking about, what would be the total amount of alimony that she would receive?
There would be the $300,000 plus another $275,000.
So you're talking about $600,000.
$600,000 total.
Which would be added on your chart to the divorce column versus the death column, correct?
It would be, well, just to make it easy, it'd be 1.5 minus 600. So the benefit of Mr. Simontelli dying versus divorce would only be $900,000.
So if you took $900,000 from the $1,500,000 that you had here as the difference, that would be reduced to about $600,000, correct?
No, you're doing it backwards. I just did the math for you. The $1,500,000 minus the 300 we already calculated, minus another 275,000. So let's just call it 600 to make it easy. That would be 900,000. So the benefit to Miss Cementelli for Mr. Cementelli dying versus the divorce would be approximately, it's $925,000.
Again, based on your calculations involving how much she would receive in alimony.
That's 10 years of alimony.
Okay. And again, none of that, you didn't include any of that in your chart because it was too speculative. Is that right?
Well, those are based, 10 years is, I would say aggressive, but in Ms. Cementelli's favor. So to the extent it's speculative, it is very much very conservative in terms of what would be helpful to Ms. Cementelli.
You said you talked to Jason Rubin in this case as part of your investigation?
That's correct.
And remind us who Jason Rubin is?
He is the court-appointed trust accountant or trustee.
And because of the death of Mr. Cementelli and the manner of his death, that he was murdered, there was a court-appointed trustee to handle all of the assets of the estate. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
I need to give the jury and the staff a break, but since we started so late, let's try to limit the break to 10 minutes. The admission advice, see you back here in 10 minutes.
Property law as part of
Few
your
seconds for us.
I do not.
So how many cases, family law cases, have you been involved in when your job was to calculate figures like you have today, alimony and so forth?
It has to be more than, if it's not 1,000, I'd be really surprised.
And in those cases, all of the parties were represented by counsel, correct?
Almost all of them.
And if there's litigation, you don't do the litigation. The attorney for the divorce or parties getting divorced would handle the litigation, correct?
Argument, yes.
Okay. And all of the factors that you've talked about here would be part of every divorce case if it's litigated and not settled, correct?
The 4320 factors?
Yes.
Yes.
And those factors would be considered if the case settled, which is the primary goal initially in a divorce case. Is that right?
Yes, that's always the goal.
Now, in terms of guidelines, doesn't LA County have its own guidelines regarding divorce and figures and calculations that you've gone through?
No.
You're not aware of any guidelines that LA County has that would be specific to LA County as opposed to some other county in the state?
Are you talking about for child and spousal support amounts?
Yes.
Well, LA County uses Santa Clara County.
Okay, and you've used those calculations as well?
Right, that's the 40-50 calculation, 40% minus 50% calculation that I was talking about for temporary spousal support, and a much more complicated one for child support, and we use computer programs to do those.
And is it true that for a time period there was no taxes on alimony?
Up until 2018, the end of 2017, there was no tax on federal or state alimony. And,
So, I'm sorry.
And then, as of 2018, there is no more. Now it's non-deductible, non-taxable for federal purposes, but still taxable, deductible for California purposes, just spousal support.
So at the time of Mr. Cementelli's death in January of 2017, child support was, alimony was not taxable. Is that correct?
In 2017, it was taxable deductible.
Okay, so deductible from your tax returns.
That's correct.
Which would increase the amount that you would keep yourself, obviously.
Right. When it's taxable deductible, there's an amount that benefits both parties, actually.
And isn't there a presumption in California or a guideline where if you have been married more than 10 years, your marriage is considered to be a lengthy marriage?
They refer to it as a long-term marriage.
And this marriage was 20 years, correct?
That's correct, about 20 years.
So that would be a factor as well in determining how long the alimony would be and what the amount would be, correct?
Not the amount, well, maybe a little bit to the amount, but the length, yes.
The longer the marriage, the longer the alimony. Is that a fair statement?
It's one of the factors.
Did you consider the 20-year factor here when you talked about spousal support for 3 to 5 years, I believe?
I did.
And you thought that was correct for a 20-year marriage, that 3 to 5 years was the appropriate time to use in figuring out what the benefit of divorce would be for Mrs. Simontilli.
Based on all the factors together, I used 5 total years.
Okay. Now, what about the lifestyle? You mentioned lifestyle. What about the lifestyle of the parties? Did that at all affect, or is that considered in determining the amount of alimony?
It is.
And can you explain briefly how that works?
Typically, we refer to it as the marital standard of living. And if the parties had a very nice lifestyle, and we try to calculate some kind of rough number that or really exact number that represents that lifestyle. And then if one party or the payor, someone paying the support to the other, happens to be able to support both households at that amount, they pay up to that amount. Essentially, it creates a little bit of a ceiling so that if by chance they made some extraordinary amount, they would only pay up to that marital standard of living. In most divorces, the parties can't afford to pay both 2 lifestyles when they separate into 2 homes. But it is a factor if it can be done.
Did you consider that factor at all in this case involving Mr. Simontilli and Mrs. Simontilli?
I did.
And how did you factor that in, if you can tell us?
Well, I considered the fact that I did look at their lifestyle. I understood that Miss Simontilli was not employed. She wasn't working a full-time job outside the home. I understood that she had a personal trainer, that she was going to this, she had a club membership, that it seemed like she had a very nice lifestyle. So I looked at whether it was appropriate to do a marital standard of living analysis. In other words, look at the total amount that would include their savings, spending, compensation, essentially try to understand their lifestyle. But the amount that came up as support was not high enough that it seemed like it was going to meet the marital standard of living. So
what about vacations, clothes, cars? Is that included in lifestyle?
Well, it is included in lifestyle, but typically a long-term marriage includes not just what you're spending, which is the vacations, the cars, all those things, but it's everything you save and it's everything you invest, right? So what we do is we look at the total of your tax returns, net of your taxes, and that's your pot of money, right? That's everything you have to spend, and you divide that by 2. So that captures everything. These parties also had credit card debt. Credit card debt, typically courts don't like to say, we're going to also include credit card debt in your marital standard of living. So again, we're back to tax returns. And
so did you make any adjustments in your figures that you've talked about today for the lifestyle of the Simontillis in their 20-year marriage?
No, because income has to be the cap, right? You can't ask one party to live in poverty so that the other person can have their full marital standard of living.
Now, what about increases in salary? What if Mr. Simontilli's salary kept increasing year by year from over 200,000? Did you say it was at the time that you of his death? Is that right?
I love this person.
That's a total compensation package.
Right. And did you consider how much the alimony might be if his salary continued to increase?
I did not.
Why not?
Because I also did not consider what the offset would be if Monica became fully employed.
I see. So her employment, if she became fully employed, but she wasn't, might offset the increase in salary that Mr. Simontilli might obtain through the years beyond the years we're talking about, which is when he was 55. Is that right? In other words, he had many more years, hopefully, of work at the company, and his salary was increasing each year. Did you consider any of that? All right.
Okay, so
If you would look at
he's trying to get in the weeds here. If Mr. Simontilli's income can continue to increase, and say if Miss Simontilli decided she wanted to start earning money, it would still kind of balance. The difference would balance to what she figured. I mean, you can't do 100%. I understand what he's trying to get to, but that doesn't work.
largest figures on that chart appears to be the P&G stock options on line 16, I believe. Is that right?
That's right.
And you've got a figure there of $935,000, right?
That's right.
And if in divorce, they would split that up about 50-50, is that right?
They would split up the community property portion 50-50.
Okay, but upon his death without a will, she would get all of it, $935,000. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, was your calculation, divorce versus death, designed to determine the financial realities that were in place at the time that Mr. Cementilli was murdered?
Yes, it assumes the murder or the death, and then the date of separation we assumed was the same date for purposes of the divorce calculation.
Okay, so you were trying to figure out, was he worth more dead than alive, to put it bluntly? Is that correct?
Yep.
I was trying to figure out if he was worth more dead than alive to Monica.
On the date of his death, correct?
Not necessarily, because in California, we value assets as of the date of trial. So to the extent that assets were increasing or changing value, like the house, for example, or the stock or a 401k, as those things are changing in value, and once they are actually divided or sold or whatnot, when that happens, then that value is used.
And that's the divorce scenario you're talking about.
Well, divorce
Right.
or in some cases, if at death it wasn't sold or provided until after the fact.
Okay, but in divorce, as the value of the home increases, that's considered by the court, the value of stock, his salary, all that could play out during divorce proceedings, correct?
No, well, you're including salary and other things. So salary, no. After separation, your salary is yours. Stock that is vesting is separate property. When I say yours, that's separate property. Stock options that you earn are yours. Stock options that you own, or an investment account that you own, or an asset that you own that is increasing in value that you have nothing to do with, right? You're not doing anything to increase that value. That remains community property, and that is divided at whatever time the dissolution actually occurs. So it could be, for example, I use 2 years for temporary support. It could be 2 years later.
But I'm talking about is this case where Mr. Cementilli was murdered, and he died in 2017, January 23rd. All right. You figure the value of, under the death calculation, the value of those assets that are up on the board, that's exhibit 126, at the time of his death, correct?
They're not necessarily at the time of his death, just like the date of separation values are not necessarily on that date.
Well, when you say separation, this isn't a case, obviously, where husband and wife separate and then they decide whether they're going to stay together and so forth and so on, and whatever the rules are for that. This is a case where Mr. Cementilli died, correct? He was murdered.
That's correct.
All right. So on that date, your determination was, what was he worth to Mrs. Cementilli on the date of his death versus had they gotten a divorce? Is that a fair statement?
That's not correct.
Why not?
Because this is my first assumption is that the date of the murder is also the date of separation. The date of separation is the date at which we start dividing. So that's the date when his salary started to become his own. So he received salary for 6 months after that. He receives vesting of his stock. For example, line 16, where you're talking about the largest item, $140,000 of vesting occurred and became his separate property under the divorce scenario, because the date of separation is back in January of 2017, but our value and our division that we're doing is after that. So the date of separation is not the date of, let's say, trial. It's not the date that we're actually dividing things.
Okay, but the date of death, assuming that Mrs. Cementilli was not responsible for this, she would be able to cash in on those stock options on that date, exercise them if she wanted to, correct?
No, she couldn't, because the company's not going to walk in that day with a check. All of these things take time.
Okay, so can you explain what a stock option is then?
A stock option is an equity award.
Okay.
Typically, companies will tell you, I'm going to give you, make it easy, 100 100 shares of stock in the company you work for, and I'm going to give it to you at $10 a share, but you don't have to pay for it now. And then it's going to vest over, let's say, 4 years. So in a year, the stock is actually at $15. Good stock. So you're able to buy that stock for the $15, but really you're only paying the 10, but it's within that price, right? So you get $5. You're basically getting the benefit of the $5 per share.
So if the stock goes up, then you make money. If the stock goes down, you would not make any money.
Right. It would be worthless.
Worthless.
But
since they gave it to you, you wouldn't lose anything.
There are also equity aligned cash bonus plans where a company will just issue what they call phantom stock, and they just issue you X number of shares. They're not really shares. They essentially, you receive, those are grants. They just issue you either the actual shares or just an amount that aligns with shares, and you get that value vested over a certain number of years.
All right. What was it in this case?
Stock options.
Okay. So do you know when the options on line 16 that we're talking about were given to Mr. Simmons?
I'd have to look at the supporting documents for the date.
Could you do that?
Oh, he's getting snippy. I knew this wasn't going to bode well. I did. I knew this was going to go over like a ton of bricks. Trying to confuse the jury. Basically, she gained more from unaliving than she would from a divorce. Thus, motive. In my humblest of opinions, I saw the writing on the wall. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick comfort break. I shall be right back.
There were 3 tranches issued to Mr. Cementelli in February of 2014, 15, and 16.
Okay. And how long did he have to wait, assuming he wanted to exercise those options? How long would he have to wait before they vested? In other words, assuming the stock went up and he wanted to cash in 2-3 years later, could he do that?
We used a 3-year period, the minimum.
Okay. So in this case, the options that were issued in 2014 would have vested by that calculation in 2017. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So in 2017, at the time of his death, those options could have been cashed in, correct?
That's correct.
And do you know what the value of those options were? That is what he would have made, what profit he would have made on those options had they been cashed in as of January 2017?
I don't know if we did that calculation.
That would be based on what the stock was on that date, correct?
That's correct.
And the same with the other 2 options that were received in 2015 and 16.
The portion that vested.
The portion that vested. Some of those 2 would vest as well, would have vested by 2017. Is that right?
The portion that was issued and had vested.
Okay. So assuming upon his death in January or February, March, April, May, into June, if Mrs. Cementelli wanted to cash in those options, she could have done so, correct? At least some of them?
Assuming she could have gotten access to them at that point.
Well, how do you get access to options that have been provided to you by the company you work for?
In the death scenario, I suppose.
No, assuming Mr. Cementelli lived, at some point, was he not informed that he was being provided options of stock in Procter & Gamble?
If you're talking about a divorce scenario, he couldn't.
I'm not talking about divorce scenario. I'm talking about when the options were issued. You said 2014, 15, and 16. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Cementelli was alive during those years, correct?
Yeah. Mr. Cementelli?
Mr.
Yes. So you talk about what Mr. Cementelli received?
Yes.
All right.
I'll start with that. Mr. Cementelli would have been informed that he was being given options in 2014, 15, and 16, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And assuming Mrs. Cementilli knew about those options, upon his death or within the next few months, she could have cashed in some or all of those options, correct?
If she could access them from the company, I assume she could have.
Okay, and one way of accessing them would have been if the company had informed her, sat down with her, and told her these are all the financial realities of your husband at the time of his death. This is his pension plan. These are the options. This is vacation accrued, so forth. Assuming they provided her with all that information, they could have provided her with knowledge of the options as well, correct? This was now her separate property, right?
I have no idea what the company's obligations were.
Okay, but this became her property according to your calculation under the category of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you put a figure up there of $935,814, correct?
That's correct.
So if Mrs. Cementilli, upon the death of her husband, had cashed into those options because she was aware of them, she would have gotten $935,000 all to herself because there was no will. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Well, do you know the price of Procter & Gamble at the time of January 20th, 2017?
Not off the top of my head.
How did you get to this figure of $935,000?
That is the value as of February 2024.
Okay, and how would you calculate the value as of February 2024? How'd you get to that figure?
The number of shares times the share price.
The share price in 2024.
That's correct.
But do you know the share price in 2017 at the time of Mr. Cementilli's death?
I do not.
Well, wouldn't that be the amount of money that Mrs. Cementilli received at the time of his death if she received those options, whatever the value of the stock was at that time?
The calculation, I understand what you're asking. The amount that she would have, I did not calculate that.
But that is the amount, whatever that amount is the amount that she could have obtained from those options had she exercised them at the time of his death or within a few months of that.
I don't know what the company's obligations were, but I did not calculate that amount.
You don't know that the company's obligations were to pay the amount due of when someone exercised those options based on the price of the stock at the time the option was exercised?
Well, that seems facts on
Ooh, he's winning points on that one, y'all.
So,
I'm
again, when
saying.
you decided to decide or when you make your calculation.
That's a good point because the stock may have been higher, which means her profit would have been higher. What she received could have been much higher.
Procter & Gamble at the time you valued them in 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And was that the time that the estate, which was one of the trustees was Mr. Rubin, is that the time that the estate exercised the options, if you know?
Yes, I believe so.
So they exercised them in 2024, right?
Yes.
And that's where you got that figure of $935,000. Is that right?
Yes.
What if I told you that the value of those options on January 20th, 2017 was $74,730? Would that sound right to you?
I do not know.
But again, that's an easy calculation by multiplying the number of shares that you were given times the price of the stock, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because again, it assumes facts, not evidence, based on the fact that the shares were exercised in February 2024.
There you go.
It wouldn't stated, and this is on way of sustaining your objection, is we don't know when any option vested at any particular time, and that's why the objection is sustained.
Do you know when the options vested? That is the first time. Vested means the first time you could exercise them, correct?
That's correct. And we assumed that they vested over 3 years. And at the point where Mr. Cementilli passed, they are assumed to vest no matter what. In other words, he can't be fired and he can't quit. So it's only the passage of time that allows them to vest. So 100% of the options will vest. It just will require time.
And would they have vested as of the time of his death? Is that what you're saying?
No, but they will vest. So they have value over the vesting period.
And do you know, you don't know what that exact period was when they vested?
I assumed it was 3 years, which is the shortest possible vesting period.
So some of the shares would have vested by 2017. Is that correct?
This is not.
According to your formula, some of the shares would have vested by 2017, the ones that were issued in 2014, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know for sure when any of these shares were able to be exercised by Mr. Simontilli or Mrs. Simontilli after his death.
I said I've used a 3-year estimate.
But again, the figure you used on your calculations was not until the estate exercised the options in 2024. Is that right?
With that, we're going to take our lunch and recess. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admin advised not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else at home express any opinions on the cause I submitted to you. Have a good lunch.
That lady is like, get me out of here. Yeah, that's huge, y'all. But I understand what they're trying to get to, that she's making all of these estimates based on 2024, but in 2017, the 3 years she said that she would have waited or could have vested, the stock options could have been worth more back then than they are now. That's what the defense is saying. However, back at that point, she was also under arrest, and she was, so the soonest that she could actually access any of this money because of her arrest, and I wish they could get this in there, is now, 2024. Because as long as she's under arrest or suspicion of murder, and she's under bond and has not gone to trial, she cannot access. So it really doesn't matter what the prices or what the value of the stocks and bonds were in 2017, 2014, 20, whatever. It doesn't matter, because if she's under arrest, then she cannot and will not have access to any of this until the trial is over. And we are in trial in 2024, thus the prices for 2024. I think I got that. I may have nailed that one for someone who's not, but that's, if I'm a juror, that's what I'm thinking.
I understood it to be consulting income.
Okay, but that's all you knew about it?
No, I was dividing the cash. I wasn't valuing a business.
Well, you were dividing it in half, but this was supposed to be a chart that compared divorce with death. Is that right?
Correct. So I'm dividing the asset.
And you assumed that once Fabio died, there would be no further income coming into that account?
I did not. I'm simply dividing the cash here.
Okay, but if in fact that was some kind of app or company or whatever that was generating income as a result of Fabio, then there would be a difference between his death and getting a divorce. Is that right?
As it relates to the app, we talked about that a little bit earlier, and I disregarded the settlement amount of $25,000 because I didn't know what the offset might be for any community income. But it seems an asset that is settled for $25,000 likely wasn't worth much.
Okay, when you say settled, in other words, the company that was Scissor Boy settled with the estate for $25,000 to cover any future income that might have been coming their way otherwise. Did you determine what the $25,000 was for?
As I said, I disregarded both sides of that transaction.
But $25,000 was paid into the estate. Is that right?
Yes, and I disregarded it.
Well, but it was money that went to the estate, either to Monica or Fabio's heirs. It went to somebody, right?
I understood it to go to Monica, but I did not include it in the 1.5 million.
Okay. Now, did you know whether, well, let me ask you this. If you had investigated and determined that there was additional money that would have come into LGI had Fabio lived, you would have included that in the divorce side of the chart, correct? So I'll leave it with this. Then you had no idea whether or not money would have continued to come into LGI or not as a result of Fabio's death or anything else. You had no idea. Fair statement?
That's not correct.
Okay. Why is it not correct?
That account is a DBA for Monica Cementelli.
Okay.
And so I assumed that Monica would be the one operating that account, operating that business, although I attributed no value to the business and did not equalize it, in essence, having her repay that.
But looking at the income tax, it was income tax that was included in their joint income tax return, right?
It's community income.
Okay, so it wasn't just hers. Fabio and her paid jointly income tax on whatever came.
Okay,
into the
fine.
tax,
So you want me to commute hers, then we're going to take out half of her income and give it to Fabio.
Let me ask you this. Did you attempt at all to discuss Scissor Boy with Mr. Rubin?
I did not discuss Scissor Boy with Mr. Rubin.
Or this person, Grant, you said was in charge of Scissor Boy? Is that what you said? Some person?
I did not discuss Grant with Mr. Rubin.
Okay. So the extent again of your consideration of LGI was just what was in the account at the time of Fabio's death. Is that right?
That's incorrect.
You disregarded the 25,000.
That's one of the things.
Okay. Didn't you put those figures up there under LGI?
Yes, but this is a division of assets.
Okay.
On the income side, in terms of what would then after this come in, I assumed those monies would go to Monica.
But you assumed that without any further investigation as to whether or not that was true or not.
I assumed that based on the fact that the DBA is for Monica Cementelli.
Understood. But as far as what the source was of that income, or how
Okay,
it
if
got,
I'm on the jury right now, I would look at him and go, why are you beating this dead horse? The DBA is in Monica's name. If they're divorced, all of that goes to Monica. That is hers. Separate from here on out. Here on out. So there's no need to include that. I get what she's saying. Why can't this attorney move on? You're beating a dead horse,
out
man.
there, or whether it would continue or not, you didn't conduct any investigation into that, did you?
Fabio had a full-time job. Monica did not. I assumed that the consulting income was hers.
And again, that was your assumption, correct?
That's correct.
And
But
that's
that
why you put it
doesn't,
there in
but
your chart,
if
right?
she,
No, that's not correct.
All right, correct me.
This is a division of the asset.
Right.
This is just dividing just the cash asset. So whatever was in that account being divided if there's a death versus if there's a divorce. It has nothing to do with what happens after the date it's divided. So on any of these, none of it matters what happens after
Right.
the fact. The investment accounts, the cash accounts, nothing matters after the day it's divided.
Including your calculations of divorce. You had no idea of knowing whether divorce would involve litigation or how long it would take, or if the house would increase in value or not, anything of that nature. You couldn't figure out. You were limited to that one date of his death, right?
Well, I can break down two of those. I did not consider attorney's fees and what that would cost in the divorce. And I used the value of the house when it was sold for the death. And I used that same value for the divorce as the buyout date.
Okay. And you also included in under the benefits to Monica under death, that 6 months of salary that his company paid after he died, correct?
That's correct.
And you included health and eye insurance, all the healthcare insurance as well, correct? That they paid for.
That's correct.
And the car forgiveness of the loan, is that right?
No,
Okay, let me skip that. The vacation pay
I included that in the death benefits.
and in the pension as well, correct?
I included the pension in the death benefits.
All right, let me start with the salary. You had no information that Monica, at the time of Fabio's death, knew that Cody was going to pay 6 months' salary to her after his death, correct?
That's correct. I did not know. I don't know that Monica knew that that would be paid.
But because it was paid, you included it in the death benefits,
That's correct.
as well as all the insurance, is that right?
The insurance payments may have been discussed, but I don't have a document that shows that.
When you say the car, there was a car forgiveness, what do you mean by that?
The company forgave the car, but there's no attribution of any value under death or divorce in the schedule.
What do you mean forgave the car?
There was a car note, a $9,000 car note
that the company had put up?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's zero value under death and divorce attributed in the schedule.
And again, you didn't know whether Monica Simontilli knew there was going to be a car forgiveness or not.
Correct. And it's zero.
Okay.
Here.
And the same would apply to the vacation pay. You had no way of knowing if she was aware they were going to pay his vacation pay as a result of his death.
Well, I think that's pretty common knowledge that those things get paid out when you leave a job, or I assume when you pass away.
Okay, so you made several assumptions in this case, as you had to, based on what you were.
This is all
Well, I made
assumption.
assumptions on certain things. Yes.
Okay. Was there tax? Were those benefits taxable?
Yeah, you're right. Some of
Whether it be
there's some
pre-salary, any health
hard
care,
numbers in there, but damn.
vacation, was that taxable?
Anything that was taxable, I included the net amount after tax.
Okay, so
What do you mean, sunny
that was
day?
taken off your figures up there, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And
We'll
again,
go
when
through
it
that probably
came to
tomorrow. Sunny day, if
house
you have something,
calculation-
send it to us in Discord.
You use just the amount of the sale, not considering whether the house would go up in value or not, if there were divorce proceedings during the course of divorce proceedings and so forth. Is that right?
I assumed that the buyout would have occurred at the same time as the sale. That's correct.
Now, I believe on your chart, you indicated under the house that as community property, each side would, Monica and the estate of Fabio would have been entitled to 50% of the net proceeds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But then under death, you indicated that Monica would receive all of the proceeds of the sale, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know whether or not the house in fact was sold?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you got your figures from, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much of that Monica received?
I believe she received half of it.
And the other half went to Fabio's estate, is that correct?
Yes.
So even though there was a death, obviously, the killing of Fabio, the money, the value of the house, net proceeds were split between the two sides, correct?
Yes.
You know why? If she was entitled to 100% of the benefit?
Assumes facts, not evidence, and also misstates the evidence.
That's our rule.
I believe that my understanding is that if she's found not guilty, she will receive the balance of the estate.
So it's your understanding that she was given half of it before the results of any trial or any proceeding, and then would have to give it back if she were convicted? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I was told that she will receive the balance of the estate, so the other half, if she's found not guilty.
Well, but do you know why she was given half to begin with when that determination had not yet been made?
I don't.
Who gave you the information regarding this issue involving the house and half, and then giving half back if she's convicted and so forth?
Excuse me. There's no evidence of that.
Can you tell us, was that sustained, did you say?
There's no evidence of that.
Did you have a source of information concerning what happened to the house to include in your chart?
When you say what happened to the house, which?
No, how did you get the information to put up those figures involving the house, the sale, what the costs were, what the mortgage was, net proceeds, so forth?
I have a document.
And the document was prepared by who?
I would have to look. I think it's some kind of escrow document, but I would have to look to know for sure.
You don't know the source of that?
I'm not off the top of my head, but I have a document.
And was that from the escrow company or the estate? I'm sorry, can you find that document and answer that question if you can?
Yes.
If it's handy.
I'm sure it would have been gathered by multiple sources. And why is he being such a, I want to say the PR blank K
Where did you
word.
get the information concerning that Monica would have to give back 50% of the money that she got from the proceeds of the sale?
There's no evidence of that at all. You're the only one saying that.
Well, the witness just said it.
She did not say that if there was a conviction, the defendant would have to give back half. She didn't say that. She said if there was an acquittal, the defendant would get the other half.
Okay. And since the judge is the one who said that, I assume that's what your understanding was. Is that correct? What the judge just said?
Yes, my understanding is that if she's acquitted, she will receive the other half.
But no understanding as to what would happen if she was convicted.
No, I have no understanding.
And no understanding as to why, before the results of any legal proceedings, she got 50% and 50%, it was divided that way. You don't know why.
I do not.
You just took the figures as they were. Is that right?
I'm calculating the amounts that are due under both scenarios, not what she received or what she hasn't received so far. This has nothing to do with the amounts and how they've been distributed thus far. This is just the total amount due.
Okay. And again, looking at your chart up there, based on the difference that you have on the right side, which is the difference between death and divorce that Monica would have received, again, you made no effort to determine anything about the stock options, when they were due, when they weren't due, and so forth. Correct?
That's not correct.
Well, you certainly didn't know that you certainly used the figure of 2024 as the amount that Monica would receive in death without ever knowing whether or not the options were worth that, for instance, back in 2017, 18, 19, 20, or any of those years before 2024. You didn't know those figures, did you?
That's correct.
So you just assume what the price was in 2024 is what she would have received, would have been her benefit due to the death of Fabio Simontilli, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I take it you were given two choices in your assignment. That is, what the financial realities would be or were as a result of his death, and what they would have been based on your calculation, since it didn't occur, if there had been a divorce, right?
Correct. I was to compare those two scenarios.
Okay. And the amounts that you included as a result of death were based on figures that you had before you, for the most part, correct?
Correct. Documentation, and to the extent we had or could get documentation. So there are figures, like I testified earlier, there are figures that are not included because I could not get documentation.
Okay. And as far as the divorce, since no divorce ever occurred, that was based on your speculation after investigation and research and what you thought were the proper figures, correct?
I would not characterize it as speculation.
Well, how would you characterize it?
Well, I think what is reflected here on the divorce side is my experience. This is what we do in characterizing assets and dividing them in family law. I excluded the things that I believe were based on speculation. We talked a little bit about them, but I didn't include the things that I believed were speculative.
But you have to agree that things such as alimony and so forth are very subjective figures. Is that correct?
Correct. That's why it's not on here.
Not even included at all in there, in that chart.
Correct. But Miss
Silverman
and I discussed it so that it was at least the court or the jury is at least aware of the amounts, at least in a general sense, but it is not included on here.
Was that your decision or Miss Silverman's or what?
That was my decision.
Not to include alimony as to one of the benefits of a divorce.
Not to include it on the schedule and to discuss it so that the information was provided, but to be very clear about what we know and what is an assumption or what is speculation.
Fair enough. Now, have you ever been asked before in the course of your employment and your job to do a death versus divorce assessment?
Objection relevant.
I have not.
So this is the first time you have been asked to assess and come up with figures in a death versus divorce scenario, correct?
I have never put them on a schedule and compared them. That's correct.
But you were not given any other options other than death or divorce, correct?
Well,
in your calculation.
I was asked to compare the financial benefit, whether there was a financial benefit of between divorce and a murder or a death. And so I came up with quantifying the amounts received if there's a death versus what we.
This is a lady who's brought in by the prosecution to talk about what Miss Simontilli would have received in a divorce settlement as far as amount and him being unalive. So basically what she's trying to prove was money was the motive. And it is a big difference. Overall, it was over $2 million worth if he died. If he was divorced, it probably was about 1.4, $1.2 million. So, yeah. Thank you for that, Haley Mouse. But now the defense is here and they're saying, well, you didn't add this and you didn't do this and you didn't do this and you didn't do this. Some of the information is too speculative to add. But the hard facts are this is all the benefits he had from work. This was his income. And this were their assets. And it's an asset division. And what would happen now? In some cases, it was minimal. But in some cases, it was better for her to have divorced him than it was for him to become unalived. That said, overall, unaliving was the way to go. If she was not found guilty, she's going to get $2.0 million. He's arguing that the numbers should have been accounted for back when Fabio passed away because stocks were higher then. Certain things were, stocks have changed. Stocks and bonds and all that fluctuate. But the way I see it is it's kind of hard for her to do that because Miss Simatilli was not a free woman back then. In fact, she's been arrested for the unaliving of her husband. So the figures and all of that don't mean squat because she couldn't receive any of these benefits. The only way she's going to receive them is if now in 2025, she's found innocent. But those numbers were based on 2024. And so this defense attorney is trying to pull a bunch of crap, i.e., like the stocks and bonds should have been allocated for the value back in 2017 and not 2024. But because she was charged with the crime, it doesn't matter. She's going to get whatever the value is at the time that she's found innocent, if she is. She won't be. He's just trying to wear this woman down. And I got to tell you, sorry for the bad freeze on you, but darling, you're doing a fabulous job.
In a community property balance sheet in a family law matter. So I wouldn't characterize it as I was given a choice to do this. This was the analysis that I came up with based on the instructions that I was given. This is what we're looking for. This is what we want to understand. And so in order to understand that, this is the analysis that I did.
We want to understand if there was any motive for her to kill her husband to get benefits that she wouldn't have gotten as part of a divorce, right? That was the end question you were being asked, correct?
Well, I think the question was any benefit. I don't think motive was the initial question.
So let me ask you this. There was a third option for Monica Simontilli, wasn't there?
I imagine there were lots of options for.
Well, I'm talking about staying married.
Sure.
So were you asked at all to consider what the financial reality would be had she simply stayed married to Fabio Simontilli?
I was not.
And you understand, had she done so, then she would be getting half of his salary, whatever increases there were, correct? While they were married?
They would have joint income. Everything would be as it had been.
Right. The health benefits would have been the same, vacation pay, trips, lifestyle, all those things would have remained the same, as far as you know, had she stayed married. Is that right?
As far as I know, I didn't do that analysis.
And the house, in all likelihood, would have increased in value, correct, as far as you know?
Between.
Actually, would call for speculation.
And thank you, Honor. And certainly the options may very well have continued to increase if they had stayed married, correct?
Yes.
So isn't it true that, first of all, Mr. Rubin from the estate had told you when you were inquiring about the facts of this case that, in his opinion, Fabio Simontilli was worth much more alive than dead. Isn't that right?
Call for hearsay.
Okay. And in fact, based on your investigation and so forth, the reality is that things would have been far better financially for Monica Simontilli had she simply stayed married to Fabio Simontilli with no divorce and no murder. Is that a fair statement?
There's no way to answer that question.
You can't answer that question?
Well, there's a lot of moving parts.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts in all of your testimony. Agreed?
No.
But that you're not willing to answer that question.
Well, most people would say you're better off to stay married. I don't know what would have happened.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Briefly.
Ain't that the truth?
You made a point when you were asked on cross-examination with respect to tax returns, the defendant's tax returns for 2016 and 2017. You emphasized what the defendant had reported in terms of income. What's the point that you're trying to make in terms of reported income? When you said you were asked about the defendant's tax returns and what she had reported for income. What's the issue with respect to what's reported as income versus what actually may be income?
The amounts that are reported on their tax returns reflect business expenses that, in my experience, require a little more due diligence, require some analysis. For example, they deducted $11,000 in 2015 for rent expense and $12,300 in 2016 for rent expense. And in my experience, when you have a Schedule C consulting business, that's probably some house expenses from home.
So it's what you're basically saying is that just because you report something as income doesn't mean, and use it as a deduction, doesn't necessarily mean it's a true business deduction.
Right. All I'm saying is that I used in my calculations just the reported amounts, and there's clearly some additional analysis that would really have to be done if we were really doing an income available for support analysis and the real support calculations. I took everything that was reported as expenses at face value.
Regardless of whether or not they appeared to be accurate or not.
That's correct.
All right. And when you take certain perks, do they get added back in some manner as expenses that increase income?
Yes. Yes. And when we do that, when accountants do that, forensic accountants do that, typically it has a heavier effect on. It has a greater effect on support calculations because it gets added back as non-taxable income because they're not paying taxes on it. And so whenever a perquisite is perk or personal expense is added back like that, it has a bigger effect on support.
It lowers the amount of support, correct?
It lowers the amount being received if the person receiving it is the one who is receiving, or it has the perk. If it's the other way around, then it increases support.
Okay. And you also were asked on cross-examination about using a formula, and you said, no, it's a presumption, and then you also mentioned Gavron warnings. What is a Gavron warning?
Sorry about that. Gavron refers to a case. A lot of family law uses references to case law, and Gavron was a case back in the late 1980s, a lot of old case law and family law. Back in the 1980s, where it was a 25-year marriage.
That would be a toxic question because I can't find it.
The spouse should go out and look for work because a long-term marriage is not I believe the quote was something like, is not tantamount to Social Security. And just that California essentially has a goal that people should be self-supporting. And so whenever we hear Gavron warning, that's someone who is the supported spouse being asked to go out and try and get work, look for work. So they're not being imputed income. The court isn't saying, I'm going to give income, I'm going to pretend you were receiving income, which lowers your support. But the court is saying you should start looking for work because if you don't, then you could be imputed income, which means that essentially the court says, I'm going to pretend you make $40,000 a year or some amount when I'm doing the calculation, even though you don't. So, and that could happen, down the road.
So when you said that it would, in your opinion, your expert opinion, it'd be highly unlikely that the defendant would receive alimony for life based on Gavron, that was, again, why you used this 3 to 5 year term that you expected based on the factors of this particular case that it might be awarded.
I think that's mixing up a few things, some things that I said. I wasn't saying it's based on Gavron. I'm saying that I would expect that someone who's 44 and in great or good health, who had a consulting business, who I would expect the court would likely make a Gavron warning and expect that a vocational rehab would be done. They would try to expect that she would either go back to school or do something that would make her self-supporting at some point, rather than I couldn't imagine that it would be lifetime support, but I used 5 years because it seemed to be just what I would expect. I mean, 5 years would be enough time to go back to school or find a different training, something. I just at 44, that's what I would expect.
Well, if you were also told that the defendant used to do manicures, makeup, run a salon, going back to school might not be necessary, but it might also factor into a court's decision in terms of the length of spousal support, correct?
Thank you.
Correct. And it may actually, the court may extend the first part of support at a higher amount so that she could build up clientele or, something like that.
The temporary support versus the permanent that you talked about earlier?
Correct.
All right. And you were asked questions about, well, what if, in this case, Fabio Sementili continued to receive salary increases? To the contrary point, what if Fabio Sementili decided that, he was going to take a step back, move his family back to Canada and take a job with a company that was maybe a couple steps down in income level from where he was at? Would that also impact the amount of support?
Objection, call for speculation.
It's for the expert opinion. You may answer.
It would affect support. It would decrease support if his income went down, as long as the court did not believe that he was doing it to decrease support.
And you were asked whether or not you were an attorney, and you've told us that you're a forensic accountant. You're hired by lawyers to do these sorts of calculations, correct?
That's correct.
That's your entire career, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
For courts in these situations.
That's correct.
With respect to what counsel was asking you about,
What court division is the Karen Reed case in? Because I can't find it.
16.
I hate their website.
Stock options. That's based on when the estate of Fabio chose.
I think I got
or
there.
exercised those vested stock options. That was the value, correct?
Objection, call for conclusion.
The rule on that ground.
That's correct.
Based on hearsay, Your Honor. Argument.
It's leading, but I'm not going to do it for you, counsel.
I can't find the case. Are you kidding me? I'm getting some weird stuff.
And in terms of stock options, are those
Negligence,
issued by
personal injury.
companies such as P&G as awarded as compensation in the belief that the value of the company will continue to increase? What's the point of stock options being issued by?
Anybody have a case number for her?
Forensic accountant? Do you deal with stock options?
Let me go
in,
look on her dockets.
Various estates that you are
Trying to
asked
find this information.
analyze on a regular basis?
I do.
And what is the point of a company issuing stock options?
They are a form of compensation issued to employees to effectively give employees skin in the game as the value of the stock goes up. so goes the value of the whole company. And so typically stock options are issued, they're issued at the current stock price. So if the value goes up over the next 12 months, then the employees share in that increase in value.
What now? I can't find the.
And that would be, it's up to the individual who holds the stock options, whether it be the earner or upon death of the person who inherits those stock options, to determine when to exercise options after they vest, correct?
That's correct. They make that decision.
And that would be, as you were asked about before, speculation as to all the different factors that might go into such a decision.
That's correct.
Why do I not have documents under Karen Reed? Oh, there they are.
I have nothing further.
Just briefly, Your Honor. As far as the calculation of women working and so forth, I'm not trying to be sexist, but I guess what you're saying is the woman gets divorced. There's no reason why she shouldn't go out there and get a job and try to support herself to the best of her ability, correct?
Either the woman or the man, whoever's being supported.
But you're not trying to say that in any way is it likely that she could earn the living that Fabio Cimentilli was earning it at his job. And in terms of calculations of alimony and so forth, most of it's based on what the salary is of the male, if it's a divorce involving Fabio Cimentilli, his salary, potential for increase and so forth. That's a key factor in determining what the alimony will be. Isn't that right?
That is a key factor.
But you can consider if she was bringing home $40,000 a year, you can take that into account if you're a judge or jury in a divorce case. And
I have no records I can find. Why can't I ever?
Figure would be, right?
Drives me freaking nuts. Everybody can find documents. I try to find documents and it's like, ain't happening. Y'all, I'm so frustrated.
You must consider her whatever compensation she receives, and there are no juries in family law.
Oh, excuse me, I haven't been in family law. Thank you.
Okay.
This idea of Fabio moving back to Canada and taking a lesser job and so forth, you have no information that was his intent, do you?
I don't.
All you knew from your investigation was that he was a rising star at the company, correct?
I don't know that either.
Well, do you know whether his income had been rising steadily with the company?
I know that it went up from 1 year, in 2 years, 16 to 17. I don't have historical information beyond that.
How much did it go up?
I believe it was about $20,000 in total package.
And the total figure then at that time was what?
Approximately $286,000, if I remember correctly.
Do you have any reason to believe that he would not continue to go up if he stayed?
This has all been asked.
I'm going to ask you to wait until the question's done. Finish your question, sir.
Do you have any reason to believe that that figure would not continue to increase had he remained with the company? Finally, if I can ask you this again. The Scissor Boy figure. You're talking about whether or not the figures on regarding Scissor Boy and the accounting figure.
I am so tired of not being able to find my own damn documents. It's pissing me off.
You were not sure of whether
I am in their page.
Office of deductions, working at home, whatever they were.
I don't want to hear you right now. I am in the access to Massachusetts court cases. I am in their freaking case. I put her name in, not get a dang thing. Zero zilch. I put her case number in, don't get a dang thing. So what am I doing wrong? I can't find anything. I'm going to share my screen. I can do that. Okay, I'm in. I am in here. I go under her name. This is where I'm at. the Superior Court, which is the only, that's right. It is in the District Division of Norfolk, right? I need some feedback here. And then I want to be able to just get the documents. Location has to be Norfolk County. And if it works while I'm on here, I'm going to freak out. Right? Don't need all this. Don't need any of that. Then I go to search. I get this Karen Reed Esquire, and it's on a negligent perjury, personal injury property. Has nothing to do with our Karen Reed. So why can't I access her documents? I'm not trying to be mean, but I really would like to be able to find my own damn documents for once. Case number, I entered it in. Nothing. Someone tell me if I'm in the right place. It just pisses me off. I'm so tired of having to depend on other people to do shit for me. I should be able to at least look up a simple case. All right, let's get back over here.
No, that's not correct.
What is correct?
Those deductions were not related to Scissor Boy.
It's LGI.
Correct.
Okay. Did you have any information that there was any other source of income for LGI other than Scissor Boy?
Yes.
What?
Well, the tax returns reflect gross income, I believe, over 80. Well, I better look because I don't recall off the top of my head.
Okay.
It's in excess of $50,000, I think, in both years that I have.
Okay, I'll accept that. Do you know the source of that income, what it was for? Was it from Scissor Boy, or do you know?
My understanding is part of it was from Scissor Boy, not all of it.
Did you look into whether or not there was a contract between Scissor Boy and Cody for a yearly payment for an app or anything else that Fabio Cimentilli was involved with? I'm sorry, you're looking at something. If that's fine, did you find what you were looking for?
No, I was going to answer your earlier question, but I don't. $63,000 in 2015 and $54,886 in 2016.
And those are the amounts that went into LGI.
Gross income.
And that was a joint tax return signed by both Fabio Cimentilli and Monica Cimentilli, correct?
Yes, they filed jointly.
And that would mean they're both responsible for the figures and information contained in the return, correct?
They both sign it under penalty of perjury.
Thank you. And then again, one last question.
Any Gabby.
One last question, I think.
I want to be able to find documents.
Years of,
Hell, I can't even find them on Discord.
Again, this is the first time you've been asked to create a chart such as this involving death versus divorce.
But I'd like to be able to go into the court records like every other Joe Blow out there and be able to get a record. And I never can find them. Sarah Boone was the only one. There's several documents out there I don't have.
Thank you.
He's like,
Back on stand, please.
finally, I'm out of here. Woman, you deserve the biggest round of applause I can give you. That was one big binder. Did you see that binder? It's like that thick. That's a lot of asset stuff for her to add up and go through. I did. And it said no.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Thank you, Your Honor.
I did, and it said no.
Likely, if you take the stand, you're still under oath.
I'll try it again, just for shit, giggles, and grin.
examination.
God, that's awfully big. I got to watch my time because I got to be out of here at 6:30. I got to.
When we broke off last Friday, I believe we were talking about the 1 month mass for Fabio and a conversation you had with the defendant and Marco in your garage back in February of 2017, correct?
Yes.
Now, in April of 2017, at some point in time, did the defendant come again to Toronto?
2282 dash.
And did you see her again during this trip?
Yes.
And was there more conversations with her about?
I'm putting
money
this
and
in
collecting
just as
Fabio's
you
life
have it.
insurance?
It's what I have. I've already done this and I got nothing.
Yes, we were together for Easter. I believe it was around the Easter time at my sister Laurie's house. And
look what I got. That's what I get. And I put exactly what you gave me in there, Haley Mouse. Yeah. This chick is cursed. I mean, it's so frustrating. I don't know how y'all do it. I
family
don't.
was doing financially. And yes, she was still struggling with finances.
And did you also go out for dinner with her?
Oh, they recalled her?
Joanna, what's the people's next?
You're on a
case? Number
recall?
7?
Oh,
127.
Mija.
Thank you. There's a photograph dated April 13th, 2017. I think Marcus Peoples 127.
What does it think?
I'm sorry?
What does it contain?
4 individuals, including the defendant and this witness. Showing you exhibit 127. Is this a photograph that was taken
What kind of
when,
case is it?
the defendant came to Toronto?
What
and you had
statutes?
dinner?
Party tie.
Yes,
I mean,
I had done her hair that day, and then we went out for dinner with her sister sitting to my right, and her cousin sitting next to her.
Now, at some point in
and once again, I get
May,
nothing.
Prior to the memorial that Wella had, where they tented the parking lot, did you come to Los Angeles?
Yes, I did.
But
And
I should
did
be
you
able to
have
find
a
these myself.
conversation with the defendant about a potential job offer?
Yes.
Oh, Haley
family
Mouse,
friend,
because you got to go under
Fabio's
threads
attorney,
and go under
Valorano,
docs.
Had an idea. My
Thank you,
brother had
Gabby.
sketched a lot of brush ideas, professional brush styles and shapes. He had also consulted with me a few times about how to.
Exactly, is non-responsive.
At some point, did the defendant tell you that Ernie Valorano wanted to give her a job in Los Angeles?
Yes, he wanted to start the business.
See, yeah,
and
I
have
get
her,
what you're
myself,
doing. I get
and
y'all
Grant
can get them.
Lawson
That's
was on the
wonderful.
call,
I can't.
her brother-in-law.
Thank you so much, Gabby, for all of that. I appreciate it. But
At some point in May as
Oh,
well,
thank
while
you
you were
so
in LA,
much. You're
did you
awesome.
go shopping with the defendant for a new home?
all of this will be saved
Yes,
in
we did.
the
We went
Karen
to go
Reed.
see,
We'll
a
move
home.
them over.
She was quite excited about it with a real estate agent, and I believe one of the daughters.
And was this home in the LA area because the defendant told you that she planned on staying in Los
This
Angeles?
is the huge.
Yes, she was going to stay in Los Angeles. It was in the LA area.
There we go.
And what was the price range of that home that you went with the defendant with the real
Sorry
estate?
for my rant, y'all. I just feel
was
so
listed in the high 800s.
inapt and enabled when I should be able to do this.
And while you were in town, did you stay at the Cementilli home?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was there a particular time while you were there where
Good to see you.
Mark went out to buy
I'm
a
stressed because I can't do something I want to do myself. I
Yes,
don't like
Isabella
depending
was,
on
in a
others,
car accident.
but I
and
love
she
those
went,
who help me.
One day, she said she was going to go and get a new vehicle for Isabella, and we had a meeting that afternoon.
When you said a meeting, what do you mean a meeting with who?
Some work colleagues of Fabio were coming to the house to describe an event they wanted to put together for Fabio. in July of 2017. So we were going to, anyway, she,
Excuse me, ma'am.
sorry.
Must have stayed, ma'am. We've gone through this.
At some point in time, was the defendant supposed to come back to the house for this meeting?
Yeah. Yes.
And when she arrived back at the house, did she make any statements about purchasing a new vehicle?
Yes, she did. She had left and got back late, and she had taken a long time. She bought a new vehicle. She came home and she explained what kind of tactics she used to buy this vehicle. But what,
What did she say?
she said that she was tired of being her chaperone. She had to go get her a new car and she couldn't afford it, but she got it. And she did her best. She told them she was a widow. She told them that she's suffering financially and her poor daughter needs a car. And she did a really good job at the dealership. And she finally got a good deal.
And were you at the house alone when she came back and said this, or were there other individuals there?
Her daughter, Isabella, was there.
Were there also individuals from Wella there?
Yes, they were outside waiting for a meeting to start.
Did you attend a memorial in Toronto the weekend of May 28th and 29th of 2017 that was put on by Wella for Fabio?
Yes.
And did you attend that event along with Salmo Cherry?
Yes, we did. I did with him.
And did the defendant attend that event?
No.
Did she tell you why she was not going to make that event?
That was the weekend she was going to walk the golf course at Myrtle Beach by herself.
Okay. Did you offer to go with her to Myrtle Beach?
I did.
What was her response when you offered to go with her?
No, it's something I want to do, something Fabio always wanted to do. So I'm going to do it. I want to walk the golf course by myself.
So you did not go with her?
No.
Did the defendant ever talk to you about trips that she was taking to Las Vegas during that year in March and May?
Yes, she did.
Did the defendant tell you who she was going with to Las Vegas in
To
March and May?
To Las Vegas, she said she was going with her friends Sheila and Faye.
Did you offer to come and stay with the girls while she went with her girlfriends to Las Vegas?
Yes.
And who did come down to stay, if anyone, with the girls, to your knowledge?
I'm not certain.
Okay. At some point on the evening of June 14th, 2017, did you receive a phone call that advised you about the defendant's arrest?
Yes.
Who made that call to you?
Deborah Obad.
And when Deborah Obad called you to tell you about the defendant's arrest, were you surprised? Did Deborah Obad tell you that the defendant was arrested along with her lover?
Yes, she did. She had mentioned that Monica and her lover were arrested for the murder of Fabio Cementilli. And I remember blacking out and I fainted, I was told.
Did Ms. Obad also tell you that she knew that the defendant had been having an affair for some time? I have nothing further.
Professor Cross?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cementilli.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Simontilli, it was not until after Monica was arrested in June of 2017 that you first learned that Monica was having an affair, correct?
Correct.
It was the first time you learned that the man she was having an affair with had been identified through his DNA at the scene of Fabio's killing, correct?
His name is not.
Your understanding the conversations you had after Monica's arrest. Well, first, let me ask you this. The conversations you had that formed your understanding of Monica's arrest, why she had been taken into custody, those came from who?
Can you repeat that?
Who did you get your information from where you formed an understanding of why Monica had been arrested?
At the beginning, it was Deborah Obad. And then it started to reflect on some of the things that had happened in the previous 6 months before her arrest, since my brother's death. And then
Gabby, thank you so much.
Detective Tellis and Detective Gable. And also I came to about 12 to 14
Yeah.
pre-trials here in LA and sat in the audience.
But you, Ms. Simontilli, the first understanding you had came directly from a recorded conversation you had with Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
As well, yes.
You called Detective Parshall. Is that correct?
He called me.
You didn't call him?
Yeah,
I might have called him the week after, but I did speak
this
to
trial's
Detective
moving so
Parshall,
slow.
shortly after. He did call me.
And
This
you
is her
questioned
second time
Detective
on the stand.
Parshall as to whether Monica was really involved, correct?
I wanted to be sure she was involved, yes.
Okay. And you didn't know at the time you called him whether she was involved, correct?
I was told she was arrested and they had done a 6 months investigation on her.
Uh-huh.
So I knew
But-
she was arrested and involved.
According to the police, correct?
Yes, authority.
Okay. And it was in that conversation with Detective Parshall that he refused to share evidence with you, but told you his strong opinions about the case, correct?
I don't recall.
Do you recall having the conversation with Detective Parshall?
Yes, I had a conversation with him.
And in that conversation, do you recall him telling you about his strong opinions about whether Monica was involved or not?
I don't remember them being strong. I remember he was telling me with sympathetic and, very sweet, and he telling me that they have her and Rob Baker arrested.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a transcript of your call with Detective Parshall?
Yes.
Your Honor, go ahead, please.
Y'all, I'm watching something on X, and there's this woman with no shirt on, pants, leggings, and a bra, and she is out there trying to fight grown men, all of them wearing green in Nolans. I
Would
wonder.
it be fair to say that Detective Parshall told you in your conversation with him also
Benny, you think this
that he didn't
woman's
tell you any of
innocent?
the specifics of the evidence,
Okay.
but that he was the detective assigned to the case, and he was telling you that he was pretty certain that Monica was involved.
You want to reject that? Multiple questions in one. It's also hearsay.
Stay on those grounds.
Ms. Simontilli, I'll come back to that. You had known, you had not been ever interviewed by the police in this case at the point Monica was arrested, correct?
Up until the point, no.
Up until that day, you had never been
No.
interviewed as a witness in this case.
No.
In fact, you were never interviewed as a witness in this case until 3.5 years after Fabio was killed, correct?
I don't recall that far out. It was probably in the first year that I was interviewed.
Who interviewed you in that first year?
Detective Tellis.
And when did he interview you?
I'm going to say when Marco Laurenti came for the grand jury, I'm going to say we visited Detective Tellis' office. I don't know if it was a standard interview, but we had conversation with him in his office
About the facts of your experience?
about everything I had experienced in the 6 months leading to her arrest.
Okay, and did Detective Tellis take notes when you were talking about the case?
Again, I don't recall.
Okay, and did you meet with anybody else when you were here in August of
7 p.m.
2017?
tomorrow night,
Detective Gable,
Central
his partner.
Standard Time.
Okay, Detective Gable. And did you answer questions for him?
They were together. I believe they were together.
Okay. Any other police that you met with in August of 2017?
I'm not sure. I came so many times to pre-trials that I might be getting the dates off, but those are the only 2 detectives that I visited.
Okay. And did you visit with the prosecutor, Ms. Silverman, when you came with Marco for the grand jury?
Yes, Marco did. I was with Marco.
And you met Ms. Silverman?
No, I believe Marco did.
So you didn't meet Ms. Silverman when you came down in August of
I don't think I
2000?
was supposed to be there. No,
You don't think you were supposed to be
No.
there?
no, I don't recall.
Okay. When did you meet
Yay,
Ms.
guys,
Silverman
my
for the
headache
first
is
time?
gone. Maybe
I
that's
came
why I'm
down to
getting
some
feisty,
preliminary trials and I
getting
introduced myself.
irritated.
And did you ever meet
I can
with
get
her
a
in her
little
office?
grumpy after a migraine.
Most recently,
Seriously.
before the trial was supposed to start last year.
Okay.
And then when Baker
This wears me
testified, he was
down so
guilty.
much. I'm sorry for that, but I am
When was that?
frustrated.
July?
July,
I
yes,
like being
last
able to
year.
look things up
And
myself.
Any other meetings you've had with Ms. Silverman since then?
I might have met her about 4 or 5 times every time I came to preliminary trial.
Okay. And do you know when those times
No.
were?
No,
Okay. And you met with her before this trial?
no, I'm a witness. I wasn't coming out to see her. I've been in my condo till now.
You haven't talked to her at all since you've gotten here?
No,
Not at all.
no, the morning before we came, yes, when was it? Friday? We had a chat on Friday
Where were you when you had this chat?
at her office.
These are very important. Were they recorded?
And did you talk about your testimony?
Were they
about the case?
documented?
We went over notes for the case.
Okay, went over notes for the case?
Yeah.
Okay. And you talked to her also earlier today?
No, in the elevator, I said hello.
You didn't talk to her in the hallway?
She was pretty occupied, just other than how's your weekend been?
She didn't show you a list of things on a piece of paper?
We went over my notes again, yes.
Oh, you went over your notes again?
Yes.
I see, okay. And that was before you came in to testify today?
Correct, yeah.
Wah, wah. We may have a problem, y'all.
And
I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if
the
that's
interview
right or
you
not, but
had,
she's making it sound
in
bad.
March of 2021. You were interviewed by Detective Roberts. Do you know who that is?
Yes, Mitzi Roberts.
Yes. You were interviewed by her?
Yeah.
On the phone, I had a conversation with her.
Okay, fairly lengthy conversation?
I believe so. Don't recall right now, but what was it regarding? I'm wondering. I don't remember specifics.
What was it
That's
regarding this
fair.
case?
Oh, yes, of course,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
And you told her what you believed were important facts that you had?
Always, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And you told her about Monica on the day you arrived in January 25, 2017. You told her about claiming that Monica gave you some tour of the house?
Yes,
You did?
yes,
Okay. And you told her that Monica, as you testified here, told you that the safe at the house had been broken?
yes,
You gave her those facts,
yes.
made it clear.
Call us for speculation.
Ms. Simontilli, you have strong feelings about Monica Simontilli, don't you?
I do.
You have made, it would be fair to say, incredible efforts you personally, to support the prosecution of Monica Simontilli in any way you can offer, correct?
Yes.
You have worked quite a bit to assist the prosecution in this case, correct?
Same objection.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I worked quite a bit. Sorry, can you repeat that again?
You have made efforts, you personally have made a number of efforts to support the prosecution of Monica Simontilli in this case, correct?
Yeah.
I've been subpoenaed. I'm here. I'm doing what I'm told. Go figure.
Simontilli, even
Go
before you
Chase.
were ever interviewed by Detective Roberts in March of 2021, which was 3.5 years after Fabio was killed, you made a series of appearances on a television show called 48 Hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went on camera a number of times, correct?
Yes.
And you gave photographs and other memorabilia to 48 Hours, which 48 Hours licensed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you didn't get paid for any of that, those pictures or
I
anything.
Gabby, who
But
were you talking to me or what?
Spent a lot of time and energy on coming to film you and talking about this case, correct?
Not a lot of time.
How much time did you spend on the 48 Hours TV show?
We probably did a 45-minute to an hour interview talking about my brother.
Okay. And when was that?
In the beginning when I came here to one of the preliminary hearings.
Okay. And you've spoken to representatives from that show a number of times since then?
Just pleasantries. Nothing like an interview.
When you say pleasantries?
Yeah. How are you? How was your flight? How was your trip? When are you leaving? When are you coming? Is it cold? How's everybody in the family?
So one time you were filmed,
Mm-hmm.
and
No bueno.
conversations
Didn't
about
work,
the case
Gabby.
other than how was your flight? Pleasantries.
Yes.
Am I correct that when you first spoke with Detective Parshall in this case, you made clear to Detective Parshall that Fabio was a happy man, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No bueno. No
You made
records
clear
found,
to
even under the
Detective
case.
Parshall that
Yeah, it's not working. I'm not going to try again because if I do, I'm going to put a
Monica
fist through the damn
you
screen.
viewed her as a loving wife.
Yes.
You told him that at the time.
Yes.
And that's how you viewed Monica at the time, correct?
Yes.
And this was
Just
5
saying.
months after Fabio had been killed, correct?
Yes.
And you, in fact, made clear when you appeared
I'm not. I'm
on
hand
the
typing
television
every
show
letter and I don't let
that
it advance in this
you saw the
space.
relationship between Monica and Fabio, you said, as a love story.
Can you send me the link to
described
her
them having a
page?
loving
Like, you know how
relationship.
you can
Yes.
go in and then send me the link?
And you never said anything at all
Please.
about any conflict that you observed in their marriage, correct?
Correct.
Happy and loving.
Yes.
And Miss Simontilli,
Haley Mouse, you
at
did
the
it right.
time, that
Perfecto.
Fabio was killed in January of 2017. You had actually
So
spent quite
freaking
a bit of
annoying.
time with Fabio and Monica, holidays, family events, trips to Canada, your trips here, correct?
Yes.
And you had a definite opportunity to observe them together.
Okay, guys, I'm
Yes.
going to have to go. I'm going to try and go rogue again using my iPad.
In your direct testimony, Ms. Simontilli, the prosecutor asked you a series of questions about when Fabio and Monica were first married. Do you recall that?
No.
The prosecutor asked you if Fabio and Monica got married in 1997,
Yes, that's
and she asked you if that was after Fabio divorced his wife, Vonda.
yes.
Okay. But am I correct that Fabio was already separated from Vonda and living with his mom at the time he ever started going out with Monica?
No, you're not correct.
Okay. When did Fabio start going out with Monica?
That I noticed,
Yes.
I'm going to say early 93, 94. No, early 93.
And when was Fabio, at some point, Fabio, when he separated from Vonda, moved in with his mom?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall the dates.
And when
I find it interesting
Monica
that
and
they're drilling
Fabio
her
got
again.
together, would it be fair to say that Monica's family really embraced Fabio?
No, unfortunately, they didn't like Fabio.
So they never embraced
They
him?
never approved of Fabio.
Really?
Yes.
They never invited him to be at family events?
Eventually, yes.
And when was this eventually?
When she was talking serious about marriage, perhaps. My brother and her spent more time together, but in the beginning, it wasn't easy for my brother because he had a child
Mhm.
and they disapproved.
Okay. But at some point, they embraced Fabio? Would that be
Yes.
fair to say?
Yes.
They loved Fabio?
Yes, very much so.
And they welcomed him into the family at
Yes.
some point.
Mhm.
And this was sometime after they first got together, but before they got married.
Correct.
Okay. And so the time that Fabio and Monica were married, it was the case that Monica's family had demonstrated love and welcoming for Fabio, correct?
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat that?
Monica's family loved and embraced and welcomed Fabio at the time they got married
Yes.
into the family.
Yes.
From recess for 15 minutes. The evidence still applies.
Okay, guys, I hope you can hear me. Someone let me know if you can hear me, please. That way I know that my microphone is picking me up. So, what is bothering me about this case more than anything is that here, this woman, I mean, they were comfortable. She had a good life. Oh, good. They were comfortable. They had a good life. There was no need for her to go through all of this Okay, sorry guys. I forgot. I no longer have Wi-Fi on my tablet, so I had to go and hop on to my hotspot on my cell phone. My apologies. Okay, as I was saying, even in divorce, she would have gotten 1.2-ish million dollars even in a divorce. In his death, all assets, all everything, as best as possible, broken down, she would have received almost $2.5 million. So for me, I'm like, what? That's insane. It's going to be a little spotty till I get where I'm going, so I apologize. We're in a break anyway, but that's a whole hell of a lot of money to kill somebody over. Yes, I know it's going to be a little spotty. I'm apologize. I'm going to get the internet turned back on my iPad. I tried to save money, but I utilize it too much. Yes, if you see me kind of fall out in the middle of something, that's okay. I'll hop back on. Don't panic. It's going to be fine. I promise. And I had a jerk of a driver riding my butt. And then when we got through a light, they went around and popped in front of me, which is fine. But then they tried to slam on their brakes. And when they did, they started fishtailing. And I'm all like, yeah, you go on, baby. Oh, thank you, Haley. But I just have to say, for me, this case is really crazy, insane, in the sense that it's just like the Melody Ferris trial. Why do you guys feel the need to unalive someone for the money? I don't get it. Get a dang divorce. Get a divorce. So you walk away with $1.2 million plus alimony plus child support versus 2.5. Y'all, I could live on $1 million. You know, I'd be sparing, but I could live on a mill. Give me a mill. I can live on a mill. I just don't understand I don't understand the logic. If you're unhappy in the marriage, get a divorce, get out, and don't unalive somebody. It normally doesn't work out very well. It's crazy. So I'm on my way to teach my sign language class. I have a class that I teach every Monday night during the series. I was tempted to cancel because I haven't been feeling well, but I'm not going to. We're just gonna go ahead and bite the bullet and do it. So tomorrow we're gonna have normal court day. But one of the things that I'm going to do is we're going to have a hard stop at 6 o'clock, no matter what trial we're watching, because I got to get ready for the 7 p.m. Live. I really hope you guys will come back and join me for that one. And if you're going to park
creating this chart, did you also perform some calculations to determine the difference between what the
I'm going to take me off for a minute.
Situation versus if her husband died because he was murdered?
I did. That's column F on the far right side. That's delta between, or the difference between a divorce scenario and a death scenario.
And did you make certain assumptions in this case in these calculations, divorce versus death?
Yes, I did.
And what type of assumptions did you make?
So the first assumption is for the divorce scenario, I assumed that the date of death was also the date of separation. Okay. So anything after that date would be a separate property of each of the parties. Secondarily, I assumed that for the death, I assumed that Ms. Sementelli would not be found responsible for Mr. Sementelli's death.
So in other words, if she were to be found not guilty, what she would be able to still inherit?
That's correct.
Or if she had not been caught in the first place?
That's
okay. Did you make any determinations or any assumptions regarding the home?
Yes, I did. So on line 6 through 8, you can see that's the amounts related to the house, and the house was sold. And so
how did that happen? I don't have control over the computer.
Scenario, we have,
let me call my son. That is weird.
And in the divorce scenario,
let me call my son.
218,350, and that relates to it being 50%, because in a divorce scenario, Ms. Sementelli would receive half, whereas in the death scenario, she receives 100%. However, I didn't include costs of sale here. I didn't assume that the house was sold. I assumed that she would be bought out of the house. And by doing that, it actually decreases the amount that is on line 27, the bottom line conclusion, because it
I don't know how that happened.
Would have been in the divorce column. So
if you were, in other words, the assumption is that the house would not be sold in a divorce situation, that the defendant would be bought out, and therefore you're saving closing costs.
That's correct. So it gives Ms. Sementelli more funds in the divorce scenario, so the difference is less, which makes the the amount on line 27 to be less. So it's an assumption that is in Ms. Cementelli's favor.
Okay. In other words, making the amount, the difference between divorce versus death, a lesser amount.
Correct.
Did you make other assumptions in the defendant's favor that decreased your conclusion or your bottom line number, which we see, as you said, in line 27 of $1.5 million difference?
Yes.
And what were those?
There were certain amounts that we excluded.
Okay,
from
guys, I have my
the
son
scenario,
working on it. I don't know what
because we
happened.
didn't have the source
Cat maybe,
documents to
yeah.
know where they came from.
So I told my son to see if he can
For
go forward.
example,
So
there
if you see it
was,
start skimming,
two
don't
amounts that
panic.
came from Procter and Gamble. One was a distribution. The other was
Hopefully
an
he
amount
doesn't
that
cut
was
it off.
held
If
in
we
an
do, we
account
do.
that
But
were, noted.
But
one
this
in
woman's
a trust
fabulous.
accounting
But
from
I don't know how
Ms. Logan,
that
one in
happened.
a filing. That
There we go.
Was vice president of P&G here in LA, and Antonio was an account holder. And in fact, a few times I asked Fabio how he's getting along with Antonio, and he says, Morella, let that just be behind us now. And so there was no disgruntled anymore. It was fine. Our relationship was fine with Antonio.
Yay!
And that was the incident that you said was unusual that you saw with.
Everyone says,
Fabio
"Thank you,
and
Matt."
Monica prior to his death, correct?
I'm not sure what incident you're talking about.
This unusual occurrence you say happened at Fabio and Monica's home.
Unusual. Is this including Antonio Quintieri? I'm not sure.
Yes,
No.
you use the word unusual.
My brother was unusual. It wasn't his normal self.
Okay. Ms. Cementilli, you testified about flying into LA after you learned that Fabio had been killed, correct?
Yes.
And Fabio was killed on the 23rd of Monday, and you flew in that Wednesday, the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And you said that you flew into town and went straight to the house, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that Fabio had been killed at the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said to us that you were very, very concerned about the safety of Monica and the girls being at the house. Is that true?
Yes.
And when you flew in to LA, you went straight to the house. And in fact, you stayed at the house for the next 6-7 days, correct?
No, I didn't stay there.
You didn't sleep in Monica's room?
No.
You didn't tell the police back in March of 2021 that for your entire stay, you remained at the house and slept in Monica's room?
No, I stayed with Monica after, when I went back, when it was just me going back and forth.
Well, you told the police, did you not, that at the wake, at the viewing after you organized the viewing at the funeral home, and then you were there receiving about 80 people at the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told the police that you had stayed with Monica that entire stay. You stayed in her bedroom.
I heard a comment. I didn't hear a question.
Understood. You stayed in Monica's bedroom that week, correct?
I didn't stay the entire stay. I might have stayed one night, but I went into the bedroom to get a battery charge, a cell phone charger. Is that what you're referring to?
Well, you referenced to the detective, you told the detective that you stayed your entire stay at Monica's home.
I don't recall. We were at a hotel, so I might have confused which stay specifically. I was with Monica in her room after the murder.
Okay. So there was another stay where you came to the house and stayed in Monica's room?
Many times, yes.
Many times?
Yes.
And when was the next time?
I went back, I believe it was in end of February, then again in, I think in March, and again in May, a few times after that.
Okay. And those times you stayed at the house, but not
believe
this
so.
time?
No, we were at a hotel with my mom and my sister, I'm pretty sure. So I might have
Ms. Simontilli, isn't it true that during your trip to California for the January 29th event, from the time you got here until the time you left back to Toronto, you slept at the Simontilli home?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you said you don't recall that, or you definitely recall not sleeping there?
I definitely recall not sleeping there because Wella had put us up in a hotel. And I remember my sister, my mom, and I consoling each other in a hotel room.
So if you told Detective Roberts, quote, during the trip to California for the January 29th wake, you slept in Monica's room the entire stay, that would have been untrue.
I did not stay with Monica during that stay.
So that statement to the detective would have been untrue?
That would be untrue or misunderstood. I didn't get my dates right.
Okay. When you were at the home, when you first came, you described a number of family members being at the home, correct?
Correct.
And there were you there during the day that week you flew in on Wednesday?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there every day?
Most of the days.
Okay. At the home?
Yes.
Where Fabio had been killed?
Yes.
Okay. And you never left the house because you felt unsafe. Is that fair to say?
No, there was 20 people at one time. No, I didn't.
Okay. And you never directed or arranged for your nieces or Monica to stay somewhere else, correct?
No, it wasn't something that I thought of.
Okay. You clearly understood at that time did you watch news reports of the events with Fabio?
I don't think I did understand either.
Were you watching the news about any reporting about Fabio's death?
Here in LA, we don't get the news in Canada. But
Here
when
in
I was
LA.
here, I came to the pre-trials and sometimes I would watch the news.
Okay, I apologize for not being clear. I mean that first week after he was killed, when you were at the Simontilli home with 20 people.
Yes, we did watch the news at the house.
Okay. And you were talking to Monica, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall talking to Monica while you were here?
In specifically for what was I talking to her about?
About this horrible killing of your brother.
Yes,
Okay.
of course, yes.
Okay. And your understanding, am I correct, was that the operating theory, the police at that time believed this was some kind of burglary gone wrong?
This witness's understanding is overruled.
Yes.
That was your understanding?
Yes.
And you also understood that the police had reassured Monica and the girls that burglars usually don't come back?
That does.
Thank you. Prosecution counsel asked you last Friday, Ms. Simontilli, did Monica ever say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house? And you answered no in your testimony. Is that correct?
What was the answer in reference to?
Her question, the prosecutor's question, did Monica say anything to you about whether or not she wanted to move and get out of that house? And you answered no. Was that your testimony?
Yes.
She never said anything about moving.
Eventually she did, yes.
Okay. So eventually
Apparently, two private jets collided in Arizona, Scottsdale, Arizona.
You were speaking about what time
One
that
person has passed away.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, Monica did tell you that she wanted to move and sell the house, correct?
She did, yes.
And in fact, you went and looked at a number of homes with Monica, correct?
Correct.
And they weren't all listed at $800,000, correct?
I only went to see one home.
Okay. But you looked around for Monica and knew she had a real estate agent?
No, I didn't do any of that.
You didn't? You
No.
didn't contact Monica by text and tell her that she should look for a house in a particular neighborhood near Pierce College?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. And you didn't actually meet her to look at other houses other than this one you say?
Nope, just the one.
And you, in fact, were aware, were you not, that Monica was using the same real estate agent to sell her house that she was going to be using to get a new house. Is that correct?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
You didn't have any discussions with
No,
Monica?
no.
After Fabio was killed, Miss Simontilli, would it be fair to say that you played a very active role in wanting to honor your brother?
Yes.
And in fact, you spent a great deal of time and effort in putting together these plaqued photographs. You were getting a series of plaqued photographs to use in tribute to him. Is that correct?
Yes.
You actually sent Monica a couple of posters that you had made of Fabio, blown up photographs of Fabio for her to be able to use as part of tributes to him, correct?
Yes.
And you actually worked very hard that Sunday after you arrived to put on this viewing and at the funeral home, and then organize the reception back at the house, correct?
That wasn't me.
You didn't communicate with Wella about that?
No.
Okay. Who did you see communicating with Wella about that?
It's the same.
I don't recall.
Do you know?
There's nothing to strike.
Do you know, Miss Simontilli, how that event was organized?
No.
Did you attend that event?
Yes.
And I think you described earlier that there were about 80 people there,
Yes.
and most of the people there were gathered outside by the pool,
Correct.
and there was food set up outside.
Yes.
And were people gathered around where Fabio had been killed?
Yes.
There were tables and chairs set up out there, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you described for us being out there, and at some point during that memorial, that gathering, you met someone who was introduced to you as Robert Baker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And it was Monica who introduced you, correct?
Yes.
And you had first seen them outside with a number of people gathered outside, correct?
I had seen them together, sitting down, looking at each other.
And then you, accompanied with Deborah Obad, you walked inside with Robert Baker and Monica, correct?
Correct.
And then you had not been introduced to him yet,
No.
correct?
No.
And then the four of you went into their living room, correct?
Correct.
And you said Robert Baker sat down on an ottoman and you sat down right beside Monica on the couch, correct?
Correct.
And that's the point at which you were introduced to Robert Baker.
Yes.
And you testified that you, at some point, whispered into Monica's ear that people are watching. And what did you whisper?
Who is this guy? People are watching. And he probably should go.
You said that as well.
Well,
what did you say in Italian? You said it was in Italian?
Yes, I said in Italian.
What did you say in Italian?
Who is this guy? Oh, sorry.
You want the English translation, I take it, because we are not going to hear the Italian words.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm
English
correct in that,
translation.
yes?
English translation.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I said, who is this guy? Everybody is watching. It's probably best he go, in Italian.
And then Monica said to him, you should probably go.
She introduced me to him.
Uh-huh.
And then after, he gave me condolences, and then over to Deborah, and then back to Monica, and she said, it's probably better you go.
And then he left.
And then he got up.
Okay. And when he left, you saw Monica's mother at some point say something to him as he was leaving.
Correct.
And did he respond at all?
No.
Okay. And your understanding about her saying that when you spoke to Deborah Obad was that his mom was worried that men like Baker would prey on Monica. Is that right?
I didn't overhear any of that.
Deborah Obad never had a conversation with you about why Mena, Monica's mom, said that to Baker? You didn't have any understanding about why Mena said that to Robert Baker, correct?
Correct.
And you never asked anybody about it?
No.
You just didn't think anything of it?
Well, I did. I says, what's going on? And then she wasn't talking to me. She was not saying anything after that.
Ms. Simontilli, you described for the prosecutor being in Monica's closet at one point with your sons and Monica and Luigi. Do you recall that?
I wasn't in the closet with my sons and my nephews. No.
You were not there?
No, I was in the closet with my mom and my sister.
Okay.
Not sure what you're referencing, the clothing?
Well, yes, you testified that there was some incident where you said Monica was giving away Fabio's things, right?
Yes, she was.
But as you testified, Luigi had requested a few of Fabio's things. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes.
And was that at the same time period where you were in the closet with Monica?
No,
You were never in the closet with Luigi.
not at that time, no.
But you were in the closet when a watch was located that you asked Monica if it would be okay to give to the firstborn, which was your son, Anthony, correct?
My nephew, Anthony.
Your nephew, Anthony.
Yes.
Correct?
She gave it to my nephew, Anthony. I don't recall conversation about it.
Well, you specifically asked Monica if Anthony, because he was the firstborn, could have the watch, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay, but you recall Anthony getting the watch?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Simontilli, you described in your testimony earlier that one of Monica's neighbors brought over at some point the surveillance footage that had been located at the neighbor's house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that Monica, when she returned home from the police impound, was upset because she had not seen the video. Is that right?
She was upset that we saw the video.
Before she saw it?
Yes.
Okay. But were you aware at that time that it was Monica who had first told the police the night Fabio was killed that they might find video like that at this neighbor's home?
Not an evidence, and it calls for speculation.
Were you aware? Did you have an understanding that it was Monica who informed the police that they might find this video at the neighbors who brought it? Ms. Simontilli, you claimed when the prosecutor was asking you about the conversations you had with Monica after Fabio was killed, that your communications with Monica were almost all about life insurance.
Hey guys, my ASL class will be starting. I am lurking in the background. I will hop on in a little bit. See you in the minute.
Okay. And you were during this entire period texting frequently with Monica, correct?
Yes.
And if I told you that the prosecution had gathered over 500 communications between you and Monica between the time Fabio was killed and when Monica was arrested, would that sound about right?
500? I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review those communications?
Yes.
And while you're gathering those, am I correct that there wasn't a single communication between you and Ms. Simontilli in those communications?
Go ahead, ask your question.
Yes.
The reviewing is going to be done after court. We're not going to sit here while counsel and the witness confer on 500 communications. You can, okay, so you can ask your question without showing her the matter right now.
Okay. Am I correct that there's not a single time in however many communications there were between you and Monica after Fabio died and before she was arrested, there's not one text where Monica ever complains to you or makes any reference to life insurance?
What was your question? I'm sorry, it was all broken up. What was the question again?
Is it true that in all of the communications you had with Monica between the time Fabio died and when she was arrested, she never complained once or even referenced life insurance to you in these communications.
I'm not sure about that.
Let me take our adjournment this time. Counsel, you can meet with the witness after court hours. Excuse me, so I can talk to the jury. Excuse me a second. We're going to be in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m. The admission advisor on discuss this case among yourselves or anyone else or the court express opinion of the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9. We'll see counsel here at 8:30.
Okay, guys, so that means 9 o'clock their time, which is 8 o'clock my time, which is yay! I don't have to be there at 6:30 like I was this morning. And yes, you now get to see me in all my glory and light. Thank everybody for hanging on with me. I am so sorry about the migraine, Ada, this morning, but all of you who have stuck with me all day, thank you so very, very much. And I'm going to mess everything up. So tomorrow, don't forget, we have our court docket. We're going to be actually going live with the baby Evelyn case, and then we will catch up on the Cemetery trial. We're not going to do dual tomorrow. And then tomorrow at 7 p.m., we have our special guest. So for me, it's going to be a 15-hour live day. So patience and kindness is much appreciated. I got to have extra coffee tomorrow. Yay, my coffee supplier came and dumped off a bunch of good coffee. So we're good to go. All right, guys. The Haley Mouse, you have been the mod of mods today. Everybody, thank you so much for hopping on. I greatly appreciate you. I've got my class here. It is 7 o'clock. It's time for me to go and switch gears and teach sign language. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye. Have a blessed evening. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.